Who's out there? Hello? Hello? Who's out there? Oh my god, that sounds terrible. Alright, turn the sound back on. Let's see how that sounds when it comes around. Why did that sound so fucking bad? Alright, turn the sound back on. Okay, it sounds fine now. All I did was unplug it and plug it back in. What the fuck was that? I don't know. That's why we do the audio check at the start of every stream, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine a whole stream of that nonsense. Wolfblade! Ladies and gentlemen. Wolfblade, if you're still here, Wolfblade, I said nice things about you. Where was it? I miss Wolfblade already. He was in fact the tourney favorite, as in my favorite person. Fuck the rest of y'all. I'm obviously doing a bit of trolling, but since Wolfblade's here, I thought I'd do that. How long am I allowed to wait before I have to forfeit my opponent? Well, let's see. Because if Samric gets a buy round, then he'll be fine, but I can't guarantee that he'll get one. We have everybody that we have, so let's generate the bracket and get this shit going, huh? Alright, generate the bracket. Samric has a buy round. Perfect. Perfect. You'll love to see it. We could even refresh bracket if he didn't have a buy round, but he does. So... okay, and then I also need to, real quick, copy, paste, and everyone, we are live. Why aren't you here? All right, technically people could be fighting an tourney opponent or up here, but... Ooh, I kind of want to watch this one. I haven't gotten to see a lot of Galraj. And they've been hanging around. I'd like to see that. Doesn't really matter where we start. Here. So. That's all I had to say was so. Tourney favorite, huh? How many people do we have playing today? 10, 13. 13. Ooh, a blessed number. 13 players. Let's just pick a favorite and a dark horse. Father Ramram is repping the Skaven in the faction war. And without Longboy to be the progenial? Permanent? I don't know. Without Longboy here to interfere, I will go with Father Ramram to be the winner. Just because I believe in his Skaven prowess. But dark horse, just in case someone manages to defeat my precious Father Ramram. 80 Ruda is quite good. Good to see him back in action. Ra Unleashed got to finals of one tournament. We didn't see any of his games. Then we got to finals. And he happened to lose those finals, so I cursed him. He is a very good player. Samarix, also a name that's been around, though I haven't seen him much recently, so I don't know what form he's in. Dragonborn, I think that's also known as Koala Duck, and he's pretty solid. So a lot of good contestants. MTS has been doing great in a lot of new player tournaments. I will go with Raw Unleashed. Just because I cursed him so many times, I'm going to hope that this prediction somehow is a buff, he said, even though it's most likely a curse. But we'll go with Father Ramram to win it all, and if not him, then Raw Unleashed. And if not Raw Unleashed, if both these players get knocked out, I will shut the stream down at whatever point that is. So I hope for all of our sakes that at least one of them makes it to finals, otherwise it's going to be a short stream. Sound good? We're on our way to find Galroch versus someone with a name I've already forgotten because it's kind of longer. Debiluv/Ray Chiquita. I'm going to go with Ray Chiquita because that one I feel more confident in my pronunciation of. Oh, it sounded perfectly normal to you? Okay. I heard like a staticky nightmare abomination in my sound check, but maybe it wasn't my recording that was fucked up. It was the audio, which are both attached to the same thing. So either way, I heard... when I started up the stream, I heard something like... and it was awful. So if you heard that too, my bad. Galroch, if my lore knowledge of chaos is correct, which is not my strong suit, but I'll try. Galroch is the two-headed dragon that Sigvald fights. Sigvald fights him or Archeon? I'll go with Sigvald. I think Sigvald fights Galroch. Yep, stick it with it. It's one of those two. Two-headed chaos dragon. Yeah. And they fight him. I almost just typed Ray Galroch, so it would have been Galroch versus Ray Galroch. Now, I've done that thing where you say a word too many times and it stops sounding like a real word, which I guess it isn't. It's a made-up word. But all words are made up. See, this is the problem with thinking, is it just leads you down a rabbit hole of problems. All right, I'm back with chat. So we have Ruben Bert. Hello. Wolfblade's here. Are we still getting playback on the audio, or am I going slowly insane? Yeah. Ashfallen is a good player, too. There's a lot of good players out there, man. I'm doing my best. Cousin been on those edibles again? No. It's not for me this time. I didn't do nothing. Ashfallen has to fight Trong, and I don't know who the hell Trong is. True. Galroch keeps leaving, and I'm getting alarmed. Alarmed and scared. True. Okay, Propofol. That's interesting. His name was something else, I thought. Rat Ogre. Done. And then he was up here. Ron Leash, your coaches are amazing. I've had a blast with the Phoenix King this morning. Thanks for the great place for multiplayer. Dude, we're trying. I'm really sorry about the Phoenix King, though. That guy is kind of a piece of shit. Like, not gonna lie, I have really thought about kicking him out of my admin team and my YouTube mod team and my coaches team. Because he's just such a dick. I don't get it. Oh, hey, Phoenix King, how you doing, bro? No, I meant like a different guy. Not you. Not you at all. Even though you know everyone on the mod team, you know that there's not two Phoenix Kings there. Ian Zero rooting for Father Ram Ram. Who are the favorites? Ra Unleashed and Father Ram Ram. Oh, Big Friday got it before me. Damn it. Tom Pagan's okay to shout. Ra will take the win. He better, like I said, and that is a threat that is standing through this whole stream. If Father Ram Ram and Ra Unleashed are both knocked out, then there's no reason for the stream to continue, and I will shut it down. Galroch is back. So he kept leaving, coming back. Must have been technical issues. Let's see what they end up doing. For today, I know I do keep switching the new player tournament format for you guys, so it might be a little confusing. We are doing best of threes, single elimination. So every match you see is whoever loses last match in the tournament. As for special stuff, Gotrek and Felix are banned for this event. They're not particularly bugged, though the most recent patch did make foot characters even harder to hit for literally no reason. I just banned them because I don't find... I have not seen a single Gotrek and Felix game that I've had to cast that I've been like, I'm glad that that game happened. So I ban it. It's just a personal thing. They're not actually broken, in case you saw that and you're like, I didn't know. Was there a bug? No, there's no bug. I just don't like them. Aside from that, each player global bans one faction, and then it's our regular pick three. Well, actually not regular. It's pick three ban two. So if Galroch wanted to play Nurgle, Skaven, and High Elves, let's say, he'd ban two. Let's say he doesn't want to play against Vampire Counts and Vampire Coast. His opponent can remove one of those three. Maybe gets rid of High Elves. So now he has Nurgle and Skaven left, and then he picks Dark Elves, let's say, and Galroch between Nurgle and Skaven to fight Dark Elves picks Nurgle or something like that. I made up an example. I don't know what the actual pick bans these guys did were, but we do have global bans. I don't suspect you'll see Grand Cathay today. You might see Tzeentch. Tzeentch can get through the global bans, but I think Grand Cathay, especially in a new player tournament, isn't fucking going to get through. I think those guys are doomed. Why don't we just global ban Cathay before tourney start then? We could. I was just saying I don't think they'll get through, but I've always had global bans in new player tournaments. Ever since the concept of global banning was invented, I have used them in new player tournaments. Because I know when I was a new player, and I know a lot of new players I talk to have like one faction, maybe two, maybe three, but they at least have one that they just like fucking hate. And no matter how much like pro players tell them that faction isn't that strong, you still just fucking hate it. And I've always tried to make the new player tournaments as enjoyable as possible for new players. And I put competitiveness down a couple steps behind enjoyable for this specific tournament format, because I just want to give multiplayer the best possible chance to stick with new players. And if they still don't like it, then they still don't like it. But like, if you wanted to try a multiplayer tournament and like you fucking hate Wood Elves and you play Wood Elves right away and you lose because you just can't stand it, it's like, well, that feels bad. So at least if someone, again, Wood Elves is a C or D tier faction right now, but if you just fucking hate them, then yeah, you can global ban them. Now, due to the recent patches and stuff, we also have had global bans in serious tryhard tournaments. But yeah, in new player tournaments, it's more of just like, get rid of a faction that absolutely tilts you. Like a player, you want all the replays? I'll take them and see if any of them make good content for like casting. If you want them cast, I'll take a look at them and see if I make independent videos out of them. Do you have to send them to me? No, I'll be spectating live the best of threes. 10,000 bonus points if someone takes a Plague Claw when Way is in chat. Dude, I am convinced that Nimbus Way is Batman. And the Plague Claw Catapult is also Batman. Well, it's Bruce Wayne. Way is an AI that his AI is used as one of the Plague Claw Catapult rats. I don't know which one. I haven't identified it yet, but one of the Plague Claw Catapult rats. And as soon as a game is done where the Plague Claw Catapult was in, that AI has to run up its little AI stairs, turn on its computer, like feverishly type in Human Boy Yes Yes into YouTube, get here and say, hey, has there been a Plague Claw Catapult today? There was. This is news to me. I'll go watch it. Because he always shows up after it happens. Every time. And then he's like, is there a Plague Claw Catapult? Uh-oh. We lost Galroch. Yeah, Phoenix King. That's the other Phoenix King. Dwarf still banned? No, yeah. The only thing about the Dwarves that is banned is Godric and Felix, because I don't find them fun. Barry and Lloyd, can I join? Just returned home. I believe the tournament already started, my friend. Sorry, Mr. Lloyd. All right, Galvatch is having issues, but they were about to start the game, so hopefully he can hop back onto his build real quick and we can get going. If we have in-game connectivity issues, I might hit up a different best of 3 and just see if I can hop in on their game 2 if there's going to be technical issues, but we'll see how it goes. Sometimes there's lobby bugs that can break. I know I was having them when I was coming back and forth from the beta to live. Not that Galvatch is on the beta. But I was just saying that lobby bugs don't always transfer to in-game bug. I'm sorry, Baron Lloyd. Anybody here see the tier list video today? I tried something new. I tried to do that YouTube Premiere system, and what I thought it was, is it just like it schedules and hypes up. Don't fucking do this! No! The lobby's bugged. No! Whatever. I thought it would just like schedule the videos to get people hyped up for the tier list stuff, and then it would release like a normal video. Oh, wow. It actually got into game. I have never seen the lobby sit that long on both players ready and then actually make it into the game. Okay, I'll stop getting distracted. But yeah. It turned out to be more of like a live stream type thing, so I was worried people wouldn't receive it well, but it seemed to do okay. So hopefully that was fun for you. I won't do it much, because that could be annoying if overused, but for a once in a while. Oh shit, Dragonborn's mad about the tier list. Chaos Dwarves S tier? I disagree. I also disagree with Phoenix Kings, High Elves, and A tier. Though High Elves, I did specifically say, depending on game to game, man, some games High Elves feel like A tier. I'm like, dude, this faction's boss as hell. And then I play the next game, like, this faction sucks dick. And I'm talking about when I'm playing them too, not just like my opponents. High Elves are the most variant faction game to game, in my opinion. Whereas like Tomb Kings and Nurgle are probably more variant person to person, like depending on if you ask them. What some people like Nurgle is S tier, can't handle that faction. Others like D tier. High Elves, man. Watching the games, I'm like, Dragon Princes are a good unit. Dragon Princes are a shit unit. Illyrian Reavers are a great unit. Illyrian Reavers are a shit unit. High Elf Spearmen are fine. High Elf Spearmen are the most broken thing I've ever seen. And I can't decide. It depends on what game I'm watching. Because sometimes they just suck. I wish I was a Chaos Dwarf. They are pretty handsome. I like their hats. Think it's a good format. Ooh, Will, that would be good. For the lore dumps, that would be pretty good. I like that idea. You're a smart person. Alright, for the first game of the day, we do have Nurgle. Interesting to see them. Versus Dark Elves. And we are experiencing a bit of lag as that dragon is supposed to be flapping its wings. If you beat Chaos Dwarves, if you beat Blood Penguin today, Chaos Dwarves are S tier. It'll certainly make a statement. Alright, good. Wolfblade, I'm glad it was entertaining for you. With low confidence that this game is going to progress, I will still cast the builds. We have 2 Shades, 2 Cold One Knights, 2 Scourge Runner Chariots. I haven't seen Scourge Runner Chariots in a while. After their nerfs, they became a decidedly fine unit. They're not bad. They're not great. They're fine. 3 Bleak Swords, 2 Witch Elves, 2 Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, and the Supreme Sorceress of Dark up on her dragon. If I'm smart, then we're in serious trouble as a species. No comment. Alright, on the other side we have 5 Nurglings spread throughout the Vanguard a little bit here. Chaos Warriors of Nurgle mixed with Marauders of Nurgle. One of the Marauders had great weapons. 2 Chaos Knights of Nurgle, not the Lance variant. Actually, three Chaos Knights of Nurgle, not the Lance Variant, giving them a very impressive 57 melee defense for cavalry units. 2 Spawn of Nurgle, and a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle, with Fleshy Abundance and Stream of Corruption, plus his Crown of Everlasting Conquest. And 2 seconds have passed since the game started. That dragon is flapping its wings pretty consistently, so we're not frozen. We're just slow. We'll see how it goes. Though for Nurgle, slow is not really a new concept. We should all become Chaos Dwarves? I'm sure there's nothing wrong with being a Chaos Dwarf. I'm sure that if we looked into their lore at all, they don't do any horrible, fucked up things. I'm sure they're all pleasant blokes. Let's do that. Tom Pagan, why? I played a game in Quick Battle versus Salinator and it was a lot slower than this. Was it? Because we're on 11 seconds on the clock. Alright, we were rocketing ahead for a brief moment there as I saw the dragon move a couple inches. And how is this game so laggy? How? Look at that dragon go. Go, dragon, go. Dragon Inferno. Its teeth are kind of fucked up, though. Those don't look like healthy teeth. They're a lot outside of its mouth. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. Random witch elf. Don't tell me what to do. Okay. I am bailing. I'm out. I'm out. Sorry to the players, not trying to be an asshole. It's just that was unfortunately going nowhere. Hopefully my absence, hopefully, will blocker. There we go. I thought they had a password and they didn't. That fucked up my timing. Yeah, the battle was going nowhere, so hopefully my absence will give them a little bit more speed, but also streaming that was going literally nowhere. All right, we are with MTK's Joy Boy. And on the other side, Ra Unleashed, one of our tournament favorites. And he informed me, because I asked some players who was entering game 2, see if there was something I could bail to. He told me game 1 went to him, and now we have High Elves versus Kislev. So whereas the Dark Elves and Nurgle corrupted and plagued our computers somehow and forced incredible lag, I'm going to hope that the 2 Order factions inexplicably at each other's throats somehow is a little more pure. This guy's playing this on Deutsche Bahn Wi-Fi. Are you seeing that Dragon Dentist or F tier? If there was a tier list for Dentist, that Dark Elf Dragon really needed a patch. Looking around, it looks like both builds are ready, but they were on the wrong map, so now they're on the right map and probably will hit ready up quite soon. Again, sorry for the delay. Sometimes you just get a bad somewhere in the three people trying to connect, like me to Ray Chiquita, me to Galroch, or Galroch to Ray Chiquita, one of those connections was not working out, and the whole game just ground to a halt. So hopefully... Oh... Too bad. Never mind. High Elves Kislev was last match, and the High Elves did prevail. They're doing picks and bans for game 2 right now. I see. So, like, ladies and gentlemen, does the curse continue? Raw Unleash wins game 1 off stream. And then as soon as he gets back on stream, is he going to 0-2? Did we jinx it? Which sounds like a classic us move. Peer-to-peer is awesome. I remember old Gears of War 1 multiplayer on the Xbox, and you could figure out who was host because everyone else, there was a different amount of delay, but for everyone else there was a delay, and the host there just wasn't. So like the host would take more damage to kill, and he would take less damage to kill you because no one else in the game could perceive his damage correctly, you know what I mean? So what on your screen is he's taking more damage. On his screen, you start firing later than you think you do. So you're using more ammunition before he goes down. And then, you know, vice versa and that kind of thing. So it was always kind of funny. And when you were the host, you just felt like a god. Because everyone else, to you, looks like an idiot. You're like... You know, someone turns towards you and you have enough time to like dodge roll out of the way, get up and get a headshot on them before they fire it where it used to be, and you're like, haha, fucking idiot. I'm the greatest gamer alive. But actually that guy's just lagging his ass. Gears 1 was a wild time, man. I enjoyed it, but it was not the best. Gears 2 is probably the best Gears of War for multiplayer. I fell off really hard with Gears 3, and I never tried to play multiplayer on 4 or 5. It's not they were bad, I was kind of done with the concept. But Gears 2 was fun. My friends and I had thousands of hours. Well, not thousands. That's an exaggeration, but at least hundreds. Because it was high school. And I was not a big PC gamer in high school. I played almost everything on Xbox. I have The Witcher 3 on Xbox One, which I feel is a mistake. I bought it for Steam for my next playthrough, whenever the fuck that is. Years from now at the rate I'm currently playing single-player games. But I played Skyrim on computer for a bit for some of the streams, but also just on my own. And the load times. I have muscle memory from being a console gamer for whenever you open a load screen, I would open my phone to whatever phone game I'm playing at the time, whether it's like Sudoku or a crossword puzzle or like a bubble shooter or Snake or whatever. And I have this muscle memory that like on computer I try to do, you know, it's like, oh, loading screen. I'm going to check. Oh, it's done. Oh, fuck. Okay, it's done. All right. Da-da-da-da-da. Sell my items. Go back outside. All right, reach for the... Oh, it's done. Oh, okay. Run. All right, I left the city, so... Jesus Christ, it's done already. So now I'm like, man, I want to play Witcher 3 with those loading screens. That sounds super cool. Multiplayer? Our game has multiplayer? Pretty much. It looks like we do have Grand Cathay versus Lizardmen, so I don't know what the global bans were, but Grand Cathay was not one of them. Can Lizardmen stand up to such reckless box? You got 3 or more copies of Elder Scrolls Online from your grandpa? Unfortunately for you, Elder Scrolls Online was not a good RPG. It was not. Just after you bought it on Steam. My friends and I really wanted to like Elder Scrolls Online. We could not. Because our imagining of it was Skyrim, but with multiple people running around the open world. And what we got was World of Warcraft / The Old Republic / every other MMORPG you've ever played. It's like, no, this This isn't what we wanted. We didn't want weird respawning groups of enemies just sitting out in the middle of nowhere waiting for you to aggro them. We didn't want to wait in line to fight bosses. We didn't really want bosses at all, to be honest. Yeah. Which I guess doesn't make it a bad game, it's just not what we wanted out of it. My friend group, at least. Alright, let's check the flapping of wings. Oh, that's faster! That's going quite a bit faster, I would say. It's actually alarmingly fast. That's too fast. Slow it down. Slow it down. Give me anxiety. Alright. If you want this series to go to a game 3, you are rooting for the forces of the Lizardmen. Looks like we have 3 Feral Cold Ones, 1 Cold One Rider. We do have Mazdamundi with Net and Comet and Apotheosis. A Rev Crystal for some healing. The Shredder of Lustria, Dreadsaurian Regiment of Renown. Probably the best healing target in the game. But I'm not sure how well it's going to do versus Kislev. If you can get past that front line, you'll be fine. But man, if you get netted and shot by Iron Hail Gunners, you're dead as fuck. Then a bunch of skink cohorts. 5 with jabs, 2 without. On the other side, for Cathay, we have 2 cannons. Couple Jade Warrior Halberds. I swore I saw 2 in the loading screen. Oh, there's 1. Yep, so 2 Jade Warrior Halberds, one of which is in the front line. 4 Jade Warriors, 1 Iron Hail Gunner, 2 Jade Warrior Crossbowmen. We have 2 Jade Lancers, 2 Onyx Crowmen, one of which is the Emperor's Crowman. And then we have Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon. I am actually a little concerned about this Kislev build. Not Kislev, Cathay build. I'm a little concerned. 1 Iron Hail Gunner. The cannons will do a lot of damage too, I acknowledge that. But if the Shredder can actually get in here and just force path onto the Iron Hail, he's going to be fine. And after that, I get real suspect. I think Zhao Ming is heavily overrated. Because he can heal cap himself, but heal capping something that's useless is pretty okay. Valheim stream with the community? I have never played it. Never played Valheim. The effect supports the idea that overconfidence is bad, but woe is the wise. So better be smart. Alright. I get the point of that comment. I'm not gonna read it because it's long and a little smarter than my blood. Apotheosis and a Rev Crystal already being used on the Shredder of Lustria as he tries to get in here. Still getting shot in the face by cannons. The Emperor's Crowmen are lining up. It looks like they're trying to... What's going on with that little spaghetti pathing there? But okay. Alright. They did their best. It looks like they're trying to rock drop, and there it is. Takes half health off of a skink cohort. The Iron Hail Gunners are about to tee off onto a Shredder of Lustria. And he stops to fight Zhao Ming, which could be a crucial mistake. Because he needed to pass straight onto the Iron Hail Gunners who are now lighting his ass up. The final transmutation is going to hit him. The cannons are continuing to pummel him. And he's going to fucking rout. No, poor Shredder. That guy's just dead. It takes me back to the old days of the Shredder of Austria. The reason we didn't see it in Warhammer 2. All is not lost. We still have Mazdamundi, the other giant disruptive dino, who needs to get through these Jade Warriors. He needs to force path onto the Iron Hails. You might notice me saying the same thing a couple times, but it is, unfortunately, just what we have to do. The Shredder rallies only to rout for a second time, so he only has 1 more rout in him before he shatters entirely. And Mazda is getting caught up in these Jade Warriors, which will allow him to be shot by the Iron Hail Gunners and share the same fate as the Shredder of Lustria before him. Shredder is gone. I don't foresee it coming back. But we do have a nice flank from Cold One Riders, who are getting onto a Grand Cannon at last. A nice Comet's also going to intercept these Jade Warriors, but I think the... Ooh, he canceled it for an Apotheosis, which I think is fine. But I think the priority of the Lizardmen is so far being misplaced a little bit. Like, those Iron Hails were allowed to shoot the Shredder freely while it tried to duel Zhao Ming, who we all know is going to heal cap because of his item. And then Mazdamundi was prioritizing trying to cast a spell to save his Cold One Riders rather than kill off the Iron Hails, which it's like... The Iron Hails are the only real credible threat to large dinos that are here. I guess the cannon too, but they're more of a sustained threat that you can just deal with some Suicide Cavalry or something, but the Iron Hails are like a serious burst threat that you can't fight in front of at all. The Shredder is technically back. If he routes 1 more time, he is just off the map entirely. And Zhao Ming is dragon breathing down some skinks. Army losses is already closing in, though, and I can't say I disagree. The damage value is 7,000 to 2,000. I think that speaks for itself. Mazda Mundi throwing a comet at the Grand Cannon, but the Iron Nails are shut down at last. Onyx Crowman chasing off any skinks that happen to rout. And Mazda is getting so many apotheoses. Yeah, his heal cap's already within sight. Shredder's is too. Ref Crystal's trying to get away. I wonder how long it is before he has another shit go at it. But we can see the Comet really didn't do that much damage to the cannon. That is teeing off on our poor boy. 0 kills, but 2,600 damage value. Because the Shredder is just one big boy. 1,500 on the other one. Shredder is back, and Shredder is gone. As are the hopes of the Lizardmen. Army losses is going to hit any second now. That'll be GG. Shredder of Lestria, 300 value. Mazda as well, which is really brutal for them. Feral Cold Ones, meh. Skin Cohorts did okay, but it's a toughie. Zhao Ming did alright, considering the game he was in. Jade Warriors held forever, which is their birthright. 1,800 on the Iron Hail Gunner. 1,500 on a cannon. 2,900 on another cannon. That really is the tail of the tape so far. GG's. And Ra broke his curse. I'm going to hop in here, but I don't know if it's done yet or not. Messaging Ashfallen to see if the series is done or not. Watch Ashfallen game. Watch Ashfallen game. I'm here. I'm here. Panopod. Yeah. All right, they're about to start the second game. All right, Ashfallen is up 1-0. We are entering the second game. So it looks like we got here at the right time. Ashfallen versus Propofol. Low L. No, I just deleted a 1 to put a 1 in. What are you, an idiot? Talking to me. There we go. Lizardmen High Elves. We will get to see the High Elves we were denied, and the Lizardmen get a second chance. I'm on board. That's it. I'm on board. I can see behind the blocker. I see Lizardmen build. This is going to be a banger. This is going to be a good one. I hope the High Elves win. I hope the High Elves win so my credibility as a source is not completely fucked, because this Lizardman build is the wildest shit I've seen in a long time. And it's the mandatory new player tournament equals take Saurus and prove Human Boy to be a chump ass bitch. So like it has Saurus, it has 2 Troglodons. I can't get behind this build. I can get behind it as an entertainer and a streamer. I can't get behind it as an analyst, because if this build wins, everything I've ever said about the Lizardman is fucking wrong. Which I find very funny. Builds are setting up. So I'll cast them in a moment as we get the Goon Squad of the Ages. Alright, this high elf build is also super Chad. These are some good builds. This is the shit I live for. Every morning I wake up and I'm like, do I even bother going to work today? Do I bother paying the bills? Do I bother keeping the lights on? Do I bother feeding the dog, the cat, myself? And then I think, what if someone brings a goddamn Sun Dragon, Frostheart Phoenix, Archmage of Life on an Eagle trio? And what if on the other side we have 2 Troglodons? I can't miss that. Alright, I'll go to work today. And I did. I did go to work today. Woke up at 4:30 to go to work at 5. Oh, they just fucking started. Okay, I guess I don't get to cast the builds. That's fine. If any of you are watching this back. If any of you are watching this back, I'm being silly. You're totally fine. But that was an alarming start from how little time you guys gave yourself after setup. 2 Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, a Phoenix Guard, 2 Loudon Sea Guard, a front line of White Lions, one of which is Pure Main Company ROR, and then the Heralds of the Wind, Illyrian Reaver, ROR, Bowman. We also have Frostheart Phoenix, a Sun Dragon, and an Archmage of Life. On the other side, for the Lizards, we have a Salamander Hunting Pack, a Razordon Hunting Pack, a Feral Troglodon, a Skink Oracle on his Troglodon with Flock of Doom and Earthblood, a whole bunch of Saurus in the front line mixed with some Skinks. Looks like Feral Cold Ones on each flank, a Rev Crystal for a little bit of that healing, basic Crocscores, love basic Crocscores. I don't think they're a great unit, I think they're a fine unit, but I just love them. I love their models. And then a Red Crystal Skink Chief, one of the tankiest and cheapest lords in the game. I like him as well. I don't think he's super meta, but I like him. Troglodons are trying to get their shots off onto the single entities while the single entities just dive and immediately tear out the Razordon Hunting Pack. Let's go, dude. Pushing those guys further away from their skink support. Salamanders are firing at the Sun Dragon, but the Sun Dragon clearly has fire resistance. He doesn't? Shock? That is a little dumb that he doesn't have fire resistance, but whatever. He's getting shot in the buns. Meanwhile, maybe a whoopsie? I don't know. This is a confusing game, so it's really hard for even me watching it to say what's the right thing to do. But the Lizardmen front line is advancing without their backline as their backline tries to focus on the single entity sniping out the Razordons, and I honestly don't know what the right answer is. But the Bolt Throwers are firing in, and now the High Elves will have their infantry meet up with the Saurus while also shooting at those guys. It's a bit of a mixed bag. Because, I mean, I don't disagree with the Troglodons and the Salamanders trying to bail out the Razordons. Like, I get that, so I don't disagree with this decision, but it does feel weird having all these Saurus up here. I think probably the right thing to do... Oh, that's going to be bad. I think the right thing to do would probably be keep your infantry back, just accept the Bolt Thrower shooting at you while you deal with the single entity squad, but don't let your infantry get killed off while you do that. What I meant would be bad is the Feral Cold Ones got rampaged into the Phoenix Guard. That is going to be a very bad time to be an angry Velociraptor. Have all the anger you like, you don't run into Phoenix Guard, my little friends. Saurus are getting routed off, so the High Elves are in a good place starting out this game. Razordon Hunting Pack already pushed up. Man, look at that damage on the Sun Dragon. He has been having a bad time. He doesn't have a regrowth coming at him. He could, at best, have Earthbloods, which he'll get healing, but it'll take time. Feral Cold Ones routed off. Saurus, Skinks, and Razordon Packs routed off. Damage values are very equal. They're actually slightly in the Lizardmen's favor, but I do think this is a very contested game so far. Really nice breath attack on a cheap unit. I mean, the Skink cohorts, yeah, they're cheap, but still, I mean, you gotta kill them, right? The Troglodon Spittin' crew might actually rout off our friend the Sun Dragon. These Salamander Hunting Packs are also making his life a little bit miserable. Croxies are coming in hot. With no infantry support, they might take big damage, but as long as they stay away from the spears, they could potentially be okay. A nice job here. These Feral Cold Ones don't rampage into Phoenix Guard like assholes. They kill an entire Bolt Thrower crew on their own. Razordon Hunting Pack is actually going to come home. Well, it looks like the Eagles think they have other things to do, which might be to dive into the Troglodons in melee combat. But then I guess you get shot by the Salamander Hunting Packs. This is weird. This is what happens when I have to cast games with so many units that I'm not used to seeing, is I'm busy trying to figure out what those units do and are good at and what they should and shouldn't be doing with their time, and I don't have the muscle memory of, like, you know, Goblins. I know what Goblins should be doing. I see them all the fucking time. Bleak Swords. I know what Bleak Swords should be doing. I see them all the fucking time. Scourge Chariots. I don't know what a Troglodon should be doing. I haven't seen a Troglodon since Warhammer 2. I don't know what these Salamander Hunting Packs should be doing. Big breath attack coming in from the Sun Dragon, aimed at the Saurus, but hits the Puremain Company as the High Elves try and even the game out against themselves. Ashfall and Lizardmen are up on damage value, but they're down on balance of power, and I would actually agree with that assessment. So far, a lot of their damage is being pumped into this Sun Dragon, but the Lizardmen are actually losing, like, whole units, right? What up, Segos? How you doing? Puremain Company route off, and that could be a problem for our friends the High Elves. Never mind, they have a backup White Lion. I was going to say, these three single entities getting surrounded by Crocscore's Saurus and the Red Crested Skink Chief could be brutal. Red Crested Skink Chief ain't fucking around. 87-69 on his melee stats, and he does have bonus versus large, as long as he doesn't tear her out. Dwellers Below from the High Elves going to kill off another Saurus. They are very effectively killing off all of the infantry that were brought here. Heralds of the Wind getting lit up at the moment by the Salamander Hunting Pack. That's pretty cool. The Feral Trogodons. Oh, the Skink Oracle and the Trogodon are currently dancing. Figure it out, dude. Kaelwyn, I am sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that. Who are you fighting, by the way? Cal Harmon used Troglodons? I think we can all agree it's not a normal unit. As it was against Ram. Fuck yeah! I mean, fuck yeah to the stream still going, not to you losing. I am sorry that you lost. I mean, somebody has to win, but still. So the High Elves still in the lead. Their infantry remains stalwart after a lot of Saurus killing from breath attacks, from archers, from Dwellers Below. On the other side, 2 Eagle Bolt Throwers still chilling and fighting. And that Sun Dragon, man, has still taken a brunt of the Lizardmen's rage. That Bolt Thrower also just shot the Sun Dragon more than it shot anything else. What is going on with the Heil friendly fire right now? Okay, I'm sorry. Alright. Bolt Thrower crews still raining in. Looks like they're trying to shoot the Skink Oracle, which, if you are watching this back, Propo, if you're shooting at a single entity, switch them to single target. The spread shot just doesn't do nearly as much damage. Feral Cold Ones are back from the ether, and they're going to shut down one of our 2 Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers. And the other Saurus are just dogged in their pursuit of this. They have not given up. They've been fighting these White Lions and stuff forever, and they're still going. Talk whatever shit about Saurus you want to, and I will. But they don't give up for nothing. Sun Dragon is finally pushed off. -1 leadership, though, so he might honestly be back. And can the Lizardmen turn this around? Now, Ashfallen has still kept a lead on the damage value. That shit hasn't mattered for quite a while. Zamorak? Facts. 1 Bolt Thrower is shut down entirely, which is quite nice. I don't foresee them coming back in the near future. Another Lava and Seaguard is also taken out, and these Saurus are pressing in on this poor Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower that's like, they won't stop coming. We've shot them. We've breath attacked them. We threw White Lions at them, and they just keep coming. These fucking Saurus. I hate Saurus. They go bok and some bullshit. Saurus are the only unit I can surround with stalwart spearmen and swordsmen, and they somehow say, you know, they somehow get better, and however else the fucking rant goes. I love that copy-paste. Oh yeah, the only unit that somehow gets stronger when it's entirely surrounded because it can now attack on all sides. I hate Saurus. Holy shit, they're still going. And Flock of Dooms plus the Skink support is actually making them start to win it. And the Red Cross Skink Chief is over here trying to help them win it. The Saurus will never say die. Skink Oracle is stuck fighting the double Eagles while his feral Troglodon friend starts shooting at them from behind. The Rev Crystal is in trouble as the Phoenix Guard are currently chopping it to pieces. But the Lizardmen are honestly hanging on in this game. The Salamander Hunting Pack is here, though a Lothern Seaguard is about to make its day very, very bad. We'll see what damage they get out first. Skink Oracle's holding his own better than I would have thought, but I guess against 2 Eagles it's not shocking. As the Salamanders also do their daily dose of friendly fire here for just a little bit. And someone has to do something about that Lava Seaguard. It looks like the Croxors are just the men for the task. Never mind, they immediately decide not to. Can't say I blame them. Running into a full health spear could be problematic, but somebody has to save someone. Who are you aiming at? Did anybody see that? Those Salamanders just took shots at everybody in this vertical line. You draw this line, they shot at all of them. Don't know how. Croxors pile into the Pyrmane Company. While their leadership was faltering, so is the Pyrmanes. We'll see who is truly better here. As the other bolt throwers shut down, those fucking Saurus did it, lads! They did it! The Lava Seaguard turned to fight with the Croxors rather than the Pyrmane Company. The Pyrmane Company route first. Croxors better than Pyrmane Company. Let's go! Rev Crystal getting a little bit of Earthblood support, trying to heal it up, but there's no way it's getting away from these double Eagles. This other Troglodyte is out of ammunition, so it is now just a slightly worse Carnosaur. And the Phoenix Guard are also getting heal capped. Razordon Hunting Pack is here. I wonder what they even are going to attempt to do. It looks like get shot by Lizardmen Seaguard, which is an admirable way to die, I suppose. And those Saurus, the World Beaters, the Chad Killers, the goddamn ROR of next DLC is this specific Saurus Warrior are here for the Lizardmen Seaguard. I think the balance of power is full of shit. I think this game is 50-50 right now because those Saurus are still alive. That's all you really need. More seriously, Skink Oracle running out of ammunition is really bad for the balance of power because it treats ranged units without any ammunition as like negative value for some reason. But we are getting a nice heal onto some of these units. The Saurus have beaten the brakes off those Lizardmen Seaguards. Skink Oracle's getting the fuck out of here for now. And it looks like the Archmage of Life realized he still exists. Meanwhile, the Salamander Hunting Pack are teeing off on the Phoenix Guard, getting decent damage versus them. These guys have physical resistance, but not missile or fire resist, which is weird being Phoenix Guard, but sure. You also did Chorf's dirty? No, I didn't. Lies and slander. Basic Troglodon in the back is routing off more Lizardmen Seaguard, almost getting rid of these White Lions as well. Ooh, here could be trouble. So this is an Archmage of Life. It's not an amazing melee combatant. She's currently surrounded by a Skink Oracle and a Salamander Hunting Pack, but a Frostheart Phoenix coming in won't do the Lizardmen any favors. Meanwhile, all of the High Elves are routing except for their Phoenix Guard, as far as infantry goes. It looks like the Goon Squad, the boys, the original lads, are going to go take care of business over there. Skink Oracle's trying to hold his own for now. The Salamander Hunting Pack gets some distance to turn and shoot. It looks like the Eagles have both noticed this, and they're going for our little Salamanders, who are about to rout. Their leadership goes negative. They fire off a quick burst onto the Archmage of Life, get decent damage, and then rout off. Skink Oracle decides to use his last shot onto the Phoenix Guard. I don't hate it. It's honestly not the worst target. If you can kill off models or something. And a sideways shot, does that do penetration? I'm super curious. But these Phoenix Guard are a huge problem. Because you have 2 healthy single entities with armor piercing, you just don't want to sit in these halberds. So taking them out ain't bad. Okay, it killed like 5 models. Wow. Not bad. Not bad. Feral Troglodon is doing a very funny looking run animation. Kinda love it. To go get rid of those Lizardmen Seaguard, that's fine. Red Crested Skink Chief is here and ready to party. His insane stats gonna come into fruition. And Flock of Doom trying to counter that Earthblood on the Phoenix Guard. Red Crested Skink Chief, pop your buffs! Pop them. Unless they're on cooldown, then obviously don't, because you can't. But you should pop them. There's the Opal Amulet. There's the Warrior's Crest. This boy don't quit. 97 melee attacks, 69 melee defense. That is a very nice amount of melee defense. And ain't nothing wrong with it, but here are the Chad lads. And even the Eagles know to fuck off when the Saurus Warriors show up. Earthblood onto the Saurus and the Red Crest Skink. That is a good Earthblood.
You fed her?
I fed her lunch, yes. But it unfortunately did not have the Skink Oracle in it, which is a bit of a problem. Grace is home, by the way, everybody. Grace, did you pass? Did you pass? Bubba passed! It was yesterday, but Grace passed her exam to be like a fully licensed big Giga Chad therapist. So Bubba passed! What are we doing? What's happening? Alright, Phoenix Guard are fighting the Saurus, so we all know the Saurus are favored in this matchup, but the Troglodons are trying to help out. A full health Troglodon is rejoining the fight. The Phoenix Guard are getting whittled down, and that balance of power had better not army loss us before this is done, because There's still love left to give, god damn it. There's a Rev Crystal out here. -10 leadership. I don't think he's coming back, but if he did, that would be a real game changer as Red Crested Skink Chief. Now that his buffs are down, his Warrior's Crest and the Opal Amulet, he actually does get bodied. He is going to get terror-outed off. Phoenix Guard are still fighting the Saurus, but the Skink Oracle is here to snipe out that Frostheart Phoenix a little bit, get some more damage down. What are you coming back to the fight? Salamanders. Got it. With 4 leadership, if they get close to their own Lord routing, they will just route outright. So we'll have to see what they do here. They're walking too close to the Life Mage. They're probably just going to route from proximity to her. It's coming in hot. Skink Oracle gets out another Earthblood. Maybe going to save the Red Crest Skink Chief in the long term, but right now we got to kill off the Phoenix Guards. The Troglodyons are dealing with that as the Frostheart Phoenix rear charges the Saurus, and now they're going to route! No! The game is lost! It's all fucking doomed! If the Saurus can route, anybody can route! But the Phoenix Guard aren't ITP, so they might tear out. You never know. Frostheart Phoenix getting big shots onto the Skink Oracle, though, which is actually, memes aside, that is a really big problem. And the Eagle Caster is about to land on the Skinks, trying to get rid of any infantry support. Red Crystal Skink Chief should be allowed to rally, but the Rev Crystal is, like, officially off the map. And there they go. The terror out of the Phoenix Guard. High Elf Mage's heal cap is within sight. The Troglodyons are on her ass. They're getting some dive attacks in. She fucks off, but the Frostheart Phoenix is in. They could get a surround onto the Frostheart Phoenix, get really good damage onto that. Red Crest Skink Chief is coming around. The Saurus and Skink have positive leadership, but that balance of power is like so close to army losses, it's pissing me off. Because this game ain't over! It's not over. Alright, I'm getting caught up with chat. Ashfallen's Lord is getting sniped out, which could be a problem, because if he officially dies, then they're going to take a leadership spike they won't recover from. But it looks like the Troglodyons are not going to defend him at all. They are instead going to focus on the Phoenix Guard, and he shatters. Oof. Now he's not dead, and they're not going to hunt him down. So the leadership spike against the Lizardmen won't come till he reaches the edge of the map. And they have almost killed the Phoenix Guard. I still think that the Troglodyons should have tried to help him because the Phoenix Guard are way out of position. But I can kind of understand they wanted to isolate and kill the Phoenix Guard before the single entities came back. Now this Skink Oracle needs to back off because they're fighting right on top of the Phoenix Guard, and he's fighting a 2v1. I mean, the other Troglodyon's here, but it's not in range. But the Phoenix Guard route at last, and the Troglodon animation takes him away from danger. I mean, he is about to be rear charged, but still, like, his leadership definitely rallied quite a lot. The Troglodons turn and start to fight. Phoenix Guard are routing off, but I don't think you can afford the time to go chase them, as you need to stay in this fight. Get big shots onto the Archmage of Life. The Troglodons are fucking doing it. The Troglodons are fucking doing it. The Skink Oracle routes, which probably means that this Eagle Lady is just going to chase him off. But will she open herself up to a rear charge from the Feral Troglodon by focusing so hard? Jank animations mean he stops for a bit. Skink Oracle is still routing. And she's going to take off, so this Troglodon's going to have to find something else to do. Maybe go after the Phoenix Guard or something. It looks like the High Elves have probably got this game, but that was a banger. They got way over nerfed. If you're talking about Slaanesh, yeah. Ooh, this is ballsy. Archmage of Life tries to land onto the Skink cohort, but could just put herself in danger as the Feral Troglodon tries to figure out how to get onto her. What the fuck is that animation? It started swinging before it was even close to within range, so now it's stopped, lost all of its momentum, and she is able to take off. So that was risky from the High Elf player, but it'll be fine. Congrats to Grace, not Hubby. Yeah, dude. Alright. Lizardmen rallying around their Feral Troglodon. They know their Skink Oracle is getting routed off. What they probably should do is run over and kill the Phoenix Guard before she gets an Earthblood or something onto it. And it looks like they're starting to realize that that's the case. Game seems pretty laggy today for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Though this one, to be fair, is already like a naturally 15-minute game. Okay, I thought he gave it orders to leave when he actually, it just did some jank. Oh, is he telling it to leave? Because the Skink Oracle has 0 leadership. Holy shit, he could come back. He could come back. And if he does, he's going to cold-blooded himself. He's going to be fine. Skinks charge into the Phoenix Guard. Feral Trogodon will get a side charge, and that should rout those guys off. He's back! The boy is back! They got a little lazy! He's back! Does he have an Earthblood for himself or something? The Saurus of the Gods route, but so too do the Phoenix Guard. Now they're just terror routing, they're not natural routing. Do you think the Phoenix Guard are good? I think they're good in certain aspects, but overall, like as a whole unit, no, I almost never take Phoenix Guard. But they're decent, like if you know there's gonna be large targets and stuff. Trogodon's still trying to finish off the Phoenix Guard, who have now stopped terror routing. And the Frostheart Phoenix. If anybody's seen Jurassic Park 2, not Jurassic World 2, Jurassic Park 2, I'm thinking of the Ian Malcolm quote when he's in the car and the T-Rex is rampaging around the city. I mean, when she sees us not routing off the map, won't she just turn at us and be like, you? That's how I feel about this Frostheart Phoenix right now. The Skink Oracle tries to hide behind a rock. Run! He's running. He's doing his best. Phoenix Guard fighting to the last man. There's only 3 of them left with a 38 HP between all of them as the Feral Trogodon just has to kill them outright. Skink Oracle is routed yet again. This time the Frostheart Phoenix won't let him go. And if he goes off the map, the bounce power will just shift so much that there'll be army losses. And I honestly don't disagree. I really don't think that a Feral Trogodon can beat Archmage of Life and Frostheart Phoenix, even though the Archmage's heal cap was close. That was a really good game. That was a really, really good game. Both Troglodons did fantastically well. 3,100 for the Skink Oracle, 2,300 for the Feral Troglodon. Croc Scores did fine. Salamander Hunting Pack did really, really well. Razor Hunting Pack, unfortunately, just got murdered. The Saurus, 2 of them did horribly. 1 of them was a hero. Feral Coldons did okay. Skink Hordes did okay. Archmage of Life, really good value. Sun Dragon, not as much. Frostheart Phoenix did okay. Phoenix Guard did really well. White Lions did fine. Bolt Throwers did fine. Lion Sea Guard did okay. Yeah, they did fine combined, but that was crazy. That was crazy. I kind of loved it. And we're going to game 3. Checking on the bracket. So the winner of this will go fight Ra Unleashed. And I think we'll probably stick with that and go watch whoever it is fight Ra. Just because of the hopping around and stuff. I'd like to be there at the start of a series. Okay. While these guys do their picks for game 3, I am going to go say hi to Grace. So I will return when I feel like it. And you can't make me come back. You know what? Maybe I won't. So count your blessings. I don't know, man. We're in quarterfinals now, so probably about 3 hours. Probably. I'm back. Oh. Is the Cathay Destroy viable? Not in most matchups, no. Not really. It's just too expensive to take it and the hero that gives it healing, and then you would need to take a melee non-caster lord. And it's just, that's a lot of money just to get a single entity that's okay. To give it any support whatsoever. It's not a throw pick. It's not the worst thing you can take, but there are better things. You could have put at least put the camera on Hazel. Hazel's not even in this room. She's in the living room. Hazel, come say hi to Dad. Hazel! 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 Hazel, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Don't do that. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh. We love this pup. Oh. She's so good. She's so good. Oh. Who's your good puppy? Who's your good puppy? Did your mom give you snacks? Did your mom give you snacks? Did your mom give you outside time? Alright, go on. You clearly want to be somewhere else, so go on. Looks just like Dad hummus. They have the same nose. I do have a big nose. It's true. I don't dislike my nose, but I can acknowledge it's big. They both poop on the floor, too. I told you that in confidence. Hey, Tequila Sunset, how you doing? It's Skaven Vampire Counts. It's happening. It's happening. Somebody besides me is playing Skaven. And this matchup's doable now. It's still probably slightly Vampire Counts favored, but it's not as bad as it used to be. It's doable. I enjoyed being called a dumpster diver on stream. Yeah, Coops, if you're still here, that was funny. It was funny that I didn't know how the Premiere thing worked. When we recorded it, I was just going to put it up as a normal video, and then I saw the YouTube Premiere function, and I was like, you know what, I should try that. Anyway, it was funny that you ended up being in the chat when it was live and talking about Slaanesh. And during the video, I said, I wish Coops was here, because he just plays Slaanesh over and over again, and the rest of us barely touch them at all. Want to spectate us? Are you entering game 1, Dragonborn? Oh, yeah, Father Ramram not getting his Skaven band is suspect. Let's see. Dragonborn and MTS? Honestly, yeah. Wait for me in game 2. I'll pop down there in game 2. Play game 1 without me. Because Vampire Counts Skaven shouldn't be a very fast matchup. And then these two, while it's not super laggy, there is a bit of lag, so I suspect this game won't be as fast as you Dragonborn playing MTS for 1 game. Cavinos. Okay. I see what this build's going for. Alright, for the Skaven, we have Ick Claw on his Doom Wheel for HP and Terror. Now, you can't Terror route the Undead unless you have Herald Hammerstorm, but it means he won't be Terror routed. He brought Howling Warp Gale and Flensing Ruin to punish the Dragon Caster. He also brought Unlimited Power and his Brass Orb. And he brought, by the way, Storm Demon, which is interesting. Also has a bunch of Skaven Slave Spears, Clan Rat Spears, the Council Guard with another Stormburn with Halberds, and Ix's Triads, the Ashen Triad ROR. We have one Rat Ogre, the Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep, ROR. We have one Giselle, the Natty Booba Sharpshooter, ROR. And we have the Avalanche Mortars Death Globes, the Mortar, ROR. We also have one regular Poison Globe. That is a lot of Regiments of Renown. But okay. On the other side, for the Vampire Camps, we have the Dire Wolves, the Dire Pack, Dire Wolves ROR, Hex Wraiths, 2 Black Knights with Lances and Barding. Did I mention Hex Wraiths? Then we have Heinrich Kemmler for his buffs, for the Krell Summon, Curse of Ears, and other stuff. Did I mention that there's fucking Hex Wraiths on this battlefield right now, in the year of our Lord 2023? There's a Vargeist, 2 Crypt Horrors, a Black Coach, the Tithe, more zombies, a Corpse Card on Holy Lodestone, and a Banshee. What am I watching? What is happening? Hex Wraiths, a Black Coach, versus the fucking Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep, by the way. But also Storm Vermin with Halberds. I don't know. This is a weird game. This is a weird game. After following up the last game, I didn't think that they would still take weird builds. What are those cav over here? You mean these Hex Wraiths? You mean these? That are still technically hidden by the woods, but man, if even one Poison Wind Globe Volley finds them, they are dead as hell. This is your favorite matchup for Skaven Rush? Skaven Rush could be okay. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it, Malby. Alright. Death Globe should pretty easily kill off these zombies as we watch in slow motion their horrible death arrive. Ouch. It's 3/4 of their HP gone. But the Black Coach, wow. Yeah, I'm not sold on the Black Coach here. I mean, in Warhammer 2 it was really good. In Warhammer 3, we haven't seen Chariots do much of anything ever. It's super cool slicing sounds when the Natty Booba Sharpshooters just go by. That probably won't come over the stream, but man, it is cool. Skaven wreaking a deadly toll. Look at all those health bars, and then look at the damage value because it's zombies. It looks so wrong. 360 value as 2 units are like fucking dead. Natty Boobo's now shooting at the Black Coach while the Dire Pack and the Hex Wraiths continue to close in. Now they are getting a good surround, which is fine, but the opponent does have a roughly box-ish formation. It's not like there's an exposed flank or something. But the Black Coach is coming. And I don't hate his target priority here. Going for the Natty Booba Sharpshooter is the only weapons team that threatens the Black Coach itself, so if you can just take that out, it's fine. Black Knights, Lances, and Barding and charging Skaven Slaves. Skaven Slaves do not have Charge Reflection or even the Charge Defense, so they will take the full charge damage from those guys coming straight for them. The Vargeists are going to get locked in place in the sky, but is there any punishment? Natty Boobas are trying to as the Black Coach keeps disrupting them. And the zombies are still trying to get here. Ooh, that's going to hurt. Brass Orb onto both of these blobbed up Black Knights. Now that is a problem we are going to be running into here with the Undead, as most of their stuff is large. They took very little infantry, so every Skaven infantry unit is a spear, and that could get problematic. Dire Pack going to move in now. Krell is out. He's getting pushed around by the Pit Fighters at the moment, but Krell's here. He's going to have to be annoying. He's going to have to follow around Dick Claw and just be a pain in the dick. The Tithe getting nuked down by the Poison Wind Mortars. And this is super scary. The Black Coach is trying to path its way out of all of these spears. The Council Guard and Eshin Triads both really tearing it apart. Really tearing it apart. Ow! Ooh, ow! He needs Invocation to Heck or something as this Black Coach tries to get out. It looks like it dropped its movement orders. It had just a second ago, but it's getting caught in stuff. The fate of Chariots in Game 3, there's just too much mass. There's just too much mass. As the Hex Wraiths try to get around, the Dire Pack get kind of lost in the sauce, and now they're going to get charged, maybe? Good dodge from the Hex Wraiths. Still, some of the globes are probably going to connect, but overall, good dodge. Black Coach is feeling the burn. Feeling the sting. As a Curse of Years looks like it's getting thrown down, right? Yeah, that'll lower the melee attack, I guess, of all these guys. I guess that matters. And the Hex Wraiths escaped Doom. That was honestly a nice dodge. But the Black Knights with Lances and Barding are going to have to just be way more disruptive. They're going to have to find a lot more of the weapons teams. And the Dire Pack getting onto the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters is a really, really good start. The Avalanche Mortars are the least prioritized, which is correct in this game, but it sounds very strange. But honestly, at this point, they'll do more harm to the Skaven than good. All the zombies are already, like, fucked. And the melee is so mixed up that anything they shoot at, there's going to be some horrendous friendly fire cost. Like this. What are they shooting at right now? Oh, they're shooting at the corpse cart. Okay. Otherwise, like, I mean, if they fire right here, they're just going to hit Council Guard. So, the big things you need to take care of are the Poison Wind Globes and the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters. Krell is still wandering around, being a pain. And a lot of Skaven infantry is getting pushed off while the Black Coach tries to stay alive. And it's not going real good. Hex Wraith's rear charge might honestly get rid of these Clan Rat Spears. They're going to be unbraced, but that is a nice terror piece. As it does 0 damage on the impact, because, okay, I guess that's fine. Vargeist getting killed off by Ichclaw and more spears. And Skaven are quite up on the damage value. Corpse Cart has to find some... Black Coach has to find some source of healing. Either Kemmler's got to throw an Invocation to Heck its way, or it's got to find that Unholy Lodestone and get over there. Globes hanging out, surrounded by Dire Pack and Hex Wraiths, but the Dire Pack's really not getting a lot of work done. They are taking a ton of damage, though, and the Hex Wraiths get murdered by Storm Demon. Oh my god, Hex Wraiths, you are garbage. A Flensing Rune out of them is a bit of a waste, unfortunately, for the Skaven, but the Hex Wraiths overall just did not get a lot done. I hate that unit. I don't despise them, but it's close. An unholy amount of Storm Vermin are trying to hold back Krell. And where are we at here? Terror routing Poison Wind Globes, running away as the Vargeist attempt to stay in the game. Skaven are like slightly down on the balance of power, but it does not feel that way at all to me. It feels like the Skaven are winning this. How are the Hex Wraiths doing? Poorly. Very poorly. With Death Runner's Rush, Veil of Shadows. Which is Veil of Shadows? Is that the one that pushes things back? Because that thing sucks. It doesn't push large targets back. It only pushes infantry back. Alright, here we might get... We had a brief instance of seeing the pure friendly fire potential of the Avalanche Mortars. They just fired at this, but didn't do too much. Kemmler is in. Krell is still wandering around, but his summon time is about up. He has like 40 seconds left on the map. Good dodge there from the Black Knights. Ooh, and a nice sandwich in from them too. Should take out those Clan Rats. Natty Bubos were routed off, but they are going to rally in the forest. Hex Wraiths officially crumbled to dust and nothingness. Where's the Black Coach? Black Coach might have died. I think we've seen the end of Captain Jack Sparrow. Cryptors hanging on. Zombies in the Corpse Cart hanging on. Banshees also out here fighting, causing terror routes and perfectly healthy Skaven Slave Spears. Globes are going to get a nice shot onto these Black Knights who are trying to fall back. But I think the Counts just took one too many meme units. Yes, that one. Oh. I think that spell's really bad. Because, like, Death Runners are really good versus infantry, but you can't hit infantry that are knocked down. So all that spell does is knocks infantry down, which makes them invulnerable. It doesn't stop large targets from getting onto what they want to. So if you throw a Veil of Shadows around like a Poison Wind Globe, anything that's going to be reasonably hitting the Poison Wind Globe is still going to be able to hit it, because it's usually large targets, like cavalry. Yeah, I don't know. And even like the stunning, I think I saw your comment, trying to stun like infantry units or something. That's fine, but the stun you are choosing to use on them makes them invincible. I don't know. I think knockdown mechanics are way too beneficial for the units in question to want to do that to them. Black Knight's trying to catch out these Storm Vermin. It looks like we'll have a zombie summon on top of them too, which actually could be pretty good, as they were unbraced from the charge, so they might take a lot. Crypt Horrors are going to finish off Natty Boobos. Can the Counts clutch it out? I don't know. I feel like they're too far behind. The Hex Race just did nothing. They had that beautiful downhill rear charge and didn't do anything. It's stagger effect, not knockdown? Maybe. I guess what's the point? Why are you trying to use it? Because don't Death Runners just beat most infantry anyway? Skaven Slaves catching up to Crypt Horrors. The Crypt Horrors should be fine. Black Knights, Lances, and Barding also still fighting it out. Zombies grinding through as those Storm Vermin aren't looking too great in the leadership department. And Globes get harassed by these Black Knights. Ashfelin is doing a good job playing the game out. Like, he's commanding his units well. Ooh, that Cleansing Ruin is really going to hurt. It's going to hit the Banshee and the Corpse Cart. And the Banshee is extremely low HP. So the Cleansing Ruin, bypassing its physical resistance, will actually do a lot of damage. Is it overcast too? It is overcast. That Banshee has to get out of there. Has to get out of there real bad. Crypt Horrors have almost heal capped. Black Knight's getting there too. And the Counts are coming back on the balance of power. But this could be a tragedy. Losing the last of their zombies is whatever, but this Corpse Cart and the Banshee taking so much damage from the Cleansing Ruin. Black Knight's charging in with the last of their HP, trying to get onto the Poison Globes, but now they're trying to avoid the Council Guard. And Ickett is currently getting kind of sniped as best as possible by Heinrich Kemmler and his Black Knight buddies. The Banshee did actually get out of the Cleansing Ruin, so good for him. Good for him. He's doing his best. And Globes are routed once more. Kemmler is really after Ickett Claw. Trying to get rid of him. Skaven have been routed mostly to the winds, but the Counts don't have anything left to chase them down. So, Natty Boobos will be back. They can shoot things. If you can knock down your own units, you can protect them too. I don't think the Black Whirlwind knocks down your own guys, but I could be wrong about that. Because it's also really expensive. It's really expensive for not dealing any damage. Crypt Horrors charging downhill towards Ickett Claw. Black Knights barely clinging to life. They need Kemmler to get back into melee combat so they can get some of that healing that he has. Unless, did he not take it? Oh, he took it. They're just out of range. The Chaos Tombblade. Ickett is now being hunted by the Banshee as well. Crypt Horrors are gunning for him. Everybody is gunning for Ickett Claw, and I can't say I blame him, as the Skaven are up 8,000 to 5,000 damage value. But a big terror rout comes in. Triads and the Storm Vermin Halberds were both terror routing for a moment. Looks like the Storm Vermin are already back. Ashen Triad's trying to rally. Ickett is getting away. Unlimited power. Don't know if it hurt him or not, but it looks like it did, judging by his HP. Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep are now fighting Heinrich Kemmler, and he has no support. He should have zombie summons left, though. I have not seen a lot of zombie summons. The Counts should not be struggling on the support front. Globes are back. It says they're firing. I don't know what they're firing at. And I do love the Avalanche Mortars are just sitting in the trees doing nothing because they can't do anything. Anything they do will hurt their own troops more than the enemy. Like that Poison Globe Volley. Probably did more damage to the Council Guard than it did to the Crypt Horrors. So Kemmler should leave them alone. Kemmler should go chase off the Natty Boobos and get rid of those guys. There's another Cleansing Ruin. It looks like it's targeting the Crypt Horrors, not the Banshee. That is a mistake. It should probably be targeting the Banshee. Actually, it's not targeting them at all. It's targeting the floor, which means you can dodge it. So if it targets like a single entity, actually if it targets any unit specifically, it'll follow that unit wherever it goes. But aiming at the floor, they can just walk out of it. It's a little unfortunate. Banshee's going to try and rout off the Globes. Kemmler is working on the Avalanche Mortars. Whether or not that's the correct decision. Now I just flat out don't know what the Banshee's trying to achieve. Like, for now it's just running away, but why? Oh, you can go to the missile units. Great Bow Grudges. Okay, see, I was treating it as like a 1v1 melee thing, and I'm like, what What are we doing? What are we doing here? Uh... You could use it to break charge defense for large targets, I guess, if you want Rat Ogres to run in there or something. Or Doom Flayers. Crypt Horrors are trying to go support Kemmler on his task of killing the Avalanche Mortars, which will help their balance of power a lot, so there's something. And the Skaven are rallying to the best of their abilities. Though outside of the Council Guard, most of these guys are already of the leadership factor that getting near this Banshee at all will probably get rid of them. -4 leadership plus it causes terror. It's going to be brutal. Avalanche Mortars will be killed. And if those globes are out one more time, they shatter, I believe. I think as soon as the terror wears off, they should shatter, because they've routed so many times. And all of a sudden, the counts are on the board. They are leading. Because the Avalanche Mortars held a ton of balance power, and then they got routed, yada yada. Ooh, this could be a big mistake from Icket, and the Banshee sees it. The Banshee turns around and he's like, you want to fight? You want to fight, big man? Because I will. I will take you down. And, ooh, that was nasty. Was that his Storm Demon? It was. Storm Demon did another good shot onto the Banshee. And now Kemmler's going to need to Invocation of Nehek the Banshee. And he really needs Zombie Summon. So I hope he has saved a decent amount of Winds of Magic for this late game. Because he's going to need it. And wow, those globes didn't shatter. Maybe I'm thinking of a different unit, but I thought he only had one globe, and I've seen the globes routing for a very long time. Up here, mass break from the Skaven. Not surprising to anybody who's ever played Skaven before, but here is a big moment for you. Downhill charge onto these Eshin Triads would do a lot of damage. The Banshee does get an Invocation Heck. Downhill charge, 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 charge. No, don't run away. No, you're squandering an opportunity to charge them while they're on brace downhill. Oh my god, it hurts. That's going to be a good one. That's a Flensing Ruin targeted right on the Banshee. That could be game-winning for the Skaven, as they are trying to take out that leadership bomb from the Banshee. Looks like Kemmler and the boys are trying to get to her, which isn't bad. If he can get the Chaos Tomb Blade in range, he can... I know Undeath Resurgence on cooldown, but he can start regenerating her. What are these, just Clan Rat Spears? Alright. Crypt Horror should downhill charge this. It looks like just Kemmler's going in. He really wants to give her that support, and I get that, but... yeah, some late-game mistakes here from the Vampire Counts is costing them. They've missed multiple opportunities to get downhill charges. Now he's going for it, because he didn't want to uphill charge into Storm Vermin, and I do get that. So there he piles in. Doesn't do any damage to Clan Rats, which is actually rather surprising. Zombies are just trying to be annoying with the Council Guard. And how many things can the Banshee terror out with the help of Kemmler and the boys? Kemmler's trying to heal her up, trying to keep her safe. Flensing Ruin has worn off. Globes are back. Do globes dare throw? Or do the Avalanche Mortars dare fire in here? I kind of want to see it just for the lulz. Zombies are summoned. That will save the Banshee and the Crypt Horrors a lot of damage. But the Crypt Horrors just all of a sudden disintegrate, which is a huge problem for the Vampire Counts. They are very not happy about that. Now they need to keep this Banshee alive, but her leadership also is fluctuating between that disintegration point. But they need that source of terror. If it's just Kemmler alone, he has lost this game 100%. It's already looking pretty Skaven-favored, but with the Banshee, there's at least hope. She's crumbling fast. Chaos Doom Blade trying to keep her up. Trying. And Van Hell's Dan's Macabre onto the zombie summon to give them 29 melee attack, but the Banshee is gone, and with that, I think that's GG. We're ready? Alright. Dragonborn, I'm on my way in a second. On my way in a sec. What do the numbers on the bottom left of the brackets mean? That in Total Tavern's back end is like what a match is. So if there's a problem with match 12, I can go to match 12 on the back end and like declare it for somebody. So Propofol does clutch it out. Went to the crosswind, just melt the back line. That's pretty cool, Great Book of Crutches. That's pretty cool. I always like nice tech pieces. The Hex Race and the Black Coach really let Ash Fallen down, unfortunately. Black Knights didn't get a lot of value. Crypt Horrors and Vargeist did really great. Zombies did fine. Kemmler did fine. The Banshee honestly did fine. I know they don't have crazy value, but they're both supportive in their own right. But the hex race in the black coach is like 2,500-ish or more gold. That just didn't do anything for him, unfortunately. It Claw, 4,100 value. His Storm Demon casts were really, really good, but also his Cleansing Ruins just killed his single entities that he needed to kill. Ranged weapons teams did fine. Spears all did fine. The Pit Fighters helps did good, so very GG's. Very GG's. We will be hopping into Dragonborn versus Imtiaz. The VC build is such a Chad. It was really cool, but hex rates in the black coach are really bad. Really, really bad. Really super terrible. Okay, we found our lobby. This will be game 2 of 3. And Koala is up 1-0. The other side is Loki / Imtiaz. Damn you, D being right next to F. Oh well, that was an Easter egg for anybody who's paying attention. You need big guts to take him. It was gutsy. Ashfallen's build were really funny. I loved his 2 Troglodyte game. That was my favorite game of quite a while. Oh my god. The High Elves versus Lizardmen was just awesome. The VC Skaven game was also good. I don't want to downplay it, but that High Elf Lizardmen game was peak Warhammer. Oh, so good. At least the black coach is not Hellflayers. Are Hellflayers still really bad? What we need, ladies and gentlemen, what we need is decreased infantry mass. Or increased chariot mass. But like the black coach in that last game, we just watched it. Oh, there are storm vermin and ashen triads around? Okay, you're netted. Good luck moving. No one brought it. No one knows. How is the bracket looking, ladies and gentlemen? Father Ram's still in it? Oh, wait, I need to update. Refresh. Yep, Father Ram's still in it. Raw Unleashed still in it. Let's go. On the top bracket, Durthu, 80 Ruda. Fighting it out. Father Ram and Samarik. Raw Unleashed versus Trung. And Dragonborn MTS. That is Galroch, by the way. So Galroch won the first matchup we had kind of briefly spectated. Grail Knight treatment for chariots? You mean acting like chariots? But the black coach, to get its buffs, needs kills. Which I don't know if it got like any kills. I think it needs 40, 80, and 120 kills to get any of its stuff to pop, which is really tough. Because it doesn't, like, do a ton of damage on a charge, as we saw. So it's really hard to get those kills. You wish the T-Frobos had explosive and suppressed missile attacks? Are you talking about... Are you trying to make a reference to pump wagons? I didn't know they had suppressed. I know they had explosives. Dwarves Coast. The fact... How did this happen? Dwarfs. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dwarfs. Yeah, it is the Goblin Wolf Chariot. Nice. Ba-da-bum, bum-bum-bum. You love the Wolf Chariot? Yeah, that one's weird. I think it was in game 2 that Void Laws used to bring like 3 of those against me. I don't think they've been present in game 3 much. And now with pump wagons, why bother? Pump wagons have better melee and better ranged for cheaper. When I said Void Laws brought 3, I obviously meant the Goblin Wolf Chariot, not just the Regiment of Renown. Yes, he brought 3 Regiments of Renown versus me. That wasn't illegal or anything. Well, that's a bit strange. That's stupid? Yeah, probably. The pump wagons, honestly, aren't even that good. They're fine, but they're not that good. The Goblin Wolf Chariot just is not very strong in any aspect, unfortunately. Chariots in general need some love. There are some that work, and they work okay. The Bear Sled, Tomb King's Chariots, they're fine. I think most of the Chaos Chariots work okay. And I'm not talking about Hellflayers or Seekers. I mean literal things called Chaos Chariots. Chaos Chariot of Tzeentch, Chaos Chariot of Khorne, Chaos Chariot of blank. Like, those work fine. Orc Boar Chariots used to work good. I haven't tested them in, honestly, like 4 or 5 months. But there are a lot of chariots that super suck. Any of the Dark Elf Chariots. I haven't played with the High Elf Chariots much, but when I have seen them in games I've been casting, they look really bad. Most of the Goblin Wolf Chariots are pretty bad. Bloodrack, Shrine, and Cauldron, but also have Missile Daggers. That's fine. It's fine. I don't have any problems or positives to say about that. It's just, that's okay. I've seen them since then, and the daggers do next to no damage, but since it's like a side thing, it doesn't hurt me none. It's fine. The dwarf build is looking mostly ready. The coast build just entirely reset. Tyrnok Chariot, oh my beloved. Great Book of Grudges, I thought you were a dwarf. What are you doing? Worshipping Tyrnok Chariots. The Hellblast, or whatever it's called. It looks like it could do quite some damage. Yeah, the Black Lions are alright. Some people have taken them and done okay. They don't benefit from the thing that makes most war wagons so strong in a lot of people's eyes, where they can 360 fire while moving. So you can pat them away from stuff that's trying to catch you, and stuff that's trying to catch you, even if it's faster, will get up to you and then kind of like run in place because they're waiting for you to stop. But if you just don't stop, you don't take damage. The Hellblaster one does have to stop to fire, and it has to turn to fire. So it can get caught a lot more easily, and it can take damage a lot more easily. Well, it can't. To activate its invincibility bugginess, you would have to stop dealing damage and run away, which is fine. But the War Wagon problem is, while it's running away and you're not dealing any damage, or you're dealing significantly reduced damage because it's walking away from you, in return, you're usually getting slapped in the face by the War Wagon that's shooting you. Orc board chariots are basically Tuskors. They're passable. Nice. And you're a snake main now? What the fuck? I gotta put a dot there. You're a snake man now? Alright, great book of grudges. Alright, that's okay. Do you mean a lizardman main, or do you mean literal snake men? Because I know there's some snake men in the lore. I haven't read about them myself, but they exist. Koala's ready. Loki looks like he's ready. He's been on the same build for a while. There we go. He's ready up. I am very concerned about our friends the coast. I think this is going to a game 3. I'm ready to be wrong, but sirens are bad. I'll plant my flag. I'll stand my ground. Sirens are bad. And other than that, this build is really thin. Zahir Pasta got eliminated to Dorthu. Good luck, mate. You must have been Dabiluv. Dabilov? Sirens are great. Ashfallen? No! I refuse. Sirens have just failed me too many times for me to believe in them. So the very short version is 2 Rotting Promethean Gunnery Mobs, 5 Sirens, 4 Morngul Haunters. No, Haunters the SEM. 4 Mornguls. And then Slostra Deerfawn on foot with her Crab Summon, her Knights Errant Summon, and Kraken's Pull. Ashfallen, I have noticed that about you. On the other side for the Dwarves, we have 3 Quarrelers, 2 Thunderers, some Dwarf Warriors, 4 Miners of Blasting Charges. I thought I saw 3 Slayers. There they are. A Flame Cannon, Thoric Ironbrow. On foot, with Rune of Wrath and Ruin, Rune of Breaking, and Rune of Negation. So he won't have his Global Cause Sphere and plus 24 melee attack without his Anvil of Doom. That's about it. Pretty straightforward Dwarf build. Sleepy. Been up for too long. Hey, I still have drink in here. Still sleepy. My beverage did not cure my sleepiness, and now I am angry. I have been enraged. I am looking for a scapegoat. If anybody would like to be a scapegoat, call me at 1-800-SCAPEGOAT. It's not the correct amount of letters. Good. I was worried someone would take that seriously, but it's the wrong amount of letters. Don't try it. It's probably a scam. And we are off. I am suspect. Now, a lot of this stuff does have armor piercing, which is great. A lot of this stuff even has anti-infantry, which is great. But also, I do think it falls back on the ogre doctrine. Now, I mean, if the Coast wins this, then they win this, and I'll be wrong. But I think it falls back on the ogre doctrine of ogre bulls aren't that strong. Ogre Bulls on top of Noblars are crazy, you know, where it's like a unit just gets so much more value if it is on top of anything to take some of the damage, some of the heat off. Flame Cannon has almost killed an entire Cyrene by itself. And here come the blasting charges. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, those guys fired off kilter for some reason. These other ones fire more on brand. And a Rune of Wrath and Ruin, plus the blasting charge is doing pretty good damage to these Syrenes, and one of the Syrenes is just straight up dead from the Flame Cannon harassment fire. Flame Cannons probably need to retarget since that Cyrene is about toast and the Morgles are coming in. Skaven coat. Scapegoat? Will, I like the ba. I like the ba, that was good. 2 more Syrenes are feeling pretty gosh darn hurt, while the 2 on the flanks are doing fine. Kraken's Pull, nice job onto the Thunderers as the Morgles reveal themselves and start charging the front line and themselves. They're trying to avoid these Slayers, though. Good luck with that. Celostra's probably going to check out her summons soon. I would imagine we're going to see the Ghost Knight Errant first because you don't need Winds of Magic for that, so it's just a cooldown. So, yeah, probably. Dwarf front line is starting to break. You're getting through the Miners, but already that 3rd Cyrene has faltered? No, that's the 2nd Cyrene to officially fall. And the Slayers, man, they're out here. They're just trying to find a good old fight because they will clap some Morgles. They'll clap them cheeks. They don't even mind. More Quarrelers getting beset by Morgles in the backline. The Flame Cannons are continuing to roast, though currently they're shooting at a less than ideal target. They definitely need to be firing at Syrenes, wherever Syrenes are, rather than Rotting Prometheans. Now they're firing at Morgles, which will get their burnt leadership going, getting them down to crumble a bit more, but here comes the Knight's Errant summon. Dwarves are up about 2,000 damage value, but we'll see how much the summons can do in their limited time on this earth, how much they can kill. Thork's trying to help his Quarrelers out of a bad spot. Thunderers are shooting these Morgles in the rear, and the Syrenes are just bumping and grinding, but, like, this is why I hate Syrenes. Look at how slowly they're getting through these fucking Miners, man. Their melee stats aren't there. 23 melee attacks, just not enough. Even the 18 melee defensive Miners is chilling. Morgles hanging out. They're technically in melee, though some of them are just standing around like jank, and Slayers are hunting them. Where are the other Slayers? There's 3 total Slayers. There's another one. Okay, so 2 of the 3 Slayers are over here fighting all this stuff, and 1 of them is over here killing some Morgles. Dwarves are still ahead on the balance of power for now. Flame Cannon still firing into the Syrenes. The Ghost Knights Errant were not able to go get them. It looks like the Crabs and the Ghost Knight Errant are busy with these Thunderers and Quarrelers. Crab Summon is out from Celostra as she herself tries to stop the Flame Cannon. And yeah, that's a lot of summons. It's a lot of summons out. See how it goes as Mighties with blasting charges launch onto the Syrenes. Slayers still chopping away. And those Knights Errant have 5 seconds left to be alive. Dwarves are rallying on the far field. Quarrelers are coming back. They have orders to shoot, but they really don't feel like it. Instead, they would rather run way up close to the Morgles. They're now firing at Celostra. I find that interesting. Probably just want to shoot at Morgles. It's a little more guaranteed value. But there's no healing on this roster. I mean, the Morgles have the hunger, but not like Invocation Hack. So I get shooting at Celostra. You could technically get some good damage down. Slayers chasing after the Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs, which they're currently just running alongside them, but they're trying. They're doing their best, which I can appreciate. What is that? A Rune of Breaking. He's trying to sunder the armor of the Rotting Prometheans to make them a little more susceptible to the Slayers. I can appreciate that. Quarrelers and Thunderers are back. Dwarves are way up on damage value. This entire pocket fell apart for the coast. They're moving in. There's only 1 unit of Syrenes left. They're very injured. We have some almost dead Morgles left, too. They don't have what? They don't have a waste? Silly. They're being silly. I have to put the dot there so I can see what Great Book of Grudges typed behind like that giant heart that's on stream now. Which, I appreciate the feature, but I hate that it's in the spot it's in. Morgul's starting to crumble, which is always a living unit's best friend. Just get those undead to start crumbling away, especially if they're healing themselves. The crumbling kind of counters the healing, and then you just have like a normal unit you have to get through on your hands. The last summon of Celostra Deerfawn is here. The last of the Syrenes is gone. All 3 Morgul's are starting to crumble a little bit. And Thoric even potentially nukes his own troops a little bit, just to prove a point. And this one summon is holding up an awful lot of balance of power. Hi, Phoenix King. Welcome back. GG. Going to game 3. For the Durfs, Flame Cannon just about paid for itself, which is nice. Slayer's got an arm and a leg back. Tried to play Mario Party. Noticed one of my controllers isn't working. Oh, I'm sorry. N64 or GameCube? Which Mario Party? The first one? Because that would be N64. I've scrolled over the values. It's pretty well spread across the Dwarven lines. They just shared it amongst themselves. Slosher did fine. Gunnery Crab Mobs did mixed. Morngulls, not great, unfortunately. Sirens, not great, unfortunately. Not great considering the Sirens are 850 is the metric I'm using. So we're at 1-1. Will we see Koala Duck's dreaded Chaos Dwarves? He is representing them in the faction war. Or will he try to keep his secrets to himself? Says this one. Oh, good stretch. Oh, bigger stretch. The stretch is expanding. Oh, that was a good one. Oh. Did anybody watch Bullet Train or Primal? I recently watched both of those and I have thoughts. Grievin I've never played with SFO. I wouldn't know. I started playing Celeste again, too. I have a single-player game on my computer and a single-player game on the Xbox, because recently Grace has been borrowing my computer to play one of her games, because it's, her computer can't run it or something. So whenever she's using that, I have a game I play. Recently replayed Titanfall 2's campaign. Now I'm playing Celeste for the first time. That game's pretty cool. Brad Pitt and Bullet Train is dope. Bullet Train? Dude, Bullet Train's amazing. It was so funny. There was an old movie called Smokin' Aces, and by old I mean my version of old, so I think it was like early 2000s. But Smokin' Aces was funny, and my brother and I watched that together. And Bullet Train was just that in modern era, and I really loved it. Kaelwyn, I'll answer that when I'm done with the Bullet Train thoughts. If I don't, remind me. So, yeah, Bullet Train is like I'd call it a violence and gore comedy, if that tracks at all. It's not meant to be taken seriously. It's just really, really funny. Fun time. Smokin' Aces, I want to watch it now. Yeah, it's easier to talk about Smokin' Aces without spoilers for Bullet Train, in case you haven't seen it, but they're very similar in concepts. And this is just the setup. I'm not going to spoil it for you, Great Book of Grudges. But Smokin' Aces is like, there's this guy, and his last name is Aces, and he fucked over, I forget who on money, but I think in that movie it's a lot of people. So then each of the people he fucked over on money is like, one's like the Mafia, one's the Yakuza, one's like, the Russian Mafia versus like the Italian Mafia. Like, he fucked over a lot of people on money, and now they all came to collect and he doesn't have it. So he's in like this penthouse at the top of a tower, trying to figure out his next move. Well, all of them hired assassins to go kill him, but they don't know that all of them hired assassins to go kill him. So then it's like like Bullet Train, it's a lot of the stories of the assassins accidentally running into each other, sometimes accidentally killing each other, sometimes intentionally killing each other, but they're all getting in each other's way, and they're after this one fucking guy. And it's kind of the same as Bullet Train, where like Bullet Train, everybody's after the briefcase, but it's a whole bunch of assassins who are after the same briefcase, so they're like murdering each other over it. But it has the same kind of like, you're gonna get violence, you're gonna get gore, but it's also funny, and it also knows what it is. It doesn't take itself too seriously. Fenris alone keeps faction balance better than CA, only updates a handful of factions each patch. Damn, it's pretty good. Does the Smoking Aces use cigarette smoke? No, I don't think so. As a weapon? I don't think so, but I haven't seen it since I was like 14, which I am 29 now, so that was 15 years ago. But it was really funny. And after watching Bullet Train, I kind of wanted to go watch Smoking Aces again. Yeah. It was good. Like, if you liked Bullet Train, you would like Smoking Aces. And if you didn't like Bullet Train, you will not like Smoking Aces. It is very one-to-one audience-wise. It's not the same plot, right? But it's kind of like, oh man, did you see the Incredible Hulk? No. Well, did you see Thor? I didn't like Thor. You'll fucking love the Incredible Hulk. No, you won't. Like, if you like Thor, you like the Hulk. If you like the Hulk, you like Thor. If you don't like one, you're not gonna like the other. It's a super big, strong guy that's stronger than you could possibly be, doing big, strong guy things, and you know the main character can't die. It's this. It's like the plots are gonna be different. The movie concept is the same, and I would say the same about Bullet Train and Smoking Aces. It's like, okay, I didn't like the part where the guy got run over by the train and it was very bloody. Well, then don't watch Smoking Aces, because a lot of bloody things happen. But it's good. I liked it. Primal was weird. 1993 best building year, though. Fair. Primal was weird. Has anybody seen Primal? Big JP is a patron. I was talking to him a bit, and he keeps making thumbnails for Platypus with Primal. Using a fog machine as a weapon, no. But he keeps using Primal thumbnails for Platypus's streams. So I was looking for a show, I thought I'd check it out. I checked out Primal. Season 1 was dank. It was good. It's not the best show I've ever seen, but it was good. Ashfallen, it's great. We have a difference of opinion, but I'll get there. So spoilers for Primal, if you're going to watch it. I will be brief on spoilers, but there'll be a little bit. Ashfallen here is my problem. And maybe I went in with the wrong mindset. But season 1 was a very quiet anthology about nature and the necessities you would have to engage in to stay alive and the sacrifices it comes with, and it's not an easy existence. And it was very grounded. I liked it. It was very atmospheric. There's very little dialogue, which I'm not used to, but it's like it's a guy and a dinosaur. They don't have a lot to talk about, which is fine. So it was pretty good. Season 2 for me, opinion based, went off the rails. And without spoiling it for you, so I didn't even explain what the show is at all. Very quickly, a man and a dinosaur bond over shared loss, get revenge on the thing that caused them the shared loss, and then afterwards turn to each other and like, well, you want to keep hanging out? That's pretty much it. But the whole season 1 is them surviving against like the jungle. Season 2, again, you can like what you like, but I have problems. Anil, what's the damn it, there's the type of like human that was before Homo sapien. Does anybody remember what that one's called? Whatever. So the human before Homo sapien is hanging out with a T-Rex, and they go after this Egyptian slave across the ocean. I'm like, okay, I guess they maybe existed in the time of some version of slavery. That's okay, I'll get on board. And then they find out it's the Vikings. And I'm like, wait, the Vikings are taking slaves when this dinosaur is around? What? And then, like, again, not spoilers, but, like, they go from the Vikings to Rome, and I'm like, okay, the Vikings and Rome had some overlap, I think. I'm not super clear on that history. And then they go to post Great Wall of China, and I'm like, okay. And then they go to medieval Europe. Like, medieval Europe and Rome are in the same place. And I'm like, when are we? And then they go, of course, to ancient Egypt. And I'm like, and Egypt's still around being ancient Egypt? Like, by the time, that one I know, by the time medieval Europe's around, ancient Egypt is toast. Like, that, what? And then they, like, invade Samaria, and it's just, what time point are we in? Where are we? What's happening? There's a dinosaur running around with the goddamn medieval Europe. Medieval Europe has a fucking dinosaur running around it. I completely lost the plot. I completely lost it, man. I couldn't hang. And if you can, that's fine. The show didn't like dip in quality or anything. I lost the suspension of disbelief in the setting. But the quality of the art, the quality of the plot lines didn't really change outside of the setting. Like, if you pretend, if you take all of those time points that for me was a problem, and you turn them all into beige cutouts of human beings, you'd be like, oh yeah, this is the same show. This is a good show. I'm enjoying this show. Like, you probably would. For me, it was a problem once I learned that the beige cutouts were a bunch of different fucking time points, and I'm like, yeah, this guy would have died, though. Like, the passage of time alone would have killed this man. Neanderthal? Yeah, that's it. It was still less there. I just meant, like, dinosaurs running around after the Great Wall was constructed. Have at thee, dragon, knight about to be eaten by a T-Rex. I overall enjoyed watching Primal. I don't regret watching it. I thought season 2 was very strange. And for context, I forgot who said they liked Primal. Ashfallen. Okay, yeah. For Ashfallen's context, I did enjoy the new Star Wars movies. I'm not implying that you do. But here's why, and you might understand that I'm not the best person to talk to about TV. I didn't enjoy the new Star Wars movies because in episode 7, right? I've for long-time stream viewers are going to be like, shut the fuck up about this, but I have mentioned it before. Episode 7, the entire Empire over the course of the original trilogy was bankrupted by building 1 Death Star and then 2, and they needed to build the second one to maintain power. Otherwise, they were just going to be too in debt, too fucked up. They would have no leverage over the banks, so they like really needed the second Death Star to work. So the entire known galaxy funding it, they could afford 1.5 Death Stars with going into debt. And some random Nazi fringe party on a moon can build a bigger Death Star, which, where did the money come from? Where did the resources come from? How did no one notice this was happening? These are the type of details that take me out of a story, and this is the kind of asshole nerd you're dealing with. So when you're like, wow, he didn't like Primal, I don't like a lot of things for very stupid reasons. It doesn't mean you shouldn't like them. Nobody enjoyed the new Star Wars movies? Yeah, but I was just saying that I didn't enjoy them for the wrong reasons. Like, there's a lot of people with great reasons for not liking them, and I'm like, the money doesn't make sense. Where'd the money come from in fantasy universe? It's the Force. What up, Edwin? Alright, Will gets it. Back to game casting? No. Anyway, Kaelwyn, as for your newbie with pro thing, we could probably organize that. Honestly, I've just been a little overstretched personally doing a lot of stuff. If people organized it, I might be able to cast it or something. And I know a lot of veteran players are burnt out from this meta because this has been the meta since last patch too, and last patch is like 3 months. So a lot of veterans are taking a break right now to play Baldur's Gate and Starfield and Elden Ring and shit like that. So I think you might have a hard time finding a lot of veteran players who want to spend a ton of time on the game. Like the leader of the clan I'm in, Cool Umbrella, straight up uninstalled the game a while ago and has been playing Baldur's Gate while he waits for patch 4.1. Actually, he is reinstalling it today to host his Friday night fights, but he was taking a break there. So I just don't think it's like a super great time in the game to find a bunch of veteran players. But new players seem excited, which is good. I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but it's like the reason I haven't hosted the thing you suggested yet is a mix of me not having enough time and suspecting that you'll have a hard time finding pros. Well, I say pros. This game doesn't really have any professional players because that implies this is their job, but you know what I mean. Top tier. Thanks, Samaric. Yeah, if it got set up, I can ask my admins if any of them have time to delegate that stuff, but we'll see. I'll message them right now while we wait to get back into the game. Both Ogre Stonehorns had Noblar Thief Stones, so the players reset, so we could take that off one of them. Alright, I asked my admins. If any of them have the bandwidth, I don't know. I try not to be the person that will just say, that sounds like a great idea, and then not do it. So I like to give you the reasons what you suggested hasn't been done. And then if you don't like the reasons, at least I gave you the real reasons rather than just like lying to you. But yeah, I asked my admins, so if any of them have time to organize that, that's fine. I've been just... It's been a really busy summer, and this fall's looking busy too. This winter, I don't have too much going on, so I'm hoping that that's finally a season where it calms down, but... For context of how fucked up I've been, I started Dark Souls 3 in March. And I haven't beaten it yet. That's not great. That's not great. No worries, understandable. Oh, I have worries. I have big worries. Dark Souls 3 best game? Yeah, when Elden Ring came out, I started a run of Dark Souls 1 into 2, into 3, into Sekiro, into Elden Ring. I got through Dark Souls 1 and 2 pretty quickly, and then 3, my life just, like, slammed into a wall. Because I had a bunch of board game conventions to go to sell board games, and then there was a DLC that I had some early access to, so I had to make content for. Grace and I have been planning wedding stuff a whole bunch. We've had friends who are getting married. It's been a fucking mess. All right. For the build, we have 3 lead belchers, 2 hunters, both on their stone horns, one of which has a Noblar Thief Stone, the other one has nothing. Slaughtermaster the Great Maw with his heal and then extra ingredients, and we do have 2 Mournfang Cavalry with great weapons and 4 Noblars. A very kite-heavy build for the ogres. For the Dark Elves, we have a lot of cavalry. 4 Cold One Knights, 2 Dark Riders, 3 more Dark Riders, though all of these have the repeater crossbows, 5 Dread Spears, and Malekith up on his Dragon with Soul Stealer. The ogres are going to pretty easily outshoot the Dark Elves. I mean, 3 Skirmish Cav versus all this is not really that much of a question, but I think the 6 Cavalry is going to be a big problem for the ogres, because those lead belchers won't have that many places to hide, to be honest. Hunter is now getting sniped by Malekith a little bit and shot by these guys. The Leadbelchers can try and punish Malekith, but they won't get very much done, so it looks like they are instead correctly, in my opinion, aiming at the Dark Rider repeated crossbows. That's going to just be more guaranteed damage. Malekith plus his Dread Spears are surrounding the Hunters, trying to get some good damage in there with a little bit of Missile Cav support. And Mournfang Cav are taking a fight onto the Cold Knights. Cold Knights have to pretty quickly turn around and just take that fight with the Mournfangs. Because when you're dealing with a kite build, you want to take any melee engagement you can get. And unfortunately, overcommitting to surrounding single entities like this, you're not going to get that much more DPS out. And you are losing a whole Cold One Knight for your efforts. So unfortunately, I think a little bit of a whoopsie from the Dark Elves in this early game. Cold Knight's getting crushed by those Mournfang as they keep trying to walk past it instead of just taking the fight. Like, these Mournfangs are getting so much free value as the Dark Elves just refuse to take the fight with them. Meanwhile, though, what is going well is surrounding the Hunters in the middle of all of this armor-piercing skirmish cav and spears and anti-large cav and even a soul stealer on top of it. Both the Hunters are getting taken down. And the Dread Spears supporting the Mournfang cav fights is getting a little bit better. Leadbelcher's trying to punish that big old blob of units. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough as both of the Hunters actually do rout. Cold Knights have also caught out the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. Not that they're going to do crazy much damage to him, but they'll do some. One of the Mournfang Cavs is fine. The other one's taking a lot of damage for fighting in 2 units of Dread Spears. That is just tearing him asunder. Can you sell your Souls game for an extra 2 hours in the day? Oh. Oh. Price for saying good things is the price of one new Warhammer DLC. Alright. Mournfang's routing. Hunters routing. One of them even shattered. So if the Dark Elves can commit any resources to chase those guys off, that'll be pretty huge for them. The Dread Spears have gotten into melee combat. And again, the Mournfangs that are healthy are even going to start taking damage as Malekith dives straight onto the Slaughtermaster, trying to reduce the sources of healing the Dark Elves can't even have. And with this Ogre Kingdoms build, if you rout any of the Dark Elves, you're going to have a very hard time charging up your Ogre passive by killing them while they're routing. Because, I mean, they just don't have a lot of stuff to really follow up on an engagement like that. It is looking pretty good for the Dark Elves at this juncture. Some of their skirmish cav firing in. They're trying to snipe out the Slaughtermaster. They should definitely be firing at the Mournfangs. Mournfangs are bigger targets, and they're easier targets because Malekith's currently in the way. So these guys, they can't see anything. They're not able to actually shoot. So they should be shooting at the Mournfangs. Nice Soul Stealer onto the last 2 units that matter. Actually, that Mournfang somehow didn't get hit by the Soul Stealer, but they still tear her out all the same. One of the Hunters comes back. The Mournfang Cav also come back and kills some Coldland Knights. Dark Elves might be having a bit of a misstep in the late game here. We will see as they rout the Mournfang and the Slaughtermaster. Noblar's also piecing out, but all these Leadbelchers are alive, and we're running out of mobility elements to really chase them down. So if the Dark Elves end up just getting kited, they could be brutal. But I still think, like, even Malekith alone should be able to kill these 3 Leadbelchers if he can chase them. Mournfang's routed yet again. Hunter is back. Charges straight through some Dread Spears. Does a lot of damage on that charge. Oof, that's brutal. Slaughtermaster is actually shattered. If he can be killed, that would be beneficial for that big leadership spike. But just shattered alone is great, because then you don't have to worry about chasing him down. You just know that healing's not coming back. Hunter is once again committed to the melee fight, but there's enough Coldland Knights and repeater crossbows to push him off and even kill him. These Coldland Knights are not feeling the love, though. They have 10 models between them and 500 HP between them. So those guys are just about dead. Noblar's routing in every direction. The last healthy-ish Mournfang Cav is going to rally in the backfield any second now and return to the fight. I just don't think it's going to be enough. Bounce power tipping dangerously far against the Ogre Kingdoms, and I would tend to agree. Nice little breath attack from Malekith onto the Leadbelchers. Does decent damage. Mournfangs are back, countercharging against the Cold One Knights. And this could be where it gets concerning. If you kill off the last of that good mobility, then that means the Leadbelchers are roughly uncontested, but army losses is a hell of a drug, and it will mean a Dark Elf victory. Malekith, 2,800 value. Did pretty good. Coldland Knights all did pretty well. Peter Crossbows did fine. Dark Riders did fine. Dread Spears did fine. So pretty spread out value over the Dark Elves. Just the whole army really paying for itself. Slaughtermaster and the Hunters not doing a ton damage value-wise. Mournfang Cav with Great Weapons did really nicely. Leadbelchers didn't quite pay for themselves. And Nobblers did okay. But the Hunters The hunters had a hard time paying for themselves. Slaughtermaster, you're not shocked if he doesn't pay for himself. He's just a healy bot. Just a healy heal. GG's to both players. It was a good 3-game series. We are about to start on our semifinals for anybody who cares. Here's the bracket. So MTS will be advancing. Father Ramram awaits. Raw Unleash awaits. It would be really funny if Raw Unleashed and Father Ramram was the finals, because those are my favorite Dark Horse. That would be kind of hilarious. While these guys figure it out, I am going to take a leak. Burb. I'm back. Did I miss anything? What happened? What's going on? Who's around me right now? So Ra and Propo started about 45 minutes ago, their series. Galrach and Wilgriff started about 50 minutes ago. So they should be getting done pretty soon. Hey, how's it going? We've watched all 3 of these players on the bottom bracket. So if I get to choose, I would want to watch Father Ramram versus Blank. But if scheduling doesn't work out that way, then we'll deal with it. But it would be nice to get up there, because I haven't seen Father Ramram yet this tournament. I haven't seen 80 Ruda. We tried to see Galrach. It's Durthu. But we didn't actually get to cast any of the game. Sorry. Trying to locate a game. Oh. Galrach said they're in game 3 now. I asked if they were in the lobby or not. Didn't answer that one, so I think they are in game. Oh, it's up. I got a code. I got a code, everybody. It's happening. He was just telling the lobby host to give me a code, which is fine. Blocker. This is game 3 between Galrach and Wilgriff. Yeah, that one. I normally call him 80 Ruda, because that's what I originally met him as, but this is his more official name. Gal Rach, they have told me there have been no lag issues, so if they start lagging all of a sudden, it is entirely my fault, and I refuse to apologize. Will Griff, though actually, he lagged his ass off with that other opponent even after I left, so that one wasn't my fault. And this is game 3. Whoever wins this will go face Father Ramram, so we will just schloop right on into that semifinal. What's the strongest race in land battles? Tzeentch or Cathay? What Warhammer book are you reading right now? War of the Beard. The War of the Beard. Great Book of Grudges. He also kept banning Chaos Dwarves. Damn. They are an S tier faction, though. It's facts, goddammit. It's facts. So let's message the good old father. Then I will message Imtiaz and say, whoever you get, do not wait for me. Where the fuck? There you are. Okay. I have informed Father Ramsey that he is up after this game, and I've informed Imtiaz on the other semifinal to start without stream, as I don't want it to go too late. Do many dwarves die in that book? Yes. I have a book recommendation called Liber Chaotica, if you want to know chaos and Winds of Magic. That's the book for you. I am collecting a bunch of books. After I read The Sundering, the natural transition was into the War of the Beard or the War of Vengeance or whatever you want to call it. Can't wait for Slongors and Pestigors. Should be pretty cool. I don't really know what Slongors are going to bring, because Beastmen are already the Vanguard fast faction, but Pestigor should be fun. All right. Boom. We're into game 3. What the fuck did these two pick for factions? Vampire Coast versus Warriors of Chaos. All right, let's go Coast. I'm currently repping the Coast in the faction war. Haven't gotten to play my game yet. My opponent was not feeling well, and then our schedules have not aligned since then. So I'm hoping to play him maybe Sunday. Hopefully Sunday. But I am repping the Vampire Coast. I've been having a lot of success on them. I really enjoy their playstyle after the handgun mobs got buffed. Oh, I just love them. Who wins a straight up 1v1 fight? One unit of Zongors or Bestigors? Probably the Bestigor. Yeah. but enough stalling. Looks like the Chaos build is set up enough that I could talk about it. Chaos Chariot of Slaanesh, which is already ballsy. Then we have a Chaos Lord of Slaanesh also on his chariot, which is doubly ballsy. Okay, alright, I'm here for it. Marauders and Forsaken across the front line with some spawn, including a second Chaos Chariot of Slaanesh, a spawn of Slaanesh, and a Chaos Sorcerer of Fire with Flamestorm and Fireball. 2 Chaos Chariots of Slaanesh? But why, though, my friend Wilgriff? Why? Why would you do this to yourself? My god. For Galrach, and on the much superior Vampire Coast, best faction in the whole game, we have a bunch of zombies, some of them with polearms, some don't. 2 bombers, 2 depth guard with polearms, including the Bloody Reaver depth guard. 3 rotting Promethean gunnery mobs, one of which is the Lamper's Revenge, and it looks like 2 animated hulks with a polearm vampire on foot, but that does not count Noctilus. It is in fact Jeffrey, and Jeffrey brought Invocation Heck, his summon, and then the Van Horstman Speculum and All Hands Ahoy. My shit talking against the Chaos Chariots of Slaanesh aside, they actually should do okay versus the Coast. I have been enjoying Chaos Blank Chariots in general. They're pretty good. They just feel like a unit that, like a chariot unit that's actually performing as it should. Here come the nasty bomber volleys. It does do a bit of friendly fire damage, but also gets a lot of good damage off onto the Marauders and the Forsaken. Flamestorm is currently ripping through that poor second bomber mob. But anyway, chariots in general are actually quite good against the Coast. You can disrupt a lot of their bombers from doing what they want to do. Stop their handgun lines, maybe disrupt cannons. Now, of course, there aren't cannons or handguns here, but you get the point. The Coast usually have their mass dealing with other things, like spawn of Slaanesh, or trying to reinforce a front line that is rapidly falling apart, things like that. So your Chaos Chariots can generally get what they want done, but this is going to be a tricky game for them. There's a lot of crabs about. The Chariots go Burr, including the Chaos Lord of Slaanesh, who pops right in here to add Euphoric, which just does Rampage. Okay, might as well just call it Rampage then, my friend. Manticore Caster is also in here, and wow, Chaos is doing good on the initial advance. They're crushing through the front line pretty quickly, which isn't a surprise, but it's nice to see. And the backline harass is coming through. They're taking a lot of damage on those Chaos Chariots. My god, they're taking a lot of damage on those Chaos Chariots. Okay, they're routing. Jesus. Ugh. Oh, we tried. We tried, ladies and gentlemen. Other Chaos Chariots look like they're looking for a home. Nowhere near the Lamper's Revenge. They don't want anything to do with that, so they will wander off. Chariot Caster Lord is also trying to do some stuff over here. But the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard have taken a lot of damage, so this isn't all for naught. Okay, they might be getting their vengeance on that Sorcerer of Fire, who now fucks off, and I don't disagree with that assessment. Chaos Spawn gets through some of the last remaining randos, and the Vampire Coast is quickly running out of cheap chaff. Mostly now getting down to very elite units. Fireball onto the random Rotting Promethean's Gunnery Mob. These guys aren't weak to fire. Only the self-regenerating Lamper's Revenge is weak to fire. So that Fireball's just not going to do a lot of damage, unfortunately, for the Warriors of Chaos. Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Slaanesh still fighting it out. Actually, it's just a Chaos Lord, sorry, not a Sorcerer at all. Still fighting it out, but he is in the middle of armor-piercing spooky crabs and elite halberds of the Bloody Reaver Deck Guard, so he might want to get out of there. Chaos is starting to lose some momentum on the balance of power, and I would tend to agree as more Marauders are routing. Chaos Spawn are running out of juice too, and there's a very healthy Depth Guard over here, along with the Lamper's Revenge. For Chaos, their Caster's doing fine. Their Chaos Lord has taken a lot of damage in the last couple minutes of play, but he has now broken out of there. I don't know if they really have the stomach left to kill these crabs. It's not like they have throwing axes or anything like that. They don't have Final Transmutation. Another Fireball down the line hits some of the crabs, while the other crabs shoot that Chaos Sorcerer in the back of the head. Chaos should be able to clean up this pocket of units. I don't know about that extra crab, but they should be able to kill all these guys. I don't know about over here. A full health Depth Guard, full health Caster Lord, full health Lamper's Revenge. That's going to be really brutal. And you have 2 animated hulks who aren't particularly worried in the distance. They're coming back. You have no power, Hummus loves me, but then he got banned? What the hell? What? That's it. That's it. Phoenix King is no longer a moderator here for what he did to poor Kaelwyn. I have unmoderated you, Phoenix King. Congratulations on your now white name. My theory is breeding human slaves and locking them in a room with dwarf and hoping osmosis will take hold. Oh, okay, if we had the Dark Elf rant where Humanoid rant about the magical reproductive power of Dark Elves, how are there enough dwarves? Dwarves live for a very long time. They do have a decent number of kids, but they also aren't thrown away as chaff. Right? They're... In the stories, they're very much treated like... In a battle of 1,000 dwarves versus 10,000 chaos, if 10,000 chaos died and 300 dwarves died, the dwarves would treat that as a loss. So at least in the lore, they're like treated appropriately. Whereas Dark Elves could just throw away their limited population without a care in the world. He was spreading lies about you? Fine. I'll add you back as a mod, because I was mostly doing it as a joke. Alright. Anyway, as for the game we were actually talking about, instead of just slander about dwarves. Animated Hulks rejoined to the fight. They're doing fine. Rotted Prometheans are doing fine. Chaos is really running out of steam as army losses is starting to take hold. The Chariots, they're still around. They just have nothing left to kill. And the spawn are not enough to kill all these guys. Lamps Revenge are strong. Depth Guard actually took a lot of damage from those Chariots. They did okay. Limited power. I like that. You did time Kaelwyn out, right? Oh, you just deleted the messages. Okay, you didn't even ban him. All right, nice. I thought you timed him out, which is fine. I mean, it's a funny joke, but I was like, okay, when did this timeout wear out again? Is it 2 minutes or 10 minutes? Where's Blood Penguin? I don't know. He's probably still at work. All right, I scrolled through the things. I didn't really focus too hard on the values. Bloody Reaver Depth Guard did amazing on value. Gun Crabs all did really well. Chaos Sword of Slaanesh got, wow, really nice damage value, all things considered. Okay, color me surprised. Firecaster did fine. Spawn did okay. Chariots of Slaanesh did not do well. And that's really where we start to see the holes form. Marauders and Forsaken did okay. GG. What does the Salt Lord Skellers do? They're the Bomber Bat ROR, but they give they sunder the armor of anything they hit. Chosen of Corn do cut down the Depth Guard. They do. I like the Chosen of Corn a lot. Hey, CJ. How you doing, buddy? We should be getting into a semifinal with Father Ramram versus Galroch here in just a second. I am thinking Father Ramram will probably join this lobby. And if timing works out correctly, we should have this semifinal and then the final and be done with the stream. Because the other semifinal has already started. So you'd think with a lead that they would finish. Technically, out of my 2 tournament predictions, and there are 4 people left in the tournament, Raw Unleashed, Imtiaz, Galroch, and Father Ramram. I did predict Father Ramram and Raw Unleashed to win the tournament. I'm feeling pretty good. 50-50 shot for old Hummus at this point. They cost a bit more than Depth Guard? Yeah. Chosen of Corn are still good, though. They're good. Hub should dress like a rat for the next stream. I don't have the clothes. I mean, unless you meant like real rats, because real rats are just straight up naked. Oh. Okay, just as I was going to go to the bracket, we have a thing. Okay, now we'll go check out the bracket. Father Ramram has been invited. Here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is it. This is the final matchup. The final countdown. Father Ramram versus Galrach. Who will win it? Who will go to finals? Who will easy 2-0 sweep whatever those plebs wins in the bottom bracket? We don't give a shit. Raw Unleashed, more like bad player releashed. And Imtiaz, more like I don't know what that word is, so I don't know how to turn it into another word that's insulting. This is the real final. No. Memes aside, and just I am just memeing and being funny. Raw Unleashed and Imtiaz are both very spooky. Very, very spooky. I am color me concerned for whoever gets to the finals versus one of those two. I haven't seen Father Ram play today, though. Maybe he's just popping off. Maybe. I don't have perfect memory. I have good memory, but not perfect. But what do you think of the Skaven versus Zinch matchup? It's still not terrible, honestly. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Kairos and Regrowth are a big fucking problem, but the rest of the roster really isn't. Like, it's not... The rest of the roster isn't bad. Chaos Knights of Zinch are still fine. The Doom Knights of Zinch are still fine. Screamers are fine. Like, it's an... if Kairos didn't exist, I would consider it an even matchup. But Kairos exists, so it's Zinch favored, but not unwinnable. Just because Regrowth and Flying Terror monsters are a big deal. The 21st night in September. Do you remember? I haven't heard this song. I've only heard it in memes, so I don't know the words. September! The low numbers of Dark Elves would lead to inbreeding, which would explain why I act so dumb on many occasions. Danny Loggy with the facts. Also, how you doing, man? We haven't talked in a while. I hope you are well. Forced chokes almost out of nowhere. What did I have to do? I didn't do shit. Doesn't the Mutalith Beast act like the Shredder in that matchup? No, because the Shredder has that -8 leadership aura that makes it extra problematic. And the Mutalith doesn't have as nearly good of like charging mass. I don't know. I haven't had to play it a ton on the new patch. But when I have played it, it was like the Mutalith Vortex Beast wasn't the problem. Kairos giving the Mutalith Vortex Beast fucking regrowths was the problem. Because I could burst that asshole down very, very quickly with rattling guns and slingers and shit. The problem is he gets a second health bar out of nowhere. Tom Bombadil with the whistling weird little cat things. Most inbred faction in Warhammer, definitely Dark Elves. That one's not even just me being a hater. That one's factual. In the Malice Darkblade books, like he keeps casually fucking his sister, and then like he meets his other sister for like the first time in several years. He's like, I get why my other brother also fucks you. I would too. And she's like, you wanna? And he's like, later. And then he goes and does whatever he was gonna do. But yeah, no, there's a lot of inbreeding in the Dark Elves, and it's not just by necessity. Sometimes they just do that. And I think that's a lot of Malekith and Marathi. I think they definitely pushed it pretty hard. Like, hey guys, unrelated to me and my mother, nothing going on with that. We think inbreeding's super cool. And we should all be doing that. But it's like, not at all about me and Marathi. No, just absolutely not. It's not at all about that. But like, we think inbreeding should be like super kosher. And if people want to do that, they like totally can. But like, we're not. We would never. It's not our thing. Still waiting for an answer on how ogres make new ogres. Oh, when they get fat enough, they just kind of pull out a blob of their fat, put little stumps on it for legs, and put it down, and it runs around and does its own thing. They got all those vampires somehow, unless they resurrected every Von Karstein who ever lived for like 3,000 years. I mean, that also sounds like a them thing to do. I haven't commented too much on the matchups because I think those two were just doing picks and bans. But Father Ramsey has switched over to Skaven, which he is currently representing in the faction war. Not shocked to see him play some Skaven. Skaven vs. Beastmen, a classic. In Warhammer 2, it felt unwinnable. In Warhammer 3, for quite a while, it felt very bad for the Beastmen. Nowadays, it feels even, if not slightly favored for the Beastmen. But it's usually centered around whether or not the Jabber Scythe can carry or not. So ogresses exist? Yeah, you ever heard of Greasus Goldtooth? He's the prettiest of them all. I mean, she's the prettiest of them all. Greasus Goldtooth. Beastmen Skaven. What kind of Skaven build will we get? Will it have poison lobes? How about niet? Ed Norton talks Warhammer. Doesn't Malekith have armor attached to his skin in special places to prevent him from going full Oedipus? The only thing I would remind you, Eighth, is remember who the other partner in this relationship is. It is Marathi, so like she might be into that. They have attachments for such things. Skaven build's shaping up. Beastman build is shaping up. I don't like it. I don't like the Skaven build either. I don't like any of these builds. This game's gonna suck. But they're shaping up. Where's the goddamn Hell Pit Abomination? The Hell Pit was bad in this matchup, actually, way back in Warhammer 2, too. Torok's getting released, he could just beat it. I heard you're weak to fire damage. I present to you fire damage. Oh God, Forrest. Jesus Christ. Oh, the Beastmen reset their build. Would you like to have a Dark Elf Gothic girlfriend? No. Probably not. Grace is nice. I like Grace. Ugh. Grace just got home too. You used to banger of a series between me and Father Ram. It was a banger. Nice. All right, I'm waiting on the builds. Oof. Galroch is mildly delayed because he reset, but he's almost back now. He's in Chevron-ish spending territory, so it will not be too long. Father Ramsey has readied up. Grace is home. She was going to take a nap, so I'll go shut the door while they get their shit together. I'm back. Oh. Okay. I wonder if that was broken or supposed to be that way. What RR Skaven that everyone rarely uses? The Doomflayer RR probably. The Dwarf Thing Menace? That thing sucks. If you're looking for a good one that hardly anybody uses... I don't know. The good one that hardly anybody uses. Clanvolk and Tail Slashers are good. Yeah, those guys are good. Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep are also good. You don't see them a lot. We saw them on this stream, we don't see them a lot. Stop texting me! Stop it. That's it. That's it. I'm turning my phone off till the end of the stream. Grace's family is popping off with Snapchats, and I'll read them all later. The Giant Abomination thingy? The thing, Morse Guitars Hellion both suffer from their base unit being bad, and then they're just a more expensive version of a bad unit, unfortunately. Blackmine Sensor Bearers ROR. I wouldn't call them in general good. They can be good, but you need to avoid anyone with a wind spell. And that can be difficult. So you can only take them in a matchup where your opponent doesn't have wind spells, because one Burning Head, and that's a over 1,000 gold unit just straight up gone. Similar with the Spear Sloupnir or something like that. Skaven versus Beastmen, what did we end up with for builds? We have 4 Zongors with some Ungor Herd support, 2 Ungor Raiders, 2 dogs, 3 dogs, 3 Centigors, 2 Razor Gore Chariots, like the Tuskor Chariots, but higher stats and armor. Interesting. Do not see a lot of the Razor Gore Chariots out and about. Malagor Dark Omen, do like him quite a lot. Flock of Doom to punish any blobs and Doom and Darkness, plus his -4 leadership around him can really hurt the Skaven. So that's cool. Please make Sensor Bearers unbreakable. Now we're spitting facts. And that's it for the Beastman build. On the other side for the Skaven. 4 Rat Ogres, 2 Wolf Rats with poison, 2 Rattling Guns, one of which is the Teeth Breakers, 2 Poison Wind Globes. Do have a bunch of Clan Rats, some with spears, some without. And then we have Lord Skrulk and a Packmaster. The Packmaster will be nice supporting all the Molder units. Skrulk will be nice supporting my will to stay existing in Warhammer 3, because I love little Skrulk. He's fun. He's good. He does Rod of Corruption things. And he moved. Alright. My will to play this game is gone. That's it. I'm quitting. Eighth? Yes. Yes, that's it. You got it. Alright, Rattling Guns, what are you going to shoot at? Probably the Chariots and Centaurs, I guess. But this is a very infantry-heavy Beastmen build, which means the Globes will have to do a lot of work. But then again, Globes are better against cavalry than infantry these days. I'm concerned. Color me concerned. The Zongors are here. They're colliding with our Clan Rat friends. And will the Poisonman Globes kill their own Clan Rats more than the Zongors? Let's find out. Yeah, it looks about right. Just barely getting through the shields of those guys, but the Clan Rats are already about to rout. Thankfully, there are Rat Ogres here to back up this formation, but the Skaven are being quickly pressed upon by the Beastmen. Malagor's flying overhead. He's probably going to dive onto something soon and cause them some trouble. Meanwhile, Globes, this is exactly what Globes want to be throwing at, is Centaurs. For some reason, Globes do a lot of damage to cavalry and not a ton to infantry anymore. Dogs are going to get caught napping as Centaurs and other dogs charge into the back of them, but hopefully Rat Ogres wake up soon as the Rattling Guns tear apart Centaurs. Paired with some Poison Wing Globes, that is an entire pocket of dead Beastmen, so good job for the Skaven there. Meanwhile, the Teethbreaker's also firing uphill at these Zongors, routing them off as well. Packmaster taking a bit of damage from the focus fire of two different archers, and the Razor Gore Chariots are plowing through that front line. They are gunning for those Rattling Guns. Unfortunate choice of words, but we are committed now. And they will cause some disruption, but Chaos Warhounds are also doomed for the effort. Now, Centaurs and Dogs have killed off a Wolf Rat. They do need to kind of keep going and keep routing this back line. They're all committing a little bit too hard onto that already shattered Wolf Rat. We do see him coming around now. Where's the second chariot? There it is. He's just fighting some Rat Ogres. He's chilling. He's doing his best. Blessed with Filth has popped onto the Poison Wind Globes, but mostly the Rat Ogres. As Teethbreakers almost kill the Razor Gore Chariot entirely on their own, they will now be beset by it. And Centaurs and Dogs stopping those Globes and other Rattling Guns from ever coming back. In the backfield, Ungor Raiders getting chased down by Rat Ogres. They are doing decent damage in return. And where's that Packmaster? He's chasing off Zongors. He needs to come home. Come home, little guy. Come home. Skaven are up on the balance of power, but they're very down on damage value, so I find that suspicious. It's strange when the Skaven are up on balance of power while being down damage value. It's normally the other way around. Normally Skaven will lose a game up on damage value because all their shit routed. Teethbreakers just about pushed off, but a really nice Rod of Corruption is going to hit both Razor Gore Chariots. Actually, it doesn't hit that one. Looks like most of its models are outside of it. It's just the flag is here. It's a little deceptive. Razor Gore Chariot's taking a lot of damage. Now the Packmaster is back in action, but the Teethbreakers are also routed off, which will make them easy prey for the Beastmen mobility. Globe's still fighting Dogs. It is shocking how long it takes Dogs to kill Poison Wind Globes. That armor of theirs. Globes turn and throw out some random ass infantry. I kind of love that. So Packmaster and Rat Ogres are going to deal with these Razor Gore Chariots. While Morgar, what are you doing? No fucking shot you have a Cygor summon. Why do you have a Cygor summon? Why would you do that to yourself? Alright. Alright, there's a fucking Cygor there. That's fine. Whatever. I don't care anymore, I guess. Dogs getting routed off by those Rat Ogres. Centaur's off in the distance, shattering something, but they've got to come home. They are needed to chase down the Teethbreakers and these Globes and stuff. They are needed elsewhere, I guess, is the crux of my message. Ungor herds and Ungor Sprim herds also in the distance need to come back. It is tough in the Beastmen versus Skaven matchup because you have a lot of stuff routing and getting routed, which is a lot of micro. It's a lot of things to keep track of. Centaurs do need to hurry up and kill these Clan Rats with spears. Malagor might have to come over and help route them. There it is. Because these Centaurs have to come down and stop the Teethbreakers that are currently doing a lot of damage to poor Malagor. And Malagor might want to consider throwing a Doom and Darkness onto Little Skrulk here. Centaurs are not going to come down to the aid of Malagor. Malagor will continue taking little bits of damage from those Teeth Breakers. More Ungor herds are returning. Centaurs in the distance need to come back, but yeah, looks like the Beastmen are a little behind on their orders to get stuff. But here we go. Malagor diving in with the Razorgore Chariots. That will lower everything's leadership enough to cause a chain rout. Malagor is something wicked this way comes. Is really nice for that kind of thing. So good stuff. Good stuff routing all these no real issues there. Cygor is still wandering around. The Beastman bounce power is quite down despite the fact that they have a fake Cygor running about. Malagor does manage to take off, get out of here. Centaurs, more Zongors, more Ungor Raiders. Everything's kind of coming back. But I don't know how they're going to kill Skrulk. Teethbreaker's doing work. Yeah. Centaurs are back at it. It looks like they're going to maybe rear charge some Rat Ogres and try and rout them off before trying to deal with the Globes, which, I can get that. Malagor is going to try and deal with the Globes, but now the Globes get a free shot onto the Centaurs. Do they really hit? No, they're mostly aiming at the Zongors. Nice. For the Centaurs, that's nice. Other Centaurs routed off by a very, very healthy Rat Ogre. Some Ungor Raiders are trying to punish those Rat Ogres, but strangely enough, these Globes get left alone. That will allow them to throw and decimate these poor Centaurs over here. So that's a big win for the Skaven. And I think this game might be a big win for the Skaven. As a Clan Rat summons out here, but just too much stuff is routing off. We are pretty much down to Malagor and some Archers versus 2 healthy-ish Rat Ogres, a full health Packmaster, half health Skrulk. That's just not a winning recipe for ye old Beastmen. Bye, Goji. Have fun with the tier list. Nice Flock of Doom and a really good Ungor Raider volley is doing good damage to the Rat Ogres, but I think this is where the fun ends, as the Poison Globe should get these Archers routing, and if the Archers rout, then army losses will hit. There goes the second Archer, and is Hummus correct? Cygor summoned to save the game? No, Clan Rat summoned to doom the game. Got it. I was still a little late on the prediction for the army losses, unfortunately. As the Packmaster is running circles around Malagor, and I don't mean that in a good way for the Packmaster. But it is only a matter of time. Hey! Cygor summoned to save the balance of power. Not that it's going to change anything. Cygors are bad. Oh, Cygor summon. He just doesn't do nearly enough damage in melee or at range to be worth the cost of a Cygor. Not even just the spell, like just a normal Cygor is what I'm talking about. Nice Pestilent Breath, pushing off the Ungor herds. And the Skaven are actually going to win a game while down on damage value. That is really strange. Wolfblade, nice job finishing work, dude. I like that Galroch sounds like it could be a Beastman name. It could be. It's not, but it could be. It's a twin-headed dragon in the Chaos Waste. Malagor gets pushed around by the Packmaster, but the Cygor is the only thing keeping this bounce of power even remotely viable, and Malagor instantly takes off. I feel like people have been doing that more in patch 4.0. It's just like the instant takeoff. Because he was knocked over by the Packmaster, and as soon as he got up, he took off. It didn't take him any time at all in melee. Malagor gets some decent attacks onto Skrulk, and Centaurs surround the Packmaster. Stand your ground and Scrying Stone for him, going to give him tons of leadership. The Cygor is still here to be scary, though. Where do those Rat Ogres go? There's one way off in the distance, but yeah, I guess we could need them. Could use them now. Globes coming in hot. Malagor getting big shots onto Skrulk at this point. Skrulk is going to terror rout in an all of a sudden about face in the course of this game. Cygor summon is going to fade in 5 seconds, though, and then I think the Packmaster will do some chasey chase. That'll be pretty bad. There he goes. There goes my hero. Watch him as he froze. Skrulk is not going to get chased off, so he'll rally any second now. There he is, and with Skrulk back, now all of my fears are assuaged. Assuaged? Assuaged. It's just Malagor now as his last support routes. Another Rod of Corruption. Hurts poor little Malagor. And there's army losses. GG's. Malagor did fine. Razorgore Chariots honestly did okay. I didn't have any issues with them being in this game. Zongors really didn't pay for themselves because I guess Skaven are really good at making you not do that. Most of the problems wasn't with the build, though. Not trying to be a dick, just offering some feedback. It was with too many Beastmen units being committed to the same chasing of units. We saw at the very start, the Senegors came up behind, right? And then 2 Senegors and a dog fought a single dog of the Skaven, fought it till it was shattered, and then chased it until it killed every single model. That's just a mistake. And again, I'm not trying to be a dick. It's just like that. This is how the game went. I don't think Galroch's build was bad. I think mistakes cost him. And then in the distance, a little later in the fight, we saw a Centaur and a dog chasing some form of infantry until it shattered, and then they ended up killing it outright. And those are just the 2 that I saw and I can remember pretty clearly. So I'm sure a bunch happened that I missed. And it's like, all right, I think this Beastman build could work. I think it just needs to be a little more crisp on the routing stuff, and then either allocating just 1 dog or 1 Centaur to chase it while the other stuff comes back in, or letting it route, not chasing it all the way off, and instead relocating your assets to chasing other stuff. Because I did like the build. And I liked a lot of the play. It was a very close game. It's not like Galroch made a ton of mistakes. I personally hate the Cygor summon. I hate it. I just think it's always 3 wins of magic. That is one thing I just like think should be cut. On the other side, Father Ramram, pretty good game overall. It's a mistake that happens to me a lot, so pointing it out in someone else, it feels a little hypocritical, but the Wolf Rats getting caught lying down while the Centaurs charged them and they weren't facing the right direction is pretty brutal. Good play with the Rattling Guns, good play with the Poison Globes, liked a lot of that. Some Rat Ogres getting lost in the sauce, especially in that late game. We had a very healthy Rat Ogre that was off in the middle of nowhere. Stuff like that can't happen. So, yeah. As for values, Teeth Breakers did great. Basic Rattling Guns got shut down. Skrull and his Packmaster did fine. Rat Ogres, pretty good value, all things considered. Globes did great. Dogs did okay. And the infantry got murdered. GG's. I'm going to bring up the blocker before we get into the next lobby, because we kind of dicked around here for a bit, not sure where they're at in the pick ban phase. That'll be a win for the Skaven. If Cygors just got cheaper to make them worth it, what cost recommend they be? In the current state, Cygors are $1,550. Not joking at all, they would need to be $1,100 for me to consider Cygors worth taking. They're really bad. Because that's factoring in what Grieven's kind of talking about is they're bad duelists. They can't crowd clear to save their lives. Their range attack misses very often, and if the range attack manages to hit, it'll do decent damage, not even great. So all that, I would say 1,100, but I would rather them just be better. He's not singing. What is he, just talking? Galroch switches over to the Warriors of Chaos. What will Father Ramsey counter with? Oi. Oi. do not have coffee. There's no easy source of caffeine for me. Oh God. Where's the Chaos Vampire counts? How did this happen? I'm sorry, Dean Shepard.
Sweet home Nagaruth.
Spooky. Dean Shepard, you know where to find us. We are always here for you. Always. Hey, look at me. Always. You know that. That wizard should know better. Vampire counts and the Warriors of Chaos. Do we get a Festus blob? Oh, probably should. It's very strong. The counts for being such a strong faction are really bad at breaking up a blob faction. Sorry. They are a strong blob, but they struggle to kill strong blobs. Gamer Subs is pretty great to have a dose of caffeine on hand. Dude, I need it. I got up at like 4:30 to go to work. And we are dipping. We are dipping real hard. Ban Skaven, next question. That's it. Ban Fat Kid at recess. We're into game 2. Finals is ready for us. Imtiaz did prevail over the power of Ra himself. So that's rather spooky. And remember, children, if the Warriors of Chaos of Galrach win here, and if Galrach wins the next game, the stream is over because I made a promise. As soon as Father Ramram and Ra Unleash are both knocked out, this stream ends. So you had better pray to your sweet biscuits that either Vampire Counts win this game or Father Ramsey wins the next game. Because you don't get to see finals if Father Ramsey loses. I have been super clear about this. So, get fucked, I guess. Or brand risk, don't Google that. Okay. There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. Here we are. We do, in fact, have a Mortis Engine versus Mortis Engine fight of the Mutalith Vortex Beast versus the actual namesake of the effect. If you ever hear people talking about that, Mortis Engine effect is just a damage over time circle that happens all the time. That's what they mean by Mortis effects, like Festus, Kugath, Exalted Red and Clean One, the actual Mortis Engine, Mutalith Vortex Beast, Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. Anything like that with just constant damage over time. The Fey Enchantress, we just call it a Mortis effect, so everybody knows what we're talking about. Raw Unleashed, it was a lot of fun. GG's. And you won on stream. You broke the curse. You did do good. The best of one Dumbly Elam is neat, but it feels like they take a very long time. I guess best of threes take a long time too, but still. Alright, armies are set up. We can mostly talk about them now. For the Warriors of Chaos, 2 Zongors, 4 Marauders, 2 Chaos Warriors with Halberds, the Summoners of Rage Dragonhookers, the Severed Claw, Aspiring Champion Search when around, Sigvald the Magnificent, haven't seen him in quite a while, Chaos Sorcerer of Fire on foot with Cascading Fire Cloak with Burning Head, and then of course the Mutalith Vortex Beast. The U.S. military should really invest in this Mortis Drain technology. Would it even be that good though? Like, there's not a lot of melee group fights going on these days. On the other side for the Vampire Coast, sorry. We have 1 Vargeist, it appears, 2 Crypt Horrors, a Mortis Engine, paired with more Cryptors. Okay, so 3 Cryptors total. We have the Tithe plus other zombies. Graveguard in the back line. 2 Graveguard Grey Uppins, 1 Graveguard regular, the Sternsman. Do have a Corpse Cart Unholy Lodestone. I think I mentioned the skeletons, but do have skeletons. And then Vlad von Karstein with Wind of Death in case of Chosen. Can overcast Wind of Death and do some good damage there. So, here we go. I am quite concerned about the vampire counts. I will announce that straight up. I'm very worried about their ability to kill the Munolith Vortex Beast and Sigvald. But maybe Vlad the Dad can kill Sigvald. Maybe. Munolith Vortex Beast is in here. He's currently draining down the Vargeist, so they will have to be careful about sitting right above him. It's a nice burning head. Rips some Tithe and Graveguard aside, but is that the goddamn Wind of Death? It is, and it was overcast too. And it gets the Chaos Wars with Halberds! Ah, such a good cast. Like half health's 3 units on average. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. A little bit of a blobberino forming here for the vampire counts. We'll need the Mortis Engine to come over and say hello. It looks like it is now. Vargei's still hovering, and they're unfortunately still hovering over the Munolith Vortex Beast, so they are just taking free damage. They do need to commit, or at least get away from that thing. Looks like they're going to go snipe out the caster, who is all alone. He is on foot, so he's going nowhere to get away from them. And it looks like the Summoners of Rage are coming right back around to sweep through the Vargeist. That's going to be a very painful lesson for our Vargeist friends. But the Chaos front line next to it is starting to break, so maybe some zombie and Crypt Horror support will be coming soon for the Vargeist, who actually managed to get off the ground. So nice job. Mortis Engine is draining down the Zongors and the Chaos Warriors with Halberds and the Severed Claw, so this is a great fight for the Mortis Engine to be involved in as long as it can avoid Sigvald, and Vlad is nearby to also lend his aid. Another Burning Head goes through the undead lines, doing pretty good work over there, and the Crypt Horrors have come to the Vargeist's aid against the Summoners of Rage, though it's still not a great time for them, so hopefully the Vargeist come back and team up on those Summoners. Vampire counts are in the lead for now. We'll see how long that lasts. Where is Vlad? Where is he going? Oh, he's going to go fight the Summoners of Rage. Interesting. I kind of thought he'd be trying to hunt down Sigvald and all this. No Herald? Nah, dude. Oh, you're right. Galroch didn't bring Herald Hammerstorm. What the fuck? Why not? Interesting. Another Wind of Death goes. It looks like it is not overcast. It did some decent damage. I worry if too many of those are cast, there won't be enough Invocation Hex or something for the late game, but yeah. It's okay. But you're right. No Herald Hammerstorm is really, really odd. Mortis Engine killing off more of these Chaos Warriors and stuff. It's not really doing too much damage to the Severed Claw. Their low model count will keep them safe through that. Vargeist managed to rout off the Chaos Sorcerer of Fire, though the Summoners of Rage are here to punish them for that transgression. They kind of get up in the sky, and I hope they stay in the sky rather than committing to chasing this guy down. I mean, they can stay in the sky and chase him above, but they don't want to be on the ground in front of the Summoners of Rage. It's a bad time. You guys ever see that prototype tank that hopped on one leg? No. No. No? No. Mortis Engine is continuing to drain, so is the Munolith Vortex Beast. But the Mortis Engine is at least offering some healing for its nearby units, and the Vargeist dive in to help kill that thing off. I do agree, and Vlad is here at last! Master Beguilement on to Sigvald the Magnificent, trying to catch up to him while a Burning Head from that damned Firecaster does rip through some of the zombies. Looks like the Counts have abandoned this south side fight and are committing everything to the north side, but man, there's so much blobbing up around this Munolith Vortex Beast, where, again, he still has the Mortis Engine type effect. So he is draining all these guys down, but there are 2 overlapping healing auras for the Counts to try and keep them safe. The Mortis Engine and the Unholy Lodestone have different healing they're trying to provide. Summoners of Rage are going to chuck out a quick Chain Lightning that'll rip through the Sternsmen, doing so much damage to them. Ow! Just flat out, ow. Vargeist is going to chase down that Burning Headcaster, kill him off once and for all. Graveguard continuing to battle Marauders and Zongors in the distance. But I am as worried as I was at the start of the game about the Count's ability to kill the Munolith Vortex Beast. Corpse Cart's also taking a lot of damage from Summoners of Rage. That thing has to back off. Mortis Engine has a ton of healing left it can receive, so it's not dead yet, but there's not a lot left for it to do, honestly. Most of what you have to kill now is single entities. Sigvald, the Munolith Vortex Beast, and I guess also the Summoners of Rage. Crypt Horrors and Vargeist still in the fight for now. Vargeist are somewhere. They're there. They killed the Firecaster as he got one more Burning Head off onto the Graveguard. Oof. Warriors of Chaos starting to take the lead on the balance of power. I agree with that assessment. The Vargeist plus Vlad trying to kill off the Dragon Ogres. We'll get good damage there, so that's fine. The Mortis Engine probably needs to come back to the fold. Vlad gets a zombie summon off the Von Karstein ring, trying to keep himself safe, but the Severed Claw will be allowed to return, it appears. I don't think the Warriors of Chaos have any infantry that matters. If they get close to the Mortis Engine at all, they'll just immediately rout again, so who cares? The game is about the Dragon Ogres, the Mutalith, and the Sigvald. Some zombie summons. The Sternsmen are still trying to heal up. Vargeist helping the Mortis Engine chase down some random-ass Marauders. Looks like they're just trying to heal off of their hunger, but they might get flank attacked by the Summoner's Rage for their efforts. And I don't know what Vlad is chasing, but he is out there running right next to Sigvald. He doesn't give a single shit. And the Mutalith Vortex Beast pushes him just as I say. Mortis Engine's getting wrapped up by the Summoners of Rage. It needs support pronto, probably from the Vargeists. I know you don't need it anymore, but allowing it to die is still a mistake. Those Vargeists have to come here and kill the Summoners of Rage that are just murdering the Mortis Engine. The Vargeists are coming back now, but is it in time to save the poor little Mortis that could? Mutalith Vortex Beast is doing so well, it's even gotten its shields back. The Mortis Engine is now starting to crumble. It's still draining the Summoners of Rage a bit, and with the rear charge from the Vargeist, the Summoners of Rage look like they're going to rout, but will they take the Mortis Engine with them? A zombie summon from Vlad is going to keep the back line safe. Mutalith Vortex Beast is here, and he is going to kill that Mortis Engine once and for all. And without it, the Summoners of Rage will fight for a couple seconds longer, because it is currently draining them just a little bit. Can anything kill the Mutalith Vortex Beast at this point? I have my doubts. Invocation to Heck, very, very risky to use on something that low, because I worried about it disintegrating, but it is going to hang on for now. Mutalith Vortex Beast gets its hands on it, though, does a lot of damage, and there it goes. Vargeists are returning as well. I mean, the Counts are the ones with all the support left. But I don't know if Vlad can beat Sigvald. I don't know if he can beat Sigvald alone, much less Sigvald and a nearly full health Mutalith Vortex Beast. What should he have brought from Mutalith? I don't know. Blood Knights? Yeah, Blood Knights are pretty good. Vargulfs? No. I think Vargulfs just have too low weapon strength, unfortunately, to do anything. But Blood Knights would have been good. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord could have been good. Vargeists are continuing to chase the Summoners of Rage, getting a little bit of damage onto them. Vlad's going to check out another zombie summon. Vlad doesn't care about nothing. Looks like Sigvald and the Mutalith Vortex Beast are just trying to get a reset for now. Which, okay, they're coming back. I was going to say, I think the Counts are okay with. Their Sternsmen are healing up and killing some randoms. Their Vargeists were chasing off the Summoner's Rage and now could chase off the the Severed Claw. So, yeah, I think that the Counts are better off if this game takes longer. I don't know where Vlad is going. Like, I'm sure he has attack orders onto something, but it feels like Vlad's model is just constantly running away from stuff. Marauders routed yet again by the Vargeists. Vlad really does need to just stake a claim in the ground, though, and he needs to fight Sigvald or the Mutalith Vortex Beast. He can't just keep running around like this. Vargeist getting danger low. Looks like they're going to recommit onto the Mutalith Beast, which takes a big shot from Vlad, so this is it. The final battle for the fate of Middle-earth. Vargeists are doomed. I hear some sword strokes, so I think Vlad is trying to hit the Mutalith Vortex Beast, but just gets away with a bunch of health. Severed Claw. Danger close to routing for like the 900th time. And is Sigvald now alone? Zombies fading, Vargeists are gone. Both these zombies are summons, I believe. Both of them are. So only real support for the Vampire Counts left is the Sternsmen, which are trying to come back now. Vlad continues to fight, but his healing cap is within sight, and I don't know where Sigvald's is, but Sigvald's currently getting the better of our friend, Mr. Von Karstein. He's really trying to kill that Vortex Beast. It's just not going his way. And Sigvald's getting little pokes on him constantly. Oof, even the Vortex Beast starting to get hits in onto him now. Yeah, Vlad's just not enough. The Sternsmen are fucking off to chase any support away, but yeah, they're not coming back. GG. $5,100 on the Mutalith Vortex Beast. Sigvald 1,500, 2,500, and 1,400 for the big units. Chaos Warriors, Halberds, not a lot. Burning Headcaster killed out a bunch of zombies, I guess. Zongors did fine. Marauders did okay. This side for Vlad, 1,800 value, not bad, but not amazing. Mortis Engine 2,200 for him. 1,600 on the Vargeist. Graveguard did okay. Cryptors did okay. Chaff did chaff stuff. GG's. Game 3. Before our final. I need some caffeine. I'm going to go brew some tea. Ugh. Can't be denied any longer. I got a brownie. Eighth? Yeah, that's roughly correct. Hey, Lucinia, how's it going? We're just waiting on some water to boil. There was one Saurus game. We haven't seen any Blackguard yet. Galroch switches to the Wood Elves. First Wood Elf sighting today. What will Ramsey do? What will the father do? Let's see some corn. Corn wood elves, that'd be pog. Oh, fuck, it's dwarves. In Warhammer 2, I'd be more concerned. At least now with War Dancer and Blade Singers being fine, you could get a pretty quick wood elf rush. But Kite versus dwarves is really miserable. Like 20-minute games. It was not a fun time. Ooh, and with the flame cannon buffs. Okay, I'm getting a little more excited the more we think about it. Curious to see some flame cannons versus the trees. I'm gonna make sure my water is boiling. Hurry it the fuck up! Here we go. This is it. We are defeating the monster of sleepiness. Our desk. Desk is going into standing mode. We're gonna get some standing exercises in. I'm gonna be doing this dance the whole fucking thing. Dancing. Dancing. And we have some caffeinated tea. We will make it through this final game and then a whole nother best of 3. We will. New player tourneys always get some interesting matchups and builds. Yeah, because new players have to balance what factions they even know how to play. Whereas, like, more veteran players can generally play almost any faction. Whereas new players, it's like they just haven't played nearly as much. So they're like, listen, I'm comfortable on, like, these 5. So when you get Wood Elves, right, it's like, oh, what would be a normal counter? I don't know. Grand Cathay, maybe Empire, maybe High Elves. Like, I just made up 3. And then, like, if Father Ramsey goes, well, I don't play any of those, so I'm going Dwarves, because it's what I have. Do you have to wait 15 minutes before the timed lock on my beer cooler opens? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Oh, would you briefly describe what the Vermin League is about? Oh, sure, dude. If you are on our Discord, we do have the Vermin League. Current standings, there we go, is our leaderboard. It looks very unimpressive right now because we just reset the bracket, but last season before we reset it, we had 121 people on it. So you play best of 3s and it ranks you. If you win, you get some points. If you lose some points. So it's kind of an ELO thing. But yeah, you can match with other people. You just type game and then it queues you up for a game. And then when someone else types game, it'll match you versus them, give you a pick and ban, give you the tournament rules, pick 3 maps for you and say go. And then you just report win or loss and it'll tell you how much ELO you gained or lost. But you need to place 5 games for placement, so yeah, it'll do that. Let's try and find someone who's already played a bunch. There we go. So like Nameless Order won this one, and he gained 14 elo, and it moved his thing up. Like I said, we did just reset the bracket, so the current standings don't look super impressive, but also people are not super happy with the patch. So not a ton of our grind lords have been back, but I do see a bunch of random names on here, which is good. So, I mean, if you feel like playing best of threes, not playing quick battles, there's that. If you feel like playing best of ones and not quick battles, we do have the best of one practice pit that only new players can see. But it does move a little slower, as you can see. Sometimes people have troubles finding game. It's just like a population issue. So, I have been talking to my admins. I am very optimistic about patch 4.1 because patch 4.0 brought a lot of the old problems back. So I'm kind of hoping that patch 4.1 fixes a bunch of them again. Because it almost feels, I have this conspiracy theory that patch 4.0, the one I'm currently on, was starting development. The Changeling and stuff DLC was starting development before the Chaos Dwarves came out. So they're working on an old patch because like a lot of problems that were not existent on 3.1 came back on 4.0, but they were fixed on 3.1. It's almost like 3.1 didn't exist. So my conspiracy theory brain is telling me that 4.1 will be built on the back of 3.1, and 3.1 had fixed a lot of the shit that's frustrating me right now. So, we'll see. But for now, people are just playing other games. Like Baldur's Gate's out, and it's great. Elden Ring's out, still great. Armored Core's out, it's really great. Starfield's out, people are playing that. So, in general, the community has been a bit down due to CA braining themselves and people playing really good games. So kind of a double whammy. Now on the positive front, Shadows of Change did not sell very well. Legend of Total War just released a video about it. So hopefully the next DLC is better and not priced really shittily and not made really shittily, because they didn't even make a ton of money off the Shadows of Change. It was like one of, I think if you compare it to all the other Total War DLCs of all time, it was bottom 5 is what he was saying. So that's good. I mean, like, they fucked around, they found out, hopefully they priced the next one more reasonably. Hopefully they release the next one more fixed, because Warhammer 3 does make a lot of money for them, and they need that money for their other projects that people aren't as excited about. So we'll see. I am optimistic for the future. I'm frustrated about the present. Because I don't think it's a terrible game, but I don't think CA have done themselves any favors. Anyone can join. There's not a set amount of matches per week you can or have to play. You can play as little or as much as you like. That's fine. And now, yeah, Vermin League is nice for some competitive games you don't want to get into a tournament. Yeah. Yeah, Rob, you got it on the nose. So, I mean, I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer. Like, people are still playing Vermin League. We still hang around there. We like it a lot. It's not going anywhere. I just think I think why I'm saying this is if you tried out Vermin League right now and you don't get a lot of games very quickly and you're noticing the community's kind of down, instead of being like, wow, Vermin League sucks, I'm trying to give you the premise of like, listen, a really suspect patch just came out and a lot of old time players are like, the shit sucks, I'm waiting for 4.1. But as of last patch, we had a pretty healthy community going and a lot of games going on Vermin League. So if you want to try Vermin League and you get discouraged, give it another chance at 4.1. If you play it on 4.0 and you like it, then great. But I'm just saying, if you have a negative experience on 4.0, I would encourage you to give us a second chance at 4.1. All right. Wood Elves versus Dwarves. We have 2 flame cannons, 2 of these beautifully buffed bastards, 2 Iron Drakes as well, an Iron Drake with Trollhammer torpedoes, 2 Slayers, one of which is a Dragonback Slayer. Then we have Dwarf Warriors and Miners of Blasting Charges with, of course, Thoric Ironbrow on his anvil. On the other side for the Wood Elves, we have Waystalkers. Looks like just one of those. Some Glade Riders with Spears, 2 Way Watchers, Dryads, Eternal Guards, Wildwood Rangers. More Wildwood Rangers, more Eternal Guard, more Dryads. And we have a Spellweaver of Beasts with Whiston's Wild Form, Flock of Doom, and the Amber Spear. I am a little concerned. Yeah, it is triple Way Watcher. I'm a little concerned this Wood Elf build is too all over the place and not focused enough. Because if we're going like pure kite, then we have an awful lot of infantry. If we're going with just rush, then triple Way Watchers is a lot of your funds diverted. I am concerned. The Way Watchers are doing good damage to minus blast charges for now. But the Flame Cannons are also having a field day. They've done some decent damage to the Way Watchers, now switching on to the Dryads and these Wildwood Rangers. Go Flame Cannons, go. The Wood Elves suddenly stopping did divert their aim a little bit, but now that they're hitting straight and true once again, that is going to be some ouchies. The Way Watchers are trying to currently fire at Iron Drakes. That's a decent target for them. They'll do good damage, and those guys have very low HP pools. They rely heavily on their armor to keep them safe, which, of course, Way Watchers bypass with their armor piercing. But I think the Way Watchers do need to focus more on the Flame Cannons, and this one over here is doing just that. Because the Flame Cannons are the real threat to the Way Watchers. And to the Wood Elf army in general, honestly. What up, Hot Fire Potato? How you doing, man? Flame Cannons roasting and toasting still against the Wood Elf infantry. Spellweaver Beast is in. It looks like she was trying to maybe cast something. I don't know what that was, but she's out again. She's leaving. She's gone. Iron Drake's trying to fire uphill over their own Dwarven brethren. Is not really working out for them, so they're mostly obstructed. The miners with blasting charges plus the flame cannons are making mincemeat of the Wood Elf front line. Those guys are just having a terrible advance. Oof. That's a lot of damage. Dwarves are up on the damage value, as we would all expect at this point. The Iron Drake's still trying to get a good angle. Meanwhile, Glade Riders are kind of getting closer here. And the center of the Dwarven lines are open, so I could see the Glade Riders, if they see the opportunity, running in here and being a bit of a nuisance. Arrows of Kurnos hit Thoric, do very little damage. And the Way Watchers are still firing. Bounce power is against Galroch by quite a bit, as the Dwarves hold their ground. And Slayers are ready to counter Glade Riders wherever they may be. Where are the other Glade Riders? We're losing Rugby by 1 point. That's a shame. Ooh, Dragonback Slayer's catching the Spellweaver of Beast. That's going to be really brutal for her. She is trying to get out of there, and she does have more speed, but she will take a lot of damage for the effort as the Flame Cannons are wrecking these Wood Elves. Iron Drakes are also getting some decent shots onto the Way Watchers. One of the Flame Cannons looks like it has been shut down, but the other one is still firing away onto these Way Watchers who are now dead. There's 2 healthy Way Watchers left, a healthy Waystalker. The Beast's caster is pretty fine as well. And 1 healthy Light Cav. That's about it for the Wood Elves. Yeah, listen, yeah. Raw Unleashed is on the Discord. He was in this tournament today. And again, I didn't want to sound too negative, but I also didn't want to oversell it, and then like people just show up and think it's lame. It's like, it was doing much better last patch. Iron Drakes holding their position, firing up at these Eternal Guard as they try to advance, just getting roasted right now. Wildwood Rangers almost get here. They're about to get grenades to the face, plus some Iron Drake action. They did stop. I don't know if they lost their attack orders or just didn't have any, but they will get roasted and pushed off. Dwarves are very far ahead. And Flame Cannons almost out of ammunition, so now that these Eternal Guards are finally going to shut them down. It's not that it matters too much. And actually, they may not even shut them down, as the Flame Cannons might just defend themselves and push these guys off. Damn. It is a rough time to be a Wood Elf. Anyway. Last healthy Glade Rider thinks about charging in, then thinks better of it and starts to run away. They'll get roasted for its efforts, and Dragonback Slayers are like, no, come back, feel free. Come here. Come here, you coward. That guy's running away. Flame Cannon fires the last of its shots into these Way Watchers, getting pretty decent damage down. And Thoric is after him. Rune of Doom is popped for all of his boys. Oh, and there's another Waywatcher off way in the distance getting chased by Slayers, and the Slayers are the same speed, so maybe charge bonus will help him catch those Waywatchers, but it's not looking like it. 2 Waywatchers with not a lot of ammunition does not a carry make. Quick Amber Spear was trying to come down on the back of these guys, but instead the Spellweaver Beast just charges into melee. Then she re-attempts the spell and fails it, so she got 2 miscasts for being near-ish to Thoric when she was casting, all for naught. The Flame Cannons are going to get a bit of damage onto her. If she even tries to cast a spell right now, she'll take another burst of damage from Thoric, so she needs to get very far away. Waywatchers continuing to deal damage. Slayers almost catching these guys, but since they're about out of ammo, it's not that we really care about them too much anymore, regardless. Oh, no, Ra, no. The Vermin League is just a quick battle ladder, but with tournament rules and best of 3. That's all. No pressure. Iron Drakes roasting their own Dragonback Slayers, who are trying to stay safe with physical resistance and fire resistance, but those Iron Drakes are doing a lot of friendly fire damage, but army losses will make it a moot point. And Father Ramram will go on to the finals, so I do not have to shut down the stream. Null, how new do you have to be for these new player tournaments? You can't be a Bone Ripper. The Bone Ripper is the role we give to someone who wins a new player tournament. So it's pretty much anyone. I copy and pasted my son Herbert Walker's old system for his Fresh Recruit League, where it's like, feel free to sign up. If you're too good, then you'll play one, you'll smash it, and you'll get the role that'll tell us that you're too good to play in the next one, and then no harm, no foul, shit happens. And if you lose, then hey, you're where you belong. It's just not a big deal. On to the finals. All right, sorry, just reading some messages. Do I need to sign up somewhere or just queue in the Find Matches part? If you queue, the bot will add you. All right. Who wins, Dwarf Trollhammer Torpedoes or Ogre Lead Belchers? Depends on the range. If they're both in range and shooting at each other, Trollhammers. If you're talking about like kiting, like using your range to its maximum and running away whenever you can, then Lead Belchers, just because they have such superior range and speed that they could fire all of their ammo before ever taking that fight. Okay, final battle, Imtiaz versus Father Ramram. Let's get into it. I'll message Imtiaz, see what he's up to. You're just trying to not shoot in the trees. Yeah, it happens. It happens. bracket. Just gotta wait for that to update. This just says yes, yes. All right, I don't think that's mine. The last battle. I don't think that's mine either. I don't know if these guys have a lobby yet. All right, there we go. Finals is updated at least. My tea is about ready, so please guys get a lobby set up. I'll be right back. Gotta throw away the little tea bag thing. Hazel. Hey, come here. Hazel, come here. You come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. You're not in trouble. Come here. You gotta stop barking at the other pups. Your mom's trying to take a nap. Come in here. Come in here. There's your good lady. Who's your good lady? You're okay. You just can't bark at the other pups. I know they're so barky. I know. I know they're so barky. You can't do that. You can't let them bait you like that, bud. Hey. Hey. You can't do that. Your mom's trying to take a nap. You can't be barking in her face like that. Alright. I have retrieved the dog. Is faction war scheduled behind the stream? Yeah. So the faction war is schedule as you are able for until the top 4, because otherwise it's way too hard to get like 32 people at the same place at the same time, and it would be a very long stream. Because here, I can actually just prove it. There's no spoilers here yet. But you can see Faction War, we have 8 games played already out of the Faction War. So, yep, we're getting there. Password's invalid. Somebody's coming by with like the most juiced bass I've ever fucking heard. Alright, just trying to get in the lobby. We're having some password issues. And now I don't see the lobby at all, so it might be getting rehosted. Yeah, it got rehosted. If there's a typo with the password, you can't tell. I see someone donated something. What is it? What the hell? Thanks for not cursing my match today. Whoa, with $27. Thank you, Raw Unleashed. That is very, very generous of you. I am bad at doing gratitude things. So, yeah. I am unworthy. I'm unworthy, but I will try to use the funds for a noble cause. How does 17 tacos at Taco Bell and then I throw them at nearby cars. Is that a worthwhile use of your funds? You tell me. Bye, Ron Leash. Have fun with your kids. Oh, God, it burns. But it does keep us awake. Father Ramray made it to the finals. He was our tournament favorite. Was Human Boy right all along? I am Tiaz. Or is it Emmett Tiaz? Or should we just go with Loki like it is here? Let's just go with Loki like it is here. But it's different on Discord and on Total Tavern. It's the final best of 3. Lo-fi beats you color world domination too? Yeah. How many giant monsters is allowed? 3. Taco John's or Taco Bell? I went with Taco Bell because I wasn't sure if Canada, they would know what Taco John's is. Taco Bell's a little more like pop culture-y. Oh, to plot world domination too? See, I really liked color world domination too, because I like to think of like a little Skaven just having his coloring book open. He's just blah da 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 da. But then if you ever see what he's coloring, it's like a Dark Elf city burning, and they're all like running around on fire, or like a Bretonnian city just about to get hit with Ikat Claw's, nuke. I wish I was a Lo-Fi Beats channel. Those channels get the subs. It's the worst case of brown slushing mouth. See, I never really get upset stomach from eating food like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just lucky. While these guys do pick and bans, I think we have an infinitely more important thing to cover. Dog. Hazel, you are so dark. There she is. There's the puppy. Show me your belly. Little pup. Little belly rubs. Little belly rubs for the silly lady. Hazel, come here. Come here. Up. But don't wag your tail harder. Come here. Hazel, come here. Come here. Fine, you can have belly rubs, you silly. I was going to make you do your tricks to entertain the people while we wait for the pick and bans, but I guess this is fine. Why does she do this with her paws? Can anybody see that, like, the lighting on it is not great. She does this little rabbit thing with her paws. Like, it's, like, bent at, like, a 90-degree angle. Like, if you see my hand, like, she sits, like this. I can't even do it, though. Because, like, at the wrist, it would have to be, like, all the way down. What are you doing? Those little paws. Like, look at it. She's such a goober. You're such a little goober, pup. And we love you, but, like, damn. She's not as dark as she seems. For some reason, the camera really paints her like matte black, where she's actually quite brown. All right, are we recentered? Yeah, I took the camera off the computer, so it's not where it usually is. Look at those eyes. Look at that. Oh. Told you, man. We're struggling. We're struggling this whole stream. Look at this. Look what's going on right here. It's a disaster. All right, enough of that. These guys are still hovering on the same faction as they were when we entered the lobby, so you haven't missed anything. You didn't know you had that Queek Dark Souls poster? Oh, yeah, dude. Of course. While we're still waiting on the picks and bans. The Loki switch to Bretonnia. Yeah, let's take you on a fucking tour. So, above my computer, we got Hollow Knight, which is dank. Grace got that Queek picture for me for Christmas one year, and her mother said, Austin, what'd you get? And I turned it towards her, and she said, that is gross. So that was fun. I have a Mass Effect Geth poster up, and look at how jank it is hooked up to the wall. Because it was like it's a rental, so we don't want to do too much to the wall, but like a nail was not doing it behind there. You can't see it, but like the wall was crumbling away and it couldn't hold the picture up, so I had to get like 2 of these fucking baby gate things to just hold it up there until we move. Yeah, over there on the wall is Queek versus Artorias. It's nice. And then the back is just Artorias himself above all my board games. And then on the wall over there is a scary spaceman, and behind the sheet you can see the hanging up thing. That is it's a dragon. And there's you guys. Stare into infinity. You degenerates. Alright. I forgot we could bypass the blocker by staring at the actual screen. Oh, now it's all fuzzy. Figure it out. Alright, that was my office. Don't take down the blocker, just shrink the thing. We do have Bretonnia versus Skaven. Legion is like, why am I here for this? Can you recommend any good new board games? I can recommend 2. So if you have legacy games that you like, I have never played Ascension, but I have played Ascension Legacy, and Ascension Legacy is crazy. Ascension Legacy is so good. It's one of those games that is simple, so it's easy to learn, but it's got a ton of replayability in it, and it's got a ton of depth. That's it. It's got depth, but not complexity. So it's easy to learn, but you're not like, well, I have one thing to do and that's it, and this game sucks. It's like, oh, there's a lot of decisions I get to make, but they're easy to make. So we've really been enjoying Ascension Legacy. Grace and I, no wait, I'm just playing with 2 of my friends. She doesn't really play fantasy games. So that one's super cool. The basic premise is you and up to 4 people are mages who just got out of... It's a pretty bog standard story. It's like, I just got done with maging school, and then the world is like ending, and now it's up to me and my band of friends to save the world. And like, yeah, it's kind of corny and hokey, but you're just battling giant monsters as a party, so it's team-based. You're on the same team. You just want to work together to beat up these monsters. Random cards are drawn that'll say what the monster will do. Like, he draws a card where, like, you're fighting a werewolf. He draws a card that's like, he takes a swipe at you, like everyone would take 2 damage. Or he draws a card like mega fuckery, and he jumps on one person and just beats the shit out of them. And it's like, if you do enough damage to him, he'll back off of that person. Otherwise, they'll just keep taking damage. So it's pretty fun. Simulated card combat. But once you learn how to play, the rounds are like 20 minutes. Which is not bad. On the non-legacy side, I really like Near and Far. Near and Far is super cool. It's not cooperative. It's competitive. It's not legacy, but it has a legacy mode, but I haven't played the legacy mode. I've just played the normal. It's like you're an adventurer, but there's multiple ways to be an adventurer. So you can either like, I'm going to go fight the biggest bad guy I can, and you can do that. Or I'm going to go out in the wild and pick a bunch of valuable resources and go back to town and sell them for like the most money possible. You can do that. You can set up outposts. You can draw maps. You can do whatever. But the way to win is to get the most amount of like adventure points. And how you get adventure points is doing something well. So the game rewards you where like, if you're going to be the type of adventurer where you go out and fight monsters, Be the best at that. Don't half-ass it, right? And if you're going to be the guy that adventures and draws maps, be the best at that. Don't half-ass it. Same with the trading, same with all that stuff, because it's like the points scale. So it's like if you're a pretty bad fighter and you beat like a wild boar, you get like 1 adventure point. And if you went out and picked a couple flowers and sold them at town, you get like 1 trader point. And if you like explore 1 cave, you get like 1 map point. You're like, I did it. I did a little bit of everything. The guy that fought a dragon and that's all he did, he got the point for the boar, 1 point. He got the point for the saber-toothed tiger, that's 3, and then he got the points for the dragon, which is 5. So he got 9 points while you got 3. You know what I mean? So when you play it, you kind of want to be like, what character am I going to play? And then stick to it for that game. And if you want to try the other aspects of the game, just do it the next time you play, like play a different way. But half-assing it just does not work out. You know what, Will? That was hurtful and mean. Do you know Village? I don't. But yes, Will. I think Will was hinting to my board game, which is actually a card game. It's Puppet Masters, but Puppet Masters is the easiest way I can describe it is if you like playing Magic the Gathering, but you don't like keeping up with cards and stuff, my game will scratch that itch. 2 mages face off, dueling to the death, but all the cards are located in the box. This box. Oy. But this is not the time for me to shill my garbage product. It's not garbage, it's really good. I've stalled for long enough. It's Father Ramram's Skaven versus our first Bretonnia of the day. Puppet Masters have been enjoying with my neighbor. Good lamb sauce, good. Trying to get me to show my game. I'm so bad at self-promotion, man. Yes, I did. I gave you the very short version, but Puppet Masters is like dueling card game, but it's all in one, so you buy it and you have it all. No crazy expansions or card packs for you to keep busting open and whatnot. 18 decks, 27 playable characters, tons of combinations, tons of fun. It's available on my website, which is in the description of the video if you want to know more. There's also a video on my website that shows you how to play it. Next board game stream when? I don't know, when people want it. Where's the map? I got lost. Shit. Oh, we're back. Cool. It just brought me here. Skaven is actually still a good matchup into Bretonnia. Even when Bretonnia were massively overpowered, it was my go-to pick against them if Grand Cathay was banned, because I also had a Grand Cathay build I really liked. This is a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him. We have the newly buffed Warp Lightning Cannons, 2 of them. Actually, yeah, Zap still got the accuracy buff, but it didn't get a cost decrease or anything. Not that it needed one, just saying it didn't get it. So 2 Warp Lightning Cannons, one of which is Zap, 2 Rattling Guns, one of which is the Teeth Breakers. No Poison Globes, which I'm very concerned about, because globes are excellent against cavalry. 4 Rat Ogres, Claw with Storm Demon. And then his spells, Warp Lightning, Howling Warp Gale, and Floodseeker Ruin. I think I mentioned the 4 Rat Ogres, the Council Guard, and a whole bunch of Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats. Love to see it. But it's really about the rat guy. Will, have you been reading it? I know some people that watch my streams have read my book, but like I don't think anybody's finished it, or if they did, they didn't talk to me about it. How far in it are you, Will? And are you enjoying it? And you can be honest, I can take criticism. How I would say my book is it's a pretty standard young adult fantasy adventure with some creative concepts in there, but otherwise it is like, the more I've read fantasy, the less I think that my book is super special. But I've reread it since then, and I do think it holds up. I don't think it's a bad book. Like, I stand by it, but if you have thoughts, I would be super curious. But it's just kind of like, it's just a fun adventure. fun adventure in a fantasy land. You follow a protagonist, all that shit. The usual good. The dopamine I need in my veins at all times. For the Bretonnian side, since I didn't actually mention it, we have the Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis, Knights Errant with Frenzy, Knights of the Realm, a Grail Knight, a Questing Knight. Wow, so a real smattering of knights. And then a bunch of men-at-arms, like a lot of men-at-arms, and peasant mobs, a Damsel of Life, Hippogriff Knights, and Alberic de Bordelot. And I thought I saw something weird about the Knights of the Realm. Yeah, they have the Blessing of the Lady. Fuck yeah, 15% damage resistance for them. Let's go. Because I saw them, they were 1,150 gold. They weren't the normal 950, so I thought he took the blessing. Warp lightning cannons are firing at the damsel. Now she is on foot, so she's not a great target for them, but they can't really see the knights. The knights are all in these trees and whatnot. Probably should still be firing at the Royal Hippogriff Knights. That's probably still the best target for you. But I understand why they'd want to shoot the damsel for a bit. They're putting her on the back foot for now. It gets out here being a bit of a nuisance, and the rattling guns are turning to face the flyers. I just got through a meeting with the old figure. I'm enjoying it very much, keeping notes as well, just been running back and forth across the state to finish yet. Yeah, that's fair. My stepdad wanted me to make an audiobook, but I don't even begin to know how to do that. Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis are in against the Rat Ogres, and here comes the rattling guns, and there it is, every flying caster's worst nightmare. Howling Warp Gale in front of rattling guns, and both rattling guns are firing at Alberic, and a Flensing Ruin is going on to him. Father Ramram is going hard on the Lord Snipe, and I think he's going to probably get it. Meanwhile, the Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis and the Knights of the Realm are having a terrible time. On the other side, Grail Knights are getting a little bit more work done versus those Rat Ogres, but this is still a really good start for the Skaven, as the Howling Warp Gale has not worn off yet. It is overcast, which makes it last longer, and the damsel is kept at bay, being pushed by the Warp Lightning Cannons, knocking her on the ground. Alberic is going to get away unless one of the Warp Lightning Cannons turns to follow him, and the Hippogriff Knights are getting their sweet vengeance onto the Rattling Guns, as Grail Knights are also trying to shut down the Teeth Breakers. But the Teeth Breakers are just firing at point-blank range into the Hippogriff Knights, also getting excellent value out there. And Alberic, unfortunately for the Skaven, is trending closer and closer to the damsel, but the Warp Lightning Cannons are keeping her on the ground. They keep knocking her over and not letting her move. Skaven are up 2-1 in the damage value, which means 5,000 to 2,500. But this is the revenge of Bretonnia right here. Both Rattling Guns are shut down. One is shattered, the other is just routing. Warp Lightning Cannons also getting shut down, and can Bretonnia hang on? Alberic rallies, which is huge because he can actually get a regrowth or something. He is already getting a regrowth. The damsel herself is routing as well. Grail Knights and Knights of the Realm trying to shut down Ikit Zap Zap as the last of the Skaven ranged. I'm starting to get actually really concerned for the Skaven. Damage value is getting right back into form there. And now we get to see the power of healing in the long game. Earthblood is out. Another Howling Warp Gale, but there's not as much punishment ready. I guess Zap Zap is still online, and they're going to try and shoot at these Hippogriff Knights. But it's not the same as when you had two Rattling Guns pew-pewing everything down. And if Bretonnia wins this, you are getting a master class in why I put Skaven in C tier. Skaven's burst is insane. Skaven's ability to lock down targets and just like shoot the shit out of them is crazy. But you know what's crazier? Healing. Healing is a little bit crazier. So it's like, yeah, if you do that, that's fine, but stuff can just heal back up and be okay, and then they can suicide dive you and take you down. Bye, hot fire potato. But we'll see. Game's not over yet, I was just saying. This is how Bretonnia is getting back in. It's like, it looks doomed until healing happens, and then with healing, all things are possible. Like Malice Darkblade with hate, all things are possible. It's just a different H-letter word. Questing Knights, Grail Knights, piling back in. Ikit Zap Zap is pushed off. Unlimited power popped on Ikakla. I heard it overcast, so it did a little bit of damage to him, but it does give him a Howling Warp Gale, which gets him to safety. And it does keep these guys right in front of the Council Guard, which is pretty nice. Teethbreakers on the backfield trying to line up a shot somewhere. Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis are reforming the lines. They will now charge, but charging straight into Rattling Gun fire. That's suppressed, slowing them down to 59 speed. And Rat Ogres trying to struggle their way over to get between those knights and the Rattling Guns. And actually most succeeds. That's a pretty heroic moment for those Rat Ogres. For Bretonnia, they still have a good amount of peasants, but that's not what literally anybody cares about. The story here is Alberic, the Hippogriff Knights, and these Grail and Questing Knights that are all also fine. Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis pushed off, and it looks like Agate Claw knows he needs to take out the healer if he's going to have any chance of doing this, but now Grail Knights have surrounded him. Questing Knights are coming in too, and that might be a bit of a whoopsie. He's trying to retreat to his Rat Ogres, and retreat he shall, and, he'll get there, but he still took a bit of damage, and that Damsel of Life is going to be just fine as she throws down another Earthblood onto the Grail Knights and Questing Knights. Teethbreakers are trying to shoot something they can't see. They really need to turn around, and there they go. Good. I was going to say, if they don't turn and shoot at stuff flying at them, they will get completely murdered. Rattling Guns trying to fire at the flying units. There's a Howling Warpgale to keep them in place. Once again, a really good use of that. So far, I have really liked Agate Claw's spell usage. I wonder if he has a Flensing Rune to punish Alberic or not. Grail Knights and Questing Knights taking a bit of damage against those Rat Ogres as Teethbreakers continue to try and carry this game on their backs. They're getting a lot of damage out, but the Howling Warpgale has worn off, and so has their time, as peasant mobs are closing in. And another Earthblood to heal up these guys. It will Warp Lightning these two peasants, which probably should get them both routing. And he even gets a bolt onto the caster, which actually does really good damage to her, all things considered. The Teethbreakers have sung their last, and maybe the Rat Ogres too, as the Terror Routes will be coming for them. And Grail Knights and Questing Knights coming back. There's just too much, man. There's just way too many Knights left. I think the Skaven are doomed. Balance of Power doesn't think so, but I've seen this movie one too many times. As all the Rat Ogres isolated are about to get knocked down, the Council Guard, while a little spooky, I mean, you can still just get cycle charged by cavalry and out-healed and that kind of stuff. 2 of the 3 Rat Ogres are routing. Ikit is very, very injured. And even without the healing caster at this point, I still think the Council Guard are just going to get cycle charged to death. Another Warp Lightning hits some of the peasants, does good, decent damage. The Hippogriffs and Alberic are hunting for Agate Claw now. That's going to be a good Trident Manon. I maybe honestly would have preferred it on the Council Guard, but he's just using it for the leadership debuff to get these Skaven Slave Spears out of his way so he can keep after Ikit. Ikit does throw down another Howling Warpgale just to buy himself a little bit of space from all those flying units. And these Rat Ogres are trying to keep after the Damsel of Life, but it looks like they're going to fall too far behind, and she will be able to rally and probably heal herself up or someone else. Healing is stupid. Healing is pretty fucking strong. It's pretty crazy. Skaven Death Star is not a thing. Injured Clan Rats won't win late game. Yeah. No, the cavalry can just cycle charge the way to victory against the Council Guard and stuff. We're about to see a Skaven mass rout on this side as those Skaven slaves rout. Agate Claw is about to rout. Another Howling Warpgale trying to keep him safe, but again, there's no follow-up. He's just doing it to keep himself safe, but they're still Grail Knights. They're still Questing Knights chasing him down. There is no safe place left for the Master of Clan Scryer. Rat Ogres might try and bail him out, but if the Grail Knights just peel off and deal with them while the Questing Knights chase Ikit, that will be just fine. And they're honestly going to kill Ikit in a second, which should cause army losses. Because the leadership spike will hurt too many things, but yeah, Skaven player withdraws. Wait, was there a second tournament? Nah, dude, Samaric. Same one. We're in the finals right now. That was a really good game. It did showcase the weaknesses of Skaven in the current meta, which I'm happy to talk about. But it was, honestly a really good game. In the early game, I legitimately thought, even with healing, I thought Bretonnia was fucked. And then they just really stuck with it. Good play from Loki/MTS, whatever you want to call him. He played really great. I still think healing is busted, but he played great with it. Who do you prefer lore-wise, Dwarves or Elves? Okay, here's the thing. Lore-wise, I relate to more Dwarves. Which would I rather read about? Probably elves. Because I read the entire Godric and Felix omnibus, and now I'm kind of done with dwarves. But, like, if I wasn't burnt out on dwarves, I would say dwarves between the two. Because elves tend to just frustrate me. The way they are written can bother me sometimes because their power levels are wildly fluctuating. Like in the War of Vengeance omnibus I'm reading right now, which is dwarves and elves, some Dark Elf assassins are running around versus the dwarves, and they're written as if time is moving in slow motion for them, and they're so fast and they're so cool and they're so amazing. But then when the book needs them to be chaff, they'll be chaff. Like, the elite, amazing, high elf warriors are mowed down in their hundreds because fuck them. And I'm like, okay, be consistent. Are the elves super amazing, or are the elves dog shit? Because in any universe, but especially Warhammer Fantasy, when elves are used as chaff, I'm just like, what? Why? Aren't they supposed to be like the best? What the fuck? So their writing just pisses me off because it's inconsistent. Where the dwarves are consistent. They're consistently surly assholes, but they're kind of funny. So, But that's just me. I also don't really like elves in too many genres. They're just not my style. Grail Knights still did fantastically. Royal Hippogriff Knights did great. Questing Knights, Knights Errant. Questing Knights did great. Knights Errant didn't. Alberic only got 280 value, which I find surprising. He did get gunned down in the streets, but still, I thought he did okay. Ica Claw did really, really well. Both Warp Lightning Cannons, I thought, did a lot, but their damage value was way low. I guess they were just harassing the damsel. Rattling Guns did well, both of them. Rat Ogres did really good. Clan Arts and Skaven Slaves did what they had to. GG. I think if the elves were written more consistently, I would enjoy the elves more, but I find myself just getting mad a lot. Dark Elves or Chaos Dwarves? Probably Chaos Dwarves. What would you have done differently if you were playing the Skaven? Retrain the Warp Lightning. Both Warp Lightning cans were shooting at the damsel, which was already not a good target, and having both of them shoot at the same one. So I would have one of them shoot at the Hippogriff Knights, one of them shoot at the damsel. And then when you routed Alberic the first time, he was super low, and he was getting pushed off the map, and he couldn't dodge because he was routing. So then have the Warp Lightning Cannon that was shooting at the Hippogriff Knights, in my theoretical scenario, pivot, shoot at Alberic, and shooting at him would keep his leadership low enough to get him all the way off the map, but it also might just kill him outright. But not keeping that pressure up on Alberic allowed him to come back, and we saw how much he got healed, and that was that. So I didn't love that. The Rattling Gun play was really good. I wouldn't have changed much about that. I also would have gotten some globes. Rattling Guns was sexy and fun, and I appreciate people just having fun, but globes, I have argued globes are not nearly as strong as people think they are against infantry. Globes aren't actually that great against infantry. They're fine, but they're not that great. What they are insanely good against for literally no reason is cavalry. They do so much damage to cavalry, obscene amounts of damage to cavalry that I can't explain. Well, when Bretonnia is coming and your only worry is their cavalry, you need globes. In his play, in Father Ramsey's play, I only saw one real mistake, and it was not finishing off Alberic with the Warp Lightning Cannons. In his build, I had different issues because I would have prioritized globes. But his build worked better than I honestly thought it would, so I really don't want to be too much of a dick about it. Also, I'm being a little quiet because Grace is taking a nap in the other room. Dwarves are cool, elves drool. Favorite Warhammer FB artwork? I'm assuming you need fantasy. Warhammer Fantasy book artwork. I really like Headtaker. I know it's Queek, but he looks so menacing and so badass. No, it's not Headtaker. Hold on. Carrick 8 Peaks. It's the Omnibus. There it is. The Warlords of Carrick 8 Peaks cover is so fucking badass. I love it. Queek just looks like a gangster. I also really liked Thanquil. I really liked their cover art, was also really good. Thankful riding on top of my favorite Bone Ripper, the Bone Ripper from the book Greyseer. That one's really, really good. So probably those two. And of course they're Skaven themed, but I mean, you ask a Skaven main what his favorite art's going to be, it's probably going to be Skaven art. I'll acknowledge my bias. Let me just see something quick. Okay. Sorry, someone posted me about a faction war replay and I had to tell them who their next opponent is. Okay. Whew. Favorite non-Skaven character? Malice Darkblade. I actually really liked Malice. Malice was a great character. I don't love Dark Elves, but I did like Malice a lot. He had flaws, but his flaws were consistent, and they were really good. He was just a great character and a very, very fun read until the end times. What's the best dwarf novel you recommend to a new reader? The Gotrek and Felix Omnibus is really good, but it's very long. There's a good dwarf one, but what is it? It's in Masters of Stone and Steel. What's in Masters of Stone and Steel? Grudgebearer is really good. I like Grudgebearer. It's in the Masters of Stone and Steel omnibus. Doom of Dragonback's fine. Honestly, Masters of Stone and Steel has a bunch of good stories in it, but Grudgebearer is really good. Lord Croak, of course, all your answers are wrong. Vanthus, if you watched the tier list video already, you would know that the thumbnail for it was a lie, and that I did not put lizards in C tier. I just didn't want the thumbnail to give away all of my stuff. Thoughts on how Queek died in the end times? I haven't read it yet, but I have heard about it. It tracks. It tracks. I have to read it. I do have to read it. But from what I have heard is what my opinion is based off of. And what I have heard is key difference, because I know somebody's going to get mad at me and be like, it was not an okay way to die. It was stupid for this, and this reason. It's like, I haven't read it. All I know is Queek challenges Thorgrim Grudgebearer, tries to fight him on the throne of power, and gets his ass absolutely handed to him, which tracks. That tracks. Because Queek, some people disagree about this, but one, the Dwarf High King on the throne of power is one of the most terrifying melee things you can ever fight, ever, period. So fighting him on the throne of power, not great. Okay? So that's the first thing, is you have to know what you're dealing with. And Thorgrim on his throne of power, you don't fuck around with that. Because, like, Snorri, who dies and becomes Grombrindle, right? When he was fighting alongside Malekith back when he was alive, he was the High King, and he fought on the throne of power. He fought an exalted Great Unclean One and won. Okay? He fought an exalted Great Unclean One and won. That's what we're talking about with the throne of power. You don't fight the High King on the throne of power. So, Queek tried to do that, and Queek lost. Also, Queek very much overestimates himself as a duelist, and I got some blowback for this on my Queek video, but from the sources I've read, Queek is a fine duelist, but compared to all characters in the entire universe, he's very mid. He doesn't know he's mid, but he's very mid. Because, like, Malekith, without magic, Malekith would body his ass. Ungrim Iron Fist would body his ass. Belagar Ironhammer is an even matchup for him. Grimgor, body his ass. Gorfang Rotgut, who's not even in the fucking game yet, does body his ass. Alright? Alethanar would body his ass. Like, Tyrion, Lokir Felhart, Malice Darkblade. Like, there's so many characters that would beat Queek. I love Queek. I'm not trying to be a dick. But there are people in those videos who are like, no, you don't understand. Queek's an amazing duelist. It's like, for a Skaven? But he's a fucking Skaven. So yeah, when I hear that he rocks up to the High King of the Dwarves on the scariest fucking magical defensive position in the known world and gets his teeth kicked in, I'm like, my boy, I'm sad you died, but that sounds about right. That sounds about right. You can't do that. You just can't do that. You can't just walk up to the High King like that. Yeah, tequila. I was just prefacing it because some people disagreed with my assessments and like, nah, Queek would like body Karl Franz. I'm like, I'm thinking of Karl Franz on Deathclaw with Gal Maraz, but if Karl Franz had like just the Reichland Runefang and he was on foot, sure, Queek would beat him, but that's not the Franz we're talking about. The Franz is usually on Deathclaw and he usually has Gal Maraz. And only Skaven L. Yeah. No, I like good stories. And I like Skaven. But it doesn't mean that Skaven have to win for me to enjoy a story. I enjoy the rats taking the L because they're usually very comedic. I'm reading The War of Vengeance right now, Dean Shepard, so I can't tell you if it's good or not because I'm not done with it. I am in essentially the prologue. I'm like 50 pages in, which is nothing in a book that's like 800 pages long. So I couldn't tell you. I only know of the one I read, and that's, well, not the one, but I've read a couple, and Grudge Bear is pretty good. Gotrek and Felix is also really good if you want to learn about the Dwarves, but I read the whole omnibus, and now I'm a little burnt out on Dwarves. I just want to know what the War of Vengeance is about, because it's what comes next after the Sundering, which I just read for the Elves. Okay, what do we got here? So, if you want this to be a quick 2-0 and an end to this stream after 4.5 hours of streaming, you are rooting for the Dark Elves of Loki. We have a Marathi with Pit of Shades, Doom and Darkness, and then her bound Wand of Coridon. Cold One Knights, Black Arc Corsairs, Dark Shards, 2 Dark Rider Peter Crossbows, more Cold One Knights, and 4 Harpies. That is a lot of flying units. Or, if you want this stream to go to a game 3, and for my tournament prediction to be proved correct, you are rooting for the High Elves of Father Rambram, which is actually, this is a very disfavored matchup for the High Elves, so he is fighting uphill. 2 Lyran Reavers, 1 Dragon Prince, Imric up on his mount, a Mage of Life with Regrowth and Earthblood, then a front line of Spearmen and White Lions of Krace mixed throughout, 3 basic Archers with more Spearmen behind them. Then Rats win by default. Another good dwarf book, in my opinion, though I know if Sippa's around, he'll disagree with me. I really liked the 3rd book in Thanquil's Omnibus that I forget what it's called right now, but it was the Dwarves versus the Skaven, and with all the Warhammer books I've read, you kind of get both sides of the story. So even though it's a Thanquil book, like half of it is about the Dwarves, and it's very funny. It's not super lore accurate. Like, it is a lore book, but it's not lore accurate because the Dwarves have automated Gatling guns powered by AI, and Skaven have giant metal rat ogres powered by AI. So it's not super canon, but it is very fun. It's a good read. Everyone else ignore me, but it's got me chuckling very hard. Well played, Valhalla forever. Tee. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Will. Alright. Imric goes up for a little bit of a breath attack. It mostly whiffs, and then some Dark Shards tee back onto him. He takes a little bit of damage and backs off. Harpies discover the High Elf cavalry in the woods. That cavalry's going to have a tough go of things. Trying to defend these archers from 4 Harpies and 2 Cold One Knights is going to be brutal, especially while you're getting attacked by Dark Rider Peter Crossbows. And Hazel's farting around, so I was just making sure she's okay. High Elves have engaged the frontline fight. They will hold things in place for a little bit, but I see a nice Pit of Shades target for Morathi. If she has the time to throw it on those 2 Spearmen, that would be really brutal. But she's probably busy with other stuff. This is going to be terrible for the High Elves. This is going to be a really bad engagement. Oh, she throws a Pit of Shades down here, and the High Elves dodge back. So good stuff here from Ramsey, but also I think mis-targeting here from Morathi. I don't think that was a worthwhile target. Pit of Shades on cavalry in general doesn't do that much damage, and they can dodge it really easily. Imric even lands into this area, really committing back on this fight, and the High Elves are taking a situation that I thought was extremely losing and turning it around. And the Dragon Horn will blow, giving all the High Elves a little bit more stats as they already start pushing back this front line. Archers helping the White Lions of Chryse do good work. And Morathi needs to make a difference somewhere. It looks like she's going to try and snipe out the Mage of Life, which is actually pretty lore accurate. Morathi usually does just troll around fights and kill other mages and then fuck off. Unholy cloud of Harpies is killing this one archer. That's probably too many Harpies to dedicate to that archer, but it looks very funny. On the other side, a regrowth for the Dragon Princes, who probably need to turn around and kill Morathi, but I guess they maybe don't want to do that in front of these Cold One Knights. They'll have to. It's okay. Illyrian Reaver is going to take most of the damage for them, and an Earthblood will also help heal them up. Imric is in the back, just doing his absolute best, and a Wand of Crydon proc is coming in for those Spearmen. One archer is routed off by the Harpy Cloud, another one is on its way, and a third is also under duress, so most of the High Elf ranged is shut down. But the High Elves are ahead on the balance of power. Their front line is doing fantastically, and their cavalry is doing better than I would have suspected. Illyrian Reavers and Dragon Princes surrounding Morathi, but she has a trick up her sleeve. She says, "Surround me." No, it was all a bait. And that's going to be a nasty shot onto the Dragon Princes. Now, why I said Pit of Shades is not very good against them is because they can just walk out of it. They are not held in place of the Vortex like infantry are. But if they don't have orders to leave, they will sit here and take the whole damage, and then it will do very, very well versus them. So that was a lot of damage from that Pit of Shades. The 2 Repeater Crossbows are teeing off onto Imric, making him sweat a little bit. He's going to run away, but all the High Elf cavalry was deleted in that Pit of Shades. A bit of a whoopsie there from the High Elves, and the balance power is back to even. Imric is after Morathi, though. If he can snipe her out and kill her, if these Dragon Princes can hold her in place, she is once again in trouble. Imric misses the first attack, but he won't miss again. He don't get fooled again. Don't get fooled again. No. Dragon Prince is still pinning her in while Imric absolutely destroys her. Cold One Knights and these Repeater Crossbows all piling in to try and get those Dragon Princes to rout and give Morathi some space to breathe, but Imric's not having it so far. He could turn. Lord of Dragons is onto her, lowering her melee defense down to 16, but he attacks her at last. For a while there, he was attacking other targets, and an Earthblood tries to keep those Dragon Princes in the fight for just a little bit longer. There they go. They are routing, but it might be too late for Morathi, as she is extremely injured and wandering away for now. Bounce power shifts back towards the High Elves. They have some archers rallying. Most of their bounce powers and their healthy caster and Imric, plus archers and spearmen. And Morathi has a lot of leadership for how low she is on health. But since Imric was not able to actually kill her, the Dark Elves will be fine. Now she's randomly routing. Don't know what that's about. But anyway, Repeater Crossbows doing a lot of damage to Imric. Archers and Dragon Princes. Ooh, this could be a nasty catch, though, if Loki doesn't move them. He's starting to move them now, but his skirmish cav do get caught a little bit by these Dragon Princes and Illyrian Reavers. They're just trying to get damage out. Morathi can only afford to rout. Is that a second route, or is that the first one? It's hard to tell when she was in that pile if she just terror routed or if she actually routed twice. And man, the balance of power really likes the High Elf Spearmen that are left. Dragon Princes and the Illyrian Reavers, with all the healing they've received, trying to grind down those last cold ones. And Morathi is back. She throws a Wand of Crydon bolt onto Imric, but with these 2 Repeater Crossbows to defend her, Imric really doesn't want to go out in the middle of nowhere and deal with this. He's not about it. Wand of Crydon misses because the target is moving. And Imric is back with a really nice breath attack onto 4 blobbed up units. A couple High Elves get in the way, but what are a couple High Elves between you and a good time? So he kills off a lot of those guys. Dark Shard's chilling in the back, though, and these Repeater Crossbows are just taking their day out on Imric. He's taking so much damage. But I don't know what the High Elves can do about this skirmish cav. Like, their cavalry has been so messed up beyond all repair. The Dark Elves sniped out their archers, so it's not like they have a lot of counterfire. They just kind of have to accept it. Dodge as best they can, try to heal through it, but it's not like a great formula. Pit of Shades from Morathi across the map will kill some spearmen. I think the High Elves are in trouble. I know they're up on the balance of power, but I actually do think the High Elves are in big trouble. Their cavalry's starting to rout. And it's this skirmish cav that's going to carry the game. As long as Marathi doesn't die. Even if Marathi dies, the skirmish cav might carry the game. But with Marathi alive, then the rest of your army will hold for a lot longer. We don't get fooled again. Tell me who does it again? The Who. You know what you're doing. Imric's heel cap is within sight. He manages to land on the repeater crossbow cav, which is surprising. A little bit of a whoopsie from Loki, but he is going to mostly recover from it just fine. The High Elves are routing in all directions. They have a little bastion of safety here. But yeah, it looks like Father Ramses is going to give up and give the win to the Dark Elves. While that looked weird on the balance of power, I think really assessing the state of the game, I definitely agree the Dark Elves were going to win that one. Because he just couldn't do anything about the repeater crossbow cav. They were going to kite Imric and kill him over time. It's a very good game, very close game. Closest I've come to seeing High Elves win that in a bit. The Harpy Cloud, Dark Shards did really well. Repeater Crossbow Cav did well. Cold Knights did fine. Marathi did well as well. So really spread out value across the Dark Elves. For the High Elves, Imric was doing his best to put the game on his back. Dragon Princes also had an honorable performance. His White Lions and Spearmen... they did okay. They did okay. And Archers did fine before they got shut down by Harpies, but that's not their fault. So G. Imtiaz will be taking the new player tournament. And that's it. That is it. He will get the Bone Ripper role. He will not be allowed to participate in future new player tournaments. We will ban him from the server immediately, but I hope you enjoyed the tournament win, you son of a bitch. I'm sorry. That was aggressive. That was aggressive, and I apologize. Father Ramram, you did great. Good second place, and you had 2 really good Skaven games on stream. Happy to have you as always, and I hope your Skaven games go well in the faction war. The faction war. I think that's all I have for you. Let's play Raw. Let's do it. Has anybody matched into him yet? Oh, Boojalicious. Matched into him. If he was still waiting, I was going to go kick his ass. Gonna give him the old 1-2. I'm going to play quick battle because I want to. Can't stop me. Oi! Strat Cat. The hell is a Strat Cat? What do we feel like playing? Let's go Vampire Coast, dude. I love Vampire Coast. They're so fun. Uh-oh. Penguin wants to play. Okay, I'll fight Blood Penguin. I'm sorry, Strat Cat. I had to dodge you to go play the Pengu. I'm player 1. Global ban Zinch. I guess not unbuy. Yeah. I'll do a best of 3. I just feel like playing. After watching for so long, I feel like playing. Grand Cathay and Zinch are global banned by the 2 of us. Sounds good. Knights run the tourney rounds. Okay. I gotta let Hazel out of this room. Hopefully she doesn't bark at her mother. I have to pick 3. Let's play Greenskins. Vampire Coast, Skaven, ban, none. I'll fight whatever. I don't give a fuck. I also won't use a blocker because it's just a for fun best of 3 at the end of a stream, so I don't care. If he stream snipes me, whatever. I don't give a shit. That caffeinated tea is giving me a second wind I really needed. God damn. All right, finalize tournaments. I'm going to be done with that. All he thinks about his picks. Get rid of that. And then let's go congratulate MTS. He is now promoted from a lowly rat ogre all the way to a bone ripper. Beastmen, no ban. Greenskins. Let's do Greenskins versus Beastmen. That sounds fun. The green beans. Do I dare reveal the tech? I might. Okay, we need Warzag, because of course you do. But actually, do we need Warzag versus Beastmen? Hold on. What's their average melee defense? 30 on those. Centaurs, 28. Minotaurs, 32. Okay, we don't actually need Warzag for once in our lives. Let's pick somebody different for once. I still think Azheg is too expensive. I really do. I think Azheg's too expensive. And they're going to probably have Traderkin. So I need either a healer or someone with a pretty high health pool. Get there, cut that, cut that. And then he's at 1500 with 6000 health pool. That's pretty good. Spider the Bad Moon for good fun guy? Hell yeah. Sounds good, brother. And then on the other side, could do River Troll Hag with Death Magic. Could go Night Goblin Shaman, but what would I give him? Itchy Nuisance was actually okay when I used it. Lower their melee attack. Curse the Bad Moon's actually not bad. Yeah, let's do Curse the Bad Moon. Grimgore? 7,000 HP. It's not bad. Foe Seeker to keep him in high vigor. Your next is really annoying for Beastmen, but is he... See, I don't think I need your next. Because he's not going to bring a combat lord. Best... I don't need Best of the Best either. Because his lord's probably just going to be Traderkin Caster. He's going to stay really far away from me, so I just need Foe Seeker. Alright, sounds good. Anyway, back to what I was doing. I don't know why I cut my caster, because Grimgore's not a caster. So let's go Curse the Bad Moon. I want that melee defense and armor debuff. That seems good. Or do I just want Itchy Nuisance? Yeah, let's just do Itchy Nuisance. Fuck this. What's its cooldown? Its cooldown's pretty low. I could get Sneaky Stealing, but fuck it. It's fine. Whatever. I've stalled too long on this anyway. Let's get some Orc Boys. Give those fucks some goddamn gold chevrons. I've been in love with gold chevron Orc Boys recently. It's actually super fun. They just make me really happy. Get some Orc Biggins too. How much are chevrons on you guys? 4836. Still better stats than Black Orcs, but not worth it. So downright those guys, but still get some Orc Biggins for Minos. And we'll get some Orc Boar Boy Biggins is fine. Some Spider Riders for a little bit of that poison support. What else do I need? I need anti-Minotaur tech. Don't I? 5 archers should do okay. Orc Boar Boy Biggins, Orc Biggins in the front line. That's a lot of anti-Mino stuff, but is it enough? Because Minotaurs are very scary. Jabbersight's also pretty scary. The Swamp Things is still pretty good for anti-Mino attack. Good enough. I'll go with Grimgor's Ard Boys because we got some of Grimgor's Ard Boys right here. Yeah, this build looks cool. I'm ready. I'm down with it. Itchy nuisance. I think the closest thing I'm doing to trolling with this build is the Goblin Caster. Last time I used Itchy Nuisance, I felt very underwhelmed. But I think I'm getting baited back into it because, like, it looks like the anti-Beastmen spell. Minus melee attack, which is their most important stat, and minus base weapon damage, and they don't have a ton of armor piercing. It's like, yeah, okay, that's anti-Centaurs, that's anti-dogs, that's a great spell. And then when I used it, it was very meh. But, whatever. Wurzag's probably still better, but again, I got baited into the exact same thing I did and was disappointed in last time. Which was, you don't need Wurzag's melee attack buffs because Beastmen also don't have very high melee defense. I don't know. I might just be being stupid, but oh well. Who gives a shit, am I right? Am I right or am I right? So why triple gold chevron orc boys? That's actually a great question, and I'm glad you asked. They might be bad, but here's the thought process, and I've taken them 3 times in the last week, and they've won all 3 games so far. I took them versus High Elves, so I'm going to talk about versus High Elves. High Elves, I was having problems getting through their front line with Squigs and Goblins, because even with Wurzag's buffs and Wa, I couldn't get high enough melee stats to get above High Elf defense. And when, for that brief moment that you're above them in melee attack, your weapon strength is still so low with Goblins, I couldn't, like, do enough damage fast enough to kill the High Elves in that brief period. So it's like I would trade up for a brief period, and then the High Elves would hold, and I need to get through that fucking front line. So then I thought about Orc Boys, and with triple gold chevrons, they're still cheaper than Plague Monks. They're like $6.50 for the cost, and they're $36.32 versus Goblins like 20 something. So, but their increased weapon strength is what I was really after, so that when you are above the high elf melee defense, which you are for a longer amount of time with Wurzag, due to their higher stat pool, you also do more damage, so you actually kill them in that brief period. And that worked versus high elves, and I had fun. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to try this somewhere else. I forget who I played them against. I honestly forget. It might have been Beastmen. I don't remember. But I remember that was also pretty fun. So we're just going to try it. And since I don't have Wurzag to buff up my goblins, I'm wondering if a gold chevron orc boy frontline kind of has the same effect, just due to higher stats. So I need my frontline to win, which goblins may or may not do, depending on what he does, because Zongors exist, right? We're not talking about the Beastmen of old with Ungors. I'm not bringing gold chevron orc boys for fucking Ungors. I'm bringing gold chevron orc boys to deal with Zongors. Zongors and Minotaurs. Hold for a bit so my archers can shoot the Minos, and then my boar boy biggins will try and hold the back line against Centaurs with a little bit of help from Itchy Nuisance. Then we have the Swamp Things to help me deal with the Jabberscythe in case of that big terror bitch running around my whole force. At least these guys can surround it and try and kill it, and they also cause terror, so they won't terror out immediately. And that's roughly the idea. We'll see if it's any good. It seems fun. So even if we lose, it's not the worst thing in the world. And why Wurzag? I don't know. Chat asked for Wurzag. Not Wurzag. Why Grimgor? Chat asked for Grimgor. I was thinking about Skarsnik, but whatever. I don't give a fuck. I just wanted to take not Wurzag for once. Seemed fun. Zongors. Don't see anything in the center, but it'd be weird if there was nothing there. Get my archers shooting at the Zongors until the Minos come into range, but the archers are here for Minos. I mean, if there really is nothing here, I will have my orc boys just walk at them, but there they go. Let's send our spider riders up the middle to try and deal with those archers. There's a lot of Centaurs here. Okay, Grimgor is chilling, living his best life. Spider Riders are going to wrap around here, and my Orc Boar Biggins are going to come back. You guys turn guard mode off so you can actually fight back in melee. We're doing our best out here. I need my terror-causing trolls to go up here and do some stuff. Archers are going to help me fight the Butchers of Kalkengard for a bit. These archers are going to help me fight the Butchers of Kalkengard for a bit. These archers have been doing great, but now our Centaurs are in trouble. Okay, Boar Biggins trying to join this fight is fine. I don't know why these Spider Riders are all loosey-goosey like that, but whatever, fuck them. Front line is holding. We don't give a single shit. We don't give a single fuck. And for some reason my archers are firing over at the Zongors, even though I specifically said to shoot the Butchers of Kalkengard, but I guess it's fine. I guess not listening is just as cool as listening these days. Alright, you guys help the Boar Biggins with their fight. Everything else is going fine. He said, as this area is going to rat shit, turn off guard mode, start firing at those guys. If you need to turn around, you can turn around. My terror-causing trolls will also come back as these archers are firing. Itchy nuisance onto those Centaurs. They aren't such a big problem for me. Grimgor can go fight archers for all I give a shit. I don't give a fuck. Somewhere you're here. Hello. Welcome back. Rear charge the Centaurs for me, my friend. No, my little sneaky goblin! No, my little sneaky goblin! Archers are doing negative damage to our friends, the Minos. That's not great. Good lord, archers are doing 0 damage to those Minos, because the Butchers of Kalkengard have been under attack for like 75 years, and nothing came of it. Oh, I told you to go attack Malagor, but he lifted off for a brief second, didn't he? That'd do it. Spider Riders aren't getting through the Centaurs at all. Probably should have gone with Wurzag, but... oh well. I made my own mistakes. I'll live with them. Spider Riders, you go after the archers. Boar Biggins, you just go after the big boys and see what you can do. But that is looking like that. Goodbye, my river trolls. And GG. Damn. Ugh. Yeah, these archers are firing all game, and they didn't quite pay for themselves, which is abysmal. I don't know if it's an archer problem or a greenskin archer problem, but it was pretty bad. My orc boy frontline did great. The orc biggins honestly did okay. Boar boy biggins really struggled without Wurzag's buffs. Grimgor struggled to find a fight. So yeah, unfortunately, did the butchers ROR have blood greed? I don't know. Unfortunately, we did run face first into why you don't see a lot of these things. Grimgor can't pick a fight, which is a huge problem for him. Boar boy biggins without Wurzag's buffs are extremely meh. Orc armor boys and goblin archers are extremely meh. Even shooting all game, they do very little damage. Spider Riders are very meh. So, yeah, GG. Malagor did fine. Minus Spam did fine. Centaurs creamed my backline pretty hard, despite any buffs or debuffs I gave them. And Zonkors did well. Archers did well. GG. The tourney grounds. There we are. Penguin's pick. The Great Green Git. The Butchers are of Blood Greed. I can just check. Yeah, they have Blood Greed. I was extremely disappointed how little damage my archers did. They were firing for so long and it just didn't matter. That's That was the saddest thing. Made me real unhappy. Bye, lamb sauce. Bloodgreed is a self-heal in combat? No. Bloodgreed is just this thing. The butchers have regen. They just have natural regen. But yes, the butchers of Calvin Guard have regen. To your point, Samaric, yes. Because it wasn't just the butchers, like, right, I was shooting at different Minotaurs and Centaurs the whole game, and, I mean, we saw it in their value in the late game, they just didn't get anything done. Sad. Not, like, horribly sad, I thought they would do better. It's not like, that was terrible, that was the worst thing I've ever seen. It was like, oh, that was just underwhelming. Okay. Overall, the game went fine. I made some mistakes that were punished. Kislev, Warriors of Chaos, and Wood Elves. Ban none. What are we feeling? What are we feeling, lads? Any factions you want to see? What do I want to play? Ugh, my problem is how many things I do want to play. Oh yeah, I want to play Coast. Fuck yeah, Coast. VP. Ban. Wood Elves. I don't want to play Wood Elves. That just sounds annoying for the Coast. A lot of archers, a lot of cavalry. It sounds really dumb. He's probably going to go Warriors of Chaos. No, he went Kislev. Nice. I had a build I just used versus Lenorm. Hold on, let me look it up. It's from a video that hasn't come out yet. But I had a build I really liked. Videos. Alright, are we gonna... Okay. Alright, there it is. So I'm stealing my own build from unreleased content. So you have Denizens of the Deep and Fog of the Damned. You don't have that. You don't have any of these, but you do have these two. Honestly, Song of Enthrallment might also be meh, but whatever. We're not dealing with that. Okay, then I need one of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 4 dogs. 1 animated Hulk, 2 Morngulls, one of which is the Knight's Terror, and then we need this. Is that the build? Yes, perfect. This is a much more serious build. The Greenskin build I was having a bit of a laugh, but this is 100% what I would take in this matchup. Can you do a Skaven impression? Oh god, Grace is asleep, or I would do my Throt impression. Yeah, fuck it. I'll close the door and just try it. If she wakes up, I'll be in trouble. Okay. I have to try to remember how to do it. Heart, hat. Swallow. Hunger never end. Yes. Throt. Because Throt's a little easy. He's like all throat. You just kind of gurgle, and you have a really good Throt. The others are tricky. I can't do Queeks. His voice is too high for me. I did an OK Lord Skrulk. But I don't remember what Skrulk sounds like offhand. Skrulk. Gracia. That's a Gracier, obviously, but I do like the Graciers. If I had volume, Ikat Claw is also kind of fun to do. Sizzle and die. Ugh, fucking love Ikat Claw. Yeah, Skaven are fun. 10 out of 10 like the stream. Thanks, man. It's easier to do impressions when something's going on rather than someone just asking on command, because then I feel like a little cringe lord, but whatever. It's an entertainment product, so I'll be cringe for entertainment value. Alright, what do we got? Enemy troop count is nice and low. It's over 1,000 though, so it's probably not like pure things in the wood, thing in the woods kite and whatever. So thought behind the build, we have Celostra. On foot, not ideal, but I just don't want to pay for her crab versus all that armor piercing. How do you feel on Coast right now? I love Coast right now. They're not the best faction in the game, but they're good. They're solid. Zombie frontline, just to absorb some Kossars. Not really anything shocking there. I do want to go nice and wide, so I'll just put the halberds on the end and shift it over. Celostra with her Ghost the Pass summon and her Crab summon. That's nice versus armored infantry, but it's also nice if I'm going to get kited. I can send those after kiting forces, which is nice. Deck gunners will deal with, again, armored infantry, or if I'm getting kited. Now we do have Morngulls. Do I need to commit to one side with the Morngulls? Because the animated hulks I'll put dead center, so my opponent thinks that my animated hulks are my only mass. I'll put dogs to protecting my deck gunners. I'm going to be covering a lot of the same stuff as I cover in a video that's not released about this build. But the rough idea is I deploy like this. I don't use the Vanguard because if he's not kiting, let's say he does a normal rush, I don't want my stuff in the Vanguard, because if he puts Kossovite Dervishes in the background, he's just going to suicide charge into my deck gunners and kill them, and then I'll have nothing to kill his armored Kossars, and he'll walk through me. So I need my mass back here to physically get in the way of those Dervishes. And if I am getting kited, then I can still leave my box and go get them with all these dogs and Morngulls and stuff. But putting in the Vanguard is just like, it's too risky. You're betting very heavily on, like, I know exactly what's coming my way, which is bold, rather than just waiting and seeing. Because I at least, like, if I'm going to get kited, I at least want to get value out of my 2 deck gunners I brought, so I still need to defend them a little bit, even if I'm getting kited. That could be incorrect, but that's my reasoning, you know? Just because I gave you a reason doesn't mean it's the correct reason. Don't see anyone behind me just yet. Ice Guard, Kossovite Dervishes, Winged Lancers, more Ice Guard. A lot of Ice Guard and more Dervishes. Interesting, at least. Okay, I'll path Celostra for the woods. Okay. Start shooting at those armored Kossars over there. I'll have my front line keep moving up a little bit and give my deck gunners some more room to work. There are those Akshina bitches. How does this feel, you fucking bastards? Okay, so we are being discovered. Can't let my micro be too garbage, or my deck gunners will die. And we don't want that. Not at all. Alright. So you guys run after them. Winged Lancers fighting my... whoops, that's a self buff. I thought that would go all the way out to them. Anyway. Alright, so let's get our mobile forces moving now that the jig is up and my opponent knows exactly what's going on. Deck Gunners doing great. Deck Gunners doing great. Let's fall back with these guys. My Morngulls can go on the prowl. One of my dogs can go on the prowl. Are these Winged Lancers? No, they're Dervishes. Okay, so one dog should be sufficient to be annoying for them. You guys are going here. My summons are both doing good, so let's fall back for now. I'll use my second summon and just kind of get the ball rolling a little bit. And these other Morngulls can wander. This other summon is going to fight some Ice Guard for me, which is fine. Alright. Don't want these dogs fighting these armored Kossars. That's not what I brought them for. That's what I brought you for. You deal with that. Do have some shooty troops. Dervishes are coming straight for me. We'll just try and shoot them, I guess. Oh, those are winged lancers? Okay. I mean, they're pushing through a lot of infantry and stuff. But we're doing our best. Meanwhile, we will continue chasing all of that. Okay. Animated Hulks, just don't bother. Just don't bother. It's not worth your time. Dogs and Morngulls are getting good damage onto those Auction Ambushers. We're still trying to kill these guys, and now we have to wait for their goddamn passive to wear off. Try and survive until the passive wears out. Damn it, those Ambushers netted me. Fucks. Those fucks. Where are you? Oh, you're netted. That's why you're not doing anything. Okay, I just saw the sleepies, and I was like, what the hell? Alright, kill that. You, come back. Okay, no real point dealing with this too much more because they're just invulnerable. Yeah, I wanted to slow him. Fog of the Damned to make sure your leadership stays nice and low near my ghost guys. Really do want you guys all to fuck off for a bit. That would be really great for me. How's the backfield doing? Fine. Auction Ambushers kiting me real good. Doesn't feel nice. Morngulls getting run the fuck down. Animated Hulks doing their best. Shoot those Winged Lancers, shoot that Ice Witch. As we do our best at trying to stop these guys. Okay, you can't even see the Ice Witch anymore, so just go shoot those guys. That's fine. Auction Ambushers being Auction Ambushers, just kind of outrunning me in every capacity. More Morngulls to clear it, close in on them. Shoot at that. You shoot at that. You also shoot at that in case she gets real uppity. This handgun mob should be able to clear out those dervishes, though. How does that feel, you dumbass motherfucker? How does that feel? How does that feel, though? Alright, we killed them off. Handgun mob, do what you can. Slosher, do what you can. Shoot her on the way out, shoot her on the way out. You too. Alright, handgun mob's getting good damage out onto her. Nice. That was a real good. Ah, fucking net from those ambushers. Damn it. They're so strong. That net has cost me 2 full Morngulls, and I'm not about it. I'm gonna put Fog of the Dam down here because they have magic damage melee attacks, so I can't let them do too much damage to Celestra, but I'm doing what I can. We are falling super dangerously far behind, and I think we're probably fucked at this juncture. Those Action Ambushers just are so goddamn strong with their stupid net. So we're probably doomed. I'll fight it out, but we're probably doomed. You guys can go straight to hell. Fuck you, Auction Ambushers. Slowing them down as they run away. Do they still have a net? No, they don't have any more. Okay. Well, I'll try to get in melee with these guys, but it's not looking like enough. My handgun mobs are trying to help me out here with these Ice Guard. I like how the bounce power is nearly even though there's no shot we win. There's way too many. Come here, you. Ow. Will you just break? One leadership? God damn it. There we go. Their leadership's chilling too. Our damage value is very equal. Yeah, these ice guard are kicking my ass. That's GG. Damn, son. GG. Do ambushers have the net or just the RR? Just the RR. But, like, I'm kind of curious how that went so south. Morgul's got, like, no damage out. We just got super hard kited. I'm surprised the Wing Lancers didn't die. Found that rather annoying. GG's, man. GG's. For an 850 gold unit that can just beat my dogs in melee, that's really fucked up. The Morgul's got hit by bad by at least one of those nets. There's two different nets that just like one-shot Morgul's. It was brutal. So I just wanted to rewatch this for my own sake, because I am learning the coast. So what the fuck goes wrong? Mostly watching my dogs. Gun lines are set up pretty appropriately. Things are fine. Things are fine. Then some micro slips, but we charged the dervishes. We actually did charge those dervishes too, so far the dogs are doing okay. Trading fine for now. These deck gunners are shooting at armored Cossars. I guess they're getting decent damage, but not incredible. All things considered. Wow, that's actually really bad value. Are they? Is it just firing through trees? It is. They're hitting so many of the trees. God damn it. And dogs chasing after these dervishes. We send these other dogs up the line. These dogs are chasing after those dervishes. So then what happens here to my friendly little dog friends? Frostbite slows them down. And they get obliterated before they even get there. Damn. Okay, so that's not cool. Other dogs get onto these Ice Guard. Other dogs get stuck on Armored Cossars. Where's the last dog? Last dog's chasing those dervishes. That's fine. Animated Hulks, doing okay. Morgul's get onto the Auction Ambushers. And then dogs join them. And it's just taking them a very long time to kill these ambushers. That should be much quicker. I guess it's their 32 melee defense plus their Fire Blood passive is fucking brutal. Yeah, this is where I compromised my backline with those Wing Lancers who just take a bunch of shots to the face. Dogs are here. We're going to flank some Ice Guard who also have 36 melee defense. So my 26 melee attack just is the real problem here. So with their 36 melee defense, they're fine. They're chilling. Night Terrors clive the Auction Ambushers, and there goes the first nets. Those guys are going to die. These Ice Guard take a long time to kill with Morgul's and all this shit. But yeah, look back here. The Auction is still alive. And we're still just trying to kill them while we get shot from all sides. So, yeah, they're just so fucking tanky. Wing Lancers taking a lot of damage, and they're going to pop by our blood. in this pack trap. Half health's my Night Terrors before they can move again. We're still fighting the fucking Ice Guard. Yeah, the dog melee stats just aren't high enough to deal with this Kislev stuff. Everything's hybrid, so anything my dogs attack is actually a losing fight without the Morgul's. And with the Morgul's, it just takes too long to win anything. Brutal. Yeah, from there we just get kited to death. The ambushers give away too much for that cost. Go to melee against hounds, even like Kev. Really good AP missiles in stock too. Makes Ice Guard more expensive. Yeah. Ice Guard lasting a while is different. I was disappointed in my deck gunners, though they were trying to fire through trees, which apparently blocked most of their stuff. So maybe it's just a map thing. Could be just a map thing. Though there is one thing I want to test. Kislev. Don't give a shit. Machine Ambushers versus Vampire Coast. Don't give a shit. Make them the attackers. Dog. I'm just curious how the Action Ambusher does in straight melee with a dog. Alright, so let's just go into melee with the dogs. Back. Yeah, we're fucking them up. We are absolutely murdering those dogs. Aranus is helping and they're still losing. Damn it, that's brutal. Dogs get 250 gold value. Auction Ambushers get 400. Oh, that's brutal. Why does a stocked Vanguard missile unit do that well in melee for only 850? That's insane. Damn. Interesting. Well, GG's, everybody. That was a new player tournament with a best of 3 tacked on to the back. I'm going to get going now as it sounds like Grace is awake. So, yeah. Later, taters.